Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents My Husband's an Author by James Caine, narrated by Marnie Young. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. Journal entry. He's a liar and manipulator. He's deceitful and insensitive. He's not who I thought he was. He's my husband, and this is my story. As the title on the front cover of our wedding album that's collecting dust in our closet says, this is our love story. More like a nightmare, and I'm trapped with him in this terrible dream. He's the worst kind of liar because he's good at it. He uses the truth to layer his lies. Those are the best kind of deceptions. Ones that use partial truths accompanied by exaggerated lies. Just when you fall victim to another one of his deceits, the rug gets pulled from underneath you and you realize you've been had. I shouldn't be surprised by his masterful skills in lying. He does it for a living. My husband, the once famous author Stephen Dyer, lives in a world of fiction. He creates lies every day he sits at his keyboard. How did I expect him not to do the same with his real life? From the moment I met him, he lied to me. He gave me big ideas of what his world was like. When he first asked me out and invited me to be a part of his fictional life, I gleefully accepted. Slowly, the reality he presented to me broke off, piece by piece. It was only when the lies were exposed that I finally realized who Stephen Dyer truly was, and it was none of the lies he told me. My husband's a monster. This is my story. Sorry, our love story. I'm a sucker for happy endings. I know my story doesn't have that. Our love story. Chapter 1. Before. I watch as my husband plays with the chicken breast on his plate, poking at it as if to ensure it's really dead and cooked. With the dim light from the candles, I can see how unhappy he is with the meal I've made for him from the lack of any emotion on his face. The heavy noise of wind and rainfall from outside is the only sound in the room. There's been little conversation besides superficial statements. We sit in near silence at our dining table in the dark. I had a vision. I wanted a romantic evening with Stephen. The rainy weather gave me an opportunity, I thought. A candlelit dinner in the dark. A chance to connect and have wonderful conversations. I imagined that after our bellies were full, we'd ravage each other like we used to and fill our hearts with the love we share. I tend to romanticize things. The reality is much more boring. A disinterested husband who complained about the dish being cold and dry. I didn't bother to explain to him that the chicken wouldn't have been so cold had he come home when he said he would. Such an answer wouldn't help the situation. Stephen sighs and looks outside the front window. The shadows of his neutral face dance with the flickering of the candle. Not hungry, dear? I ask him. He purses his lips. Sorry, he says, and takes his fork, digging it into a small piece of chicken, forcing himself to eat more. Late lunch. Oh? Where'd you go? I ask. Somewhere in town. He smiles. I just went on my bike and rode around for a while. Ended up at this small cafe in the county. I don't even remember the name of it. It has decent sandwiches. I nod. That sounds nice. More and more, conversations with my husband feel so forced. Awkward. It's like talking to someone you know is hiding something. It always feels like he's keeping something from me. I used to get so paranoid when we first started dating. He was always so vague about how he spends his days. He's a mysterious man. That's my husband. A writer who's always in his head. What he does for actual work during work hours always confuses me. He can ride on his motorcycle all day and night and tell me he got great work done that day. How? What work did he do? He doesn't bring his laptop, just a small notepad for ideas. It's all in his head. A story can piece itself together when he does mindless things. He'll go for hikes, take long showers, or ride his motorcycle, all while taking notes here and there. Stephen claims it's like getting smacked in the face with a realization of a plot, event, or character trait that works perfectly, and it all happens when he least expects it. I've noticed whenever he starts a new novel, he's even more distant. Today, I can feel how far away he is in his mind. He's basically in outer space right now. Sometimes when he gets like this, I jokingly call him a space cadet. The man is in his head, and there's no connecting with him when he's there. "Have you started your new book yet?" I ask. "Writing it, I mean." He glances at me and back at his plate. "Not exactly. Still plotting things out and figuring out who my characters are. I have all the major beats laid out. I know where I want to go with the story, but the question is, how do I connect the dots? How do I get that satisfying ending? One that's happy for my main character and the readers." I sigh. I know what's ahead of me. Another long conversation about his book ideas. His passion used to move me. I loved listening to his premises. Sometimes he'd even bounce ideas off of me. That felt special. After a long while, I realized that's all we talked about. Him. His ideas, what he was doing, how his day was, what his characters were up to in his head. Rarely did he ask me about my day or anything about me in general. I may not be working or have an exciting imagination like Stephen, but I like to think that I'm just as interesting as him. My day was full of creating the home we share, meals he ate in a clean and beautiful house I made for us. His skill is creating fictional worlds. Mine's making real spaces beautiful. When we married, the house had all the hallmarks of bachelor living. I looked past the minimal furniture, bare walls, and a fridge stocked mostly with beer and leftovers, and saw its true potential. First, I repainted his walls. The man had wallpaper in his kitchen with small bread baskets on it. It made me sick. Second, I bought new furniture that went with the wood floors and made sense dimensionally. So many people buy furniture either too small or large for the room. It's all about measuring your space and working with the colors. I loved a white interior with light furniture. It made his medium-sized house appear much larger. As I suspected, Stephen breaks into a conversation about a story dynamic he's been thinking about all day. As he goes into his creative arts lecture that's mostly for himself, my mind drifts to a different story. I met my husband at a book signing. He was giving autographs for any reader who'd purchased a copy of the best-selling book and had proof with a receipt. I was excited to meet him. I read his book. She died that night, before it hit the international bestseller lists. We're both from the same small city called Rangdon in Alberta, Canada. A picture of my husband was on the front of the Rangdon Wheel, a local newspaper, which was promoting his upcoming release. Psychological thrillers weren't typically a genre I enjoyed reading. Romance was what I preferred. But seeing that this was a local author on the front page in our city, I had to read it. I pre-ordered it online immediately. She died that night was good, I thought. I expected a gore fest given my limited knowledge of the genre, but that wasn't the case. The murders weren't explicitly described. No cursing, except for one F-bomb near the climactic ending, which, in my opinion, took away from the quality of the storytelling. I recognized him, too. I'd seen him around town. Rangdon isn't a large city, and you get to recognize people's faces. It's the type of city where you see the same people on their weekly shopping trips at the limited number of grocery stores, and that's exactly where I spotted Stephen. I'd seen him a few times shopping. I was actually taken back by his appearance then, and not in a good way. He was wearing jogging pants every time I saw him. At least it wasn't the same pair. He had a variety of baggy pants in his wardrobe. Now, I too enjoy being cozy and comfortable, but when I go out, I put on pants. When I spotted him in the Rangdon wheel, I immediately recognized him. "It's the jogging pants guy!" I even said it out loud. It made sense suddenly why he wore such comfortable clothes. I pictured him wearing sweats all day in an office typing away. My future husband was on the front page of the Rangdon Wheel again a few weeks after his first appearance. This time the article was promoting a book signing in a small bookstore in town. I immediately lined up like the others that day, wanting to meet the local who'd made it as a best-selling author. I was a minimum of 30 years younger than the other fans that showed up. When Stephen arrived and not wearing jogging pants, I was taken back by how handsome he was. He wore all black that day, which hid a small pudge that a bottom button was having difficulty concealing. The dark gray blazer completed his outfit perfectly. He wore dark-rimmed glasses and had a smile that lit up the entire room and the old ladies in it. When it was my turn to get an autograph, he smiled at me. "I've seen you in town," he said. "Walmart, right?" I was surprised. We'd never spoken before. "That's right," I said, with a matching smile of my own. That was something I hadn't noticed when I spotted him shopping. He had a very welcoming aura. I instantly felt connected to him. He looked down at his book in my hand. "What's your name?" he asked, staring deeply into my eyes. I also never realized how light his brown eyes were. "Emily," I said. He scribbled inside the book with a smirk. "I have a question for you, Emily," he said. When he finished writing, he handed me back the book and waited for me. "What is it?" I asked him with a wry smile. "Why do you buy so many cans of soup?" he said with a laugh. "I always notice your shopping cart is filled." I burst out laughing. "I like them for lunch. It's easy to bring a can to work and heat it up. They actually taste good, you know?" "I'm sure they're delicious," he said with a grin. "You've sold me on canned soup for lunch." It hit me. He was flirting with me. That smile wasn't the same one he gave the older ladies in the small crowd. "I've noticed you too," I said. "Really?" he said, his deep voice getting more expressive. "You always wear loose jogging pants when you shop." I laughed. He shook his head, his grin widening, but he didn't reply. At first, I thought I'd insulted him. "Sorry, can I have the book back for a moment?" he asked. I hesitated a moment before giving it to him. He quickly scribbled something inside and handed it to me again. "Thanks for reading my story," he said. "I'll see you around." Part of me felt let down that our banter had stopped so quickly. I knew I wasn't the only one in line, though. There were other elderly women, some using walkers to stabilize them, waiting for their turn. I thanked him again and told him how much I enjoyed reading She Died that night before leaving. When I left the bookstore, I opened my book to see what he'd written. "Emily, thanks for reading." His autographed name was barely legible. Beneath it, I saw what he'd added. AKA, that guy in the jogging pants. Enjoy your soup. Hope to see you around the aisles. My heart fluttered. I made sure that I looked gorgeous the next time I went to the grocery store. I wore a white summer dress that day, just in case. As if it was meant to be, Stephen was shopping. He looked sharp in his dark-colored jeans and black polo. His eyes lit up when he spotted me, and we immediately approached each other. "You're not wearing your joggers," I said playfully. He laughed immediately and pointed at the several cans of soup in my cart. That's how it started. What a beautiful story. It truly was the beginning of a love novel. The perfect meet-cute, as they call it. Funny how you can imagine your life playing out with someone. Reality is much more soul-crushing. Now we sit in this dark room, The electricity works fine. I could turn on the lights, but thought the darkness and candles would add something special. Instead, eating in the shadows with the rain feels gloomy. Another romantic day in the life of Emily Dyer. It will be another exciting journal entry when I write out my thoughts about tonight later on. A riveting day of romance on a typical Wednesday at 5 in the evening. Stephen's fork scratches against the plate, and I realize he's finished talking. I wonder how long we've been sitting in silence without me noticing, and quickly start another conversation that he'll be happy to join. "You never told me what your book is about," I ask, finishing the peas on my plate. He hums before speaking. "Well, cheating spouses, lies, and gaslighting. All the things readers love." I nod. "I'm surprised. You wrote about a cheating husband in your last book, too." He shrugs. "Well, genre expectations, right? You're not getting bored writing the same story over and over?" I meant for my comment to come off more playful. The look on his face tells me he doesn't think it was. His expression is in such contrast to that beautiful smile he had the day I met him in the bookstore. If a look could talk, he was shouting, "I hate you!" with his. "Sorry, I meant—" "No, it's okay," he says. "I'm surprised. You haven't asked me about my books in a long time." I nearly roll my eyes at that comment. That's all we talk about. I keep that comment to myself, though, just like I keep a lot of comments to myself these days. I don't mention to him that it's been nearly a year since he published a book, and he appears nowhere near completing this one. He already admitted to not writing a word to me just now, despite telling me in the past he had completed several chapters. I don't tell him that as the one in the marriage who handles the finances, we are one disaster away from not paying the mortgage. If our beat-up washer dies soon, like I expect it will, I'll be the one hand-washing all the clothes. I can already see what he'd say if I did. "Emily, you're not working," I imagine him telling me. "You have time to do these things." I don't tell my husband how I've been thinking about getting my old job back just to contribute something. "So, any more details about your story?" I ask. He nods. "Well, as you mentioned, similar tropes to the last one." I can hear the resentment in his voice with his snarky comment. "A cheating spouse? Murder? Deceit? I have a fun spin, though. The ending will be great. At least, I think it will. I still haven't figured it all out." I know what great means to him with his stories. It's always dark and murderous. Nothing about that seems great to me. Not like a happy ending in a love story when you know the two leads will be together forever. "I'll have to read this one," I say. "You have me intrigued." He brushes his curly hair and smiles at me, the shadows from his dark-rimmed glasses dancing on his face. "You're going to love it." Chapter 2. "He's such a loser." Amanda raises her voice louder and louder over the phone as I tell her about our romantic dinner. "What kind of man just leaves after his woman cooks him what I'm sure was a 4-course dinner fit for a king?" I sigh as I reluctantly agree. "He told me he had this idea for a scene for his new book and needed to flesh it out." Amanda scoffs so dramatically that I remove my ear from my cell momentarily. "So you cook him a surprise meal? Candlelight dinner," I interject. She scoffs harder. "Candlelight dinner, and not only does he come home late and complain about his meal, but he leaves right after. Takes off on his little crotch rocket. The guy thinks he's so cool. It kills me." I lower my head as I look at the dirty plates on the dining table. The kitchen is worse. I didn't want to get my dressy clothes dirty as I was cooking to get everything ready for what I thought was his expected time of arrival. I don't tell my friend that I'm wearing Stephen's favorite lacy black panties and bra for him as well. I wanted that to be a surprise for after dinner. So much for that. It's been months since we've been intimate. Unfortunately, Amanda knows that part. She's already given me plenty of advice on how to deal with my dead bedroom. Most of it includes leaving my husband. That's not an option. We made a vow that special day, years ago. I'm not a quitter. There's a reason we fell in love. That reason will get us through the tough times and make the best times even sweeter. He didn't take his motorcycle, I say, taking a deep breath. Too slippery outside, he said. He took the car. And where does he even go all the time? She asks. Fair question. I don't know most days. He likes to drive when he's plotting a book. Helps him think. He'll drive around Rangdon or sometimes Calgary. Once he told me he drove to the mountains and back in a day. He says he gets a lot of work done. Work? She scoffs again. Thankfully, not as dramatically this time. What work? You told me he hasn't written a word in over a year. I'm not sure what to believe. Sometimes he tells me he's written a chapter or two, but other times he says he hasn't written anything. When I asked him about why he changes what he says all the time, he told me he often deletes what he writes. Writer's block? Amanda asks. It's been a year, and from what you said, you guys are struggling. I let out a heavy breath. Big time. His laptop broke. We're using my mother's old desktop computer now. Your mom's computer? Amanda asks, confused. She gifted it to us last time she visited, I say. It's extremely slow. I don't know how Stephen even uses it to do anything. I don't use it anymore. It's mostly his computer in his office now. He can't buy a new one? I sit up from the couch. Things are bad. There's a long pause before Amanda says anything. Do you need some money? I can help if you need it. I thank her for her support, but tell her we'll be okay. Amanda works in finances as a mortgage lender for a local bank. She recently moved back to Rangdon after working and living in Calgary. It's nice to see her more often. My life has been much busier with her back. More walking trails and coffee dates. It's been great. There was a time I was trying to get Stephen to use Amanda's role at the bank for his writing business. Now, though, I'd hate for my old high school bestie to find out how terrible things really are. But even I can't pretend for too much longer. I'm looking for a job, I tell her. What you need to do is tell your husband to get a real job, she says with a harsh tone. I used to defend my husband when it came to his career whenever we were having difficulties, but it was easier to do so with the income that he used to make. It's getting harder with our diminishing savings and no new book release to lean on. His monthly royalties from his bestseller are nothing compared to how it was years ago. He won't go back to a real job, I tell her. That part is true. He had worked hard to be able to make a self-sustaining income from creative writing. He could never go back to the soul-sucking used car sales job he had previously, or any job for that matter. He's told me so many times. It's been a source of some of the tension in our marriage, especially lately. I place some of the dishes in the kitchen sink. The dishwasher broke 3 months ago, but we don't have enough to fix or replace it. I wash everything by hand. When the dishwasher broke, Stephen promised to help me. You wash and I'll dry, were his exact words. And yet, where is my dear husband? What about your interior decorating business? Amanda asks. I recommend you to anyone I know who's looking to spruce up their house. Thanks, Amanda, I say. I mean it. I'm really glad I have you in my corner. But the business didn't work out for me. I had those few customers I told you about. They didn't pay much, though. I'm sorry, Emily, she says. I'm just worried about you, that's all. I feel like he's taking advantage of you. Stephen's not taking advantage of me. I mean in the sense that he thinks you'll stay with him if he keeps being this way. You deserve better. You deserve a husband who will, at minimum, stick around after having a romantic dinner. I let out a nervous laugh. We're just in a valley. Things can only go up from here. You know, David Lindner is available, she says, with a clicking sound. Available? I repeat, shocked at her use of the word. He's widowed. Well, he's single. He lives in that huge house all by himself with his young daughter. Did I tell you I put together his mortgage? He's still as handsome as he was in high school, only much, much richer. I let out a sigh. I'm sure he is. I don't care, though. And he's an optometrist. I know, I say. His own clinic in town, she blurts out. I know, I repeat, losing my patience. Being subtle is not one of Amanda's skills. I'm not leaving my husband, Amanda. Tell me this, she says with her own tone of impatience. Let's say you get a job, and he continues with this writing thing he's doing. You get to a point where you'll be busting yourself every day at a job you don't want to work, and he's just joyriding around the mountains with nothing to show for his day. How resentful will you be? I don't answer the question. That's not what will happen. Maybe he had one hit years ago, but that's not where things are now. She says, I'm at the end of my ability to listen to my friend today. Amanda Porter was always a little too pushy, even in high school. Somehow, we bonded over a school project we had in 10th grade homeroom class. Ever since then, she's annoyed me, but at the same time proven her loyalty as a friend. I know she's saying what she is because she's worried, but that doesn't mean I want to hear it. I don't love my husband because I thought he was going to be a millionaire, Amanda. I plop a dish into the kitchen sink, the edge striking the marble countertop and chipping off. Great. Another item in the house my husband won't want to replace. Can I ask you another question? Amanda says. I don't have a say, though. She's going to ask it no matter what, and as expected, she leads right into it. Why do you love him? I pause for a moment. I don't know what to say. I don't owe my friend an answer, though. I need to go, Amanda, I say. I'm not going to play her game. She's trying to get me to admit to something I won't. I broke a dish. I love my husband. He loves me. This is just a bad time in our marriage. Money is tight. Stephen's excited about his new book. Maybe it will be a bestseller like She Died That Night. I'm here for you, Amanda says. Just know that. Upset by how the conversation went, I can't help but blurt out something in frustration. Amanda, this is why you're single. Someday you'll know what marriage is like. Amanda doesn't like that comment. I can tell by the usual amount of silence there is. Eventually, she does reply. When I look at my friends who are so unhappy, I realize being single is much better. Chapter 3. This is our love story. I stare at our wedding photo album in disbelief that the people we are today don't look anything like the happy couple in the pictures inside. I've been looking through the album for some time, trying my best to remember each picture as it was in the moment on our special day. Stephen doesn't see much of his groomsmen anymore. They all seem to go their own ways after high school. I'm not sure why. He doesn't really hang out with many people these days. Not even me, I realize. I open the photo album to the last page. It's one of us waving goodbye to our small wedding party as we left the hall. We didn't pay for an expensive hotel or anything. Instead, we went to his house, which was now officially mine as well. He spent that morning at his house getting ready with his groomsmen. What I didn't expect was the rose petals on his bed after the wedding celebration. He surprised me with a set of comfy white robes for us to use after a bath that he ran. It was a beautiful day full of love. It was a sensual night full of romance and desire. It was perfect. It was everything I envisioned for myself and more. I sit on the same bed now, looking at the photo album. He hasn't done a romantic gesture like rose petals on our bed or running us a bath since that night. We haven't made love in months. The only action this bed sees is the sound of his snores and my growing resentment. "Why do you love him?" Amanda asked me a simple question. Not only did I ignore it, but I essentially hung up on her. That was much easier to do than face the reality. Why do you love him? I look at the photo on the album cover of us outside the church steps, smiling ear to ear for the camera woman. I look at how happy and gorgeous I seemed in the moment. I notice how delighted my husband appears to be. This is why I love him. We have history. We have that moment in the bookstore, that meet cute in the superstore. I had my chicken soup and he had his jogging pants, and together we fell in love. Wasn't that enough to last forever? Wasn't that enough to live happily ever after? Romance books never continue after the ending when the couple realize how madly in love they are. If they did, I wonder if half of those miracle relationships would end in divorce. I place the photo album back on the dusty shelf in our walk-in closet. I can hear Amanda's voice taunt me as I walk down the steps. Why do you love him? I think about David Lindner. I'd be lying to myself if I don't admit that from time to time, I wonder what life would have been like had we continued dating. Our young love died in high school. Soon after, David found Sarah. She was a sweet, kind-hearted woman. I remember her fondly from high school as well. She was a year younger than David and me. We had broken up senior year, right before prom. In the middle of the hallway, he asked Sarah to be his date, and from then on, the two were inseparable. I was happy for David when he got married. He found his soulmate in Sarah. He had a child with her, a little girl whose name escapes me at the moment. They lived happily ever after, until she passed away from cancer. Another love story broken. I used to think I was romantic, and then I married my husband. I had many big ideas about what being married to a successful author like Stephen Dyer would be like. Amanda was right when she said none of those expectations lived up to reality. Somewhere along the way, I forgot who I am. I stopped working at my day job. That didn't mean I wanted to stay at home all day and do nothing. Just like Stephen, I had a dream too. I looked around at how immaculate the living room is. It could be on the cover of a magazine. Every item in the room was designed to incorporate different elements, bringing everything together. Decorating is an ecosystem. It's easy to tell when something doesn't belong. I have skills too, and it's not just catering to my husband and his needs. I have a life, one life to live, and I want to aspire to what I want as well. It hits me like a ton of bricks. Somewhere along the way in our marriage, I forgot what I wanted. I became something different, something I didn't intend to be. I head down the steps and open a door to the basement. With each step, I feel more confident about myself and my life trajectory for a change. It's time I get reconnected to my roots. It's time I find myself again. I matter. What I want matters. Covering the walls of the one-room basement are all my husband's accolades. He blew up a poster-sized image of She Died That Night, the story that put him on the literary map. He also printed off a collage of positive reviews that praised his work. He made it himself. Below each review, he referenced the source. Most were from Amazon reviewers or from Goodreads. A few were from newspaper articles. Funny enough, he had the article from the Rangdon Wheel on the wall, the same article that caught my attention enough to read his book. the newspaper that started our journey together. Sometimes I wonder what my life would have been like had I not read that article. What if I hadn't stepped outside my porch to find the Saturday edition of the newspaper? I refocus my attention on why I came down here to begin with. My mother's computer sits on his desk. This is very much his office, his sacred place where he secludes himself, sometimes overnight to meet deadlines. What about my office? What about what I want? It's technically more my computer than his. Sometimes I feel resentful that I let him use it solely for his writing. It may be old and slow at processing anything, but it should have been mine. When I started my interior decorating business, I used my mother's computer to create a website. I thought I was so savvy when I found out Google would let you create a free website to promote yourself. I impressed myself even more when the site I made was completed and live online. I turn on my mother's computer and wait patiently for it to wake up. My patience wanes as the computer takes forever to get to the login screen. When it does, I'm more than furious to see that it's password protected. It's been months since I touched the computer, but last time I did, there was no password required to access it. Not only has my husband taken over my computer, but now he's cut me off completely, making it so only he can use it. I smirk to myself when I remember how terrible a memory my husband has. He's the type of man who can break down story structure like a genius, but can also enter a room and forget why he's there. Knowing his own limitations, he keeps a password book. He doesn't seem too worried about someone breaking into his login or accessing other important information, since the notepad where he keeps his secrets is literally labeled Password Book. I rummage through his desk, trying to find it. Last time I saw the notepad, he kept it here. Not so lucky. The bottom drawers on either side are empty. The top right drawer has a variety of empty chocolate bars and gummy wrappers. I almost feel the need to clean the drawer out for him, but stop myself. That's not why I'm here. Plus, this is supposed to be his space. He can destroy it as much as he wants. That was our deal when I moved in. I could make our house beautiful, but he required his office to be how he wanted it to be. The lack of color coordination in the room kills me inside. Papers are strewn across every surface. Mismatched furniture clashes horribly, and random objects seem to have no designated home. But this is his office. His desk with a drawer full of wrappers, some with food still inside. I can't help but feel an icky feeling as I slowly close the drawer and breathe slowly in and out. Do not clean the drawer. No! Do not clean the drawer. This may be his office, but this is my computer. It's time to get to use it again. It's time I reconnect with my own dreams. Beside his desk is a tall set of shelves containing mostly his little trinkets. On one shelf, he keeps some of his books that help him with writing. One in front is from the great Stephen King called On Writing. My husband loves Stephen King so much that he used the author's first name as part of his pen name. While my husband's name is Stephen, he spells it with a V. Crammed next to another larger novel is his book. I smirk when I notice that even the spine says Password Book. I slip it out and go through its pages. Each one is labeled Google account, bank account, and so on. Beneath it he writes the password, which are surprisingly variations of the same 3 passwords. With his notepad in hand, I turn to the screen and type in Capybara 19! When I hit enter, the computer tower makes all sorts of sounds to the point I'm worried it will blow up. A generic blue wallpaper is on the display. My husband has many folders on the main screen, and each is labeled. Some names I recognize as his book titles. My husband's lack of file organization is not what matters to me, though. I click on the web browser at the bottom. It takes several minutes for a Google page to come up. I smile as I type my name in the search engine. I made my website simple to remember. Emily Dyer, interiordecorating.com. Or maybe it was interior decorating services. With my own memory failing me, I hope that if I search for it on Google, my business webpage will appear. To my surprise, it does. Only it's near the bottom of the page. The top search is an image of my husband. I remember the night that picture was taken well. We were at a literary event in Calgary called Words Collide. They had a small red carpet event for people entering the venue. I found it surprising that they tried to give it an almost Hollywood presence, but for authors. My husband is smiling wide in the image, and behind him is me. I'm wearing a sleek black dress, and my arms are folded. It wasn't because I was upset that night, but because it was a little cold. Even summer nights in Calgary can be freezing at times. Something about the image of my husband being at the top of a search for my website bothers me. Even Google recognizes that I lean on him too much. I scroll down and click on my website and smile when, minutes later, I see my face. I used pictures from our living room as the main image for my site. It's gorgeous and a good representation of what I can do. I wish I'd had the forethought to take a before picture to compare it to. I realize in dismay that I no longer use the email that's listed on my site. It's been months since I've been on that account. Part of me wonders what would happen if I logged into that Gmail account. Would I have an inbox flooded with requests from potential customers waiting for me? I know it's highly unlikely since I only had a few customers to begin with, and none of them were from my website. In fact, one was from a referral Amanda gave to a friend. Still, it would be useful to open the Gmail account. Plus, the number on my website is still the one I use. I just changed my voicemail to no longer include my business. I open a second browser, which nearly kills the computer. When I attempt to log into my old email, though, my password is rejected. I let out a heavy sigh and try another password I tend to use. But again, it's rejected. I guess my husband had the right idea with having a password book. I click on Forgot My Password. It gives me several steps to try and recover my Gmail account, but as I try and fail, I begin to feel even more defeated. My high enthusiasm to find myself is dying as this stupid old computer makes me wait for minutes only to reject me over and over as I attempt to log into my old account. Frustrated, I close the web browsers but open a new one. A Google search opens up but takes forever to load. How does one recover an older Gmail account without going insane? Is what I'd like to type. I'm sure someone online has figured out how to get me through this. There must be a tutorial somewhere. When the computer finally processes the Google page fully, I'm finally able to type, how to... Google starts to show a history of searches that starts with these phrases. How to kill someone and get away with it. How to get away with murder. How to hide a body so nobody finds it. I shake my head. My husband, the crime writer, has been up to no good with his Google searches. He must be in full creative mode with his new book idea. My smile wanes as I read and reread the last search Google provides. How to kill your wife and get away with it. Chapter 4. I shake my head as I read the search again. How to kill your wife and get away with it. Stephen told me his new book was all about infidelity. I guess I know how his characters are reacting to it. Murder. It's not exactly an uncommon trope in his books. Murder happens, but for some reason, the search on the computer bothers me. This is just one of those weird moments where being married to a psychological thriller author feels odd and a little scary, if I'm being honest. Stephen has joked that if anything was ever to happen to me or someone close to him, he would be the prime suspect based on his Google searches alone. I'm not sure why, but curiosity gets the best of me. I open up his search history and look at what else my husband has been Googling. Thankfully, it's not a bunch of porn sites. Although I'm sure trying to open X-rated sites on the slowest computer ever wouldn't be the best option. Since he's not often having sex with me, I wonder how frequently he visits sites like those. but I'm certain he would do it on his phone instead of my mother's computer. I shrug off the thought and continue to look at his internet history. A recent one catches my attention. How to bury a body with lye. The website loads and gives a breakdown on how lye impacts a human corpse. What an odd sight. Only my author husband would visit such a web page. I notice another Google search on his history. How to collect life insurance after death. Beneath it are similar searches. Can you collect life insurance if your spouse was murdered? Can you collect life insurance if you're a suspect in a murder? At first, my stomach turns as I read on, but I remind myself that as a crime writer, this is part of his story. I guess I know what he's writing about now. Infidelity, murder, life insurance. These are all very common things in the type of books he writes. The next search throws me off. How to successfully claim self-defense if someone dies in Alberta. I feel pressure on my face as I look at the monitor. I realize I'm furrowing my eyebrows hard as I read what my husband clicked on. Life insurance? Murder? Self-defense? I can almost see the inner workings of his thinking, how his new story is playing out. The last search is what bothers me most. How to get a divorce in Alberta and not lose everything. I stare at the words on the screen as if they're foreign to me. I'm about to click on a button at the bottom to expand his search history further. Why is my husband looking at web pages on divorce? Before I can find out, I hear the faint sound of the garage door opening. He's home. Chapter 5. I manage to sprint up the stairs and close the door partially. As I do, Stephen's hanging his jacket and notices me in the kitchen. "Hey," he says, raising an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" I notice the door is still open, but try not to give it any attention. "Nothing," I say. "Just cleaning from dinner still." I glance at the dirty dishes in the sink that thankfully give me a strong alibi. He enters the kitchen and looks at the mess. He steps towards it and picks up a cloth. I'm in shock with the idea that he's about to help me clean, until he drops the rag on the stove and takes a deep breath. "Dinner was great, by the way," he claims. That wasn't what he told me before. I remember him using the words dry and cold to describe it. "Thanks, dear." He purses his lips. "Sometimes I think I don't give you enough credit. You know how I get when I'm writing a book. Sometimes I forget the real things happening around me when I'm coming up with all the fake things in my head." He lets out a laugh, and I authentically smile back. "That means a lot. Thanks," I say to him. "Did you get a lot of work done on your drive?" He gives me a look. I know what he's thinking. I don't mean to sound condescending when I ask if he got work done. So many times we fought about him just thinking as his work. When I had a job, I had to physically do things for it to be considered employment and get paid for it. His job is in his head most days. I smile apologetically. "I mean, did you figure out that scene you're working on?" He nods. "Sort of," he answers. "I think I have a better idea where I want the story to go." I think of the searches on his computer. "So, your story is about infidelity and murder, I take it?" "Sort of." I raise my eyebrows. "Let me guess. An adulterous husband intends to murder his wife so he can replace her with a new girl?" He shakes his head. "I'm surprised you want to know." There was a time I used to look forward to my husband's stories. Somewhere along the way, I stopped reading them. "I'm just curious," I say, finding the strength to present a genuine smile. "You gave me some ideas about what you're working on before. Infidelity, murder." He takes a deep breath. "You know, I actually thought about what you said on my drive." He looks away from me towards the front window. "I just wrote a book about a husband having an affair. It does get tiring writing about it. I changed my mind. I may tweak some things now." "Great. I guess that means all the work he's done for the past year was for nothing. At this rate, he won't publish his next novel for several more years. Don't you have commitments to your publisher on what you're working on? Don't worry about it, he says, giving me a genuine smile of his own. I know things have been rough, but it'll get better. He leans in and kisses my forehead. When he's close, he looks at the partially closed door to his basement office. He glances at me for a moment, and I feel instantly caught. I got more work to do, he says, opening the door fully and brushing past me. It hits me. The search history, the password notepad still on his desk. He'll see exactly what I saw. He'll know I've seen all he's been Googling, including the one about divorce. Wait, I say, and he stops and turns to me. Let's just relax the rest of the night. He looks at me as if contemplating what to do. I know where his heart really is. It's in the basement. It's continuing with his story or searching for ways to divorce me. I've been waiting for you to come home for the past hour, I explain. I wanted to watch a movie with you. We haven't done that in forever. He hasn't budged from the stairs, but hasn't taken another step down either. I'm not selling him yet. I'll make kettle popcorn for us as well. He raises an eyebrow. That sounds okay. He furrows his eyebrows again almost immediately. No romance movies. We did that terrible one last time. I nod. Okay, whatever you choose works for me. He hesitates a moment before taking a step up the stairs towards me, then pauses again. Well, it will take you a while to make the popcorn. I'll get some work done as you do. He turns again and steps down quickly. Freaked, I shout at him. No! He looks at me, confused by the level of my voice. My mind races with ways to lure him back up the stairs. Why don't you pick out a movie while I make popcorn? Otherwise, you'll be searching forever to find one. We'll be up all night choosing a movie instead of watching one. He looks at me, the expression on his face unchanged. To my surprise, he suddenly nods. You know me well, he jokes. He walks up slowly to the kitchen and closes the basement door fully. He looks behind me out the kitchen window and gives me a wry smile. It's starting to rain again. The perfect weather for a scary movie. He brushes past me again, squeezing my shoulder tightly as he does. Chapter 6. My distraction works well. He picks out a horror movie. It's something I've never heard of before. Some 90s movie called The Blob. Apparently, it's a remake of a much older film. I hate the movie, but I'm too nervous to request him to find something else to watch that wouldn't cause me to be nauseous. Stephen treats Halloween like I do Christmas. I'm one of those women who could start decorating for Christmas in October. The reason retail stores put out Christmas decor so early is because of people like me. Stephen treats Halloween the same. It's only August, but as he tells me, the spooky season is right around the corner. That means I'll have to suffer through more horror movies than usual. In the past, we used to take turns. I'd get my one romance movie, and he'd get one of his choosing. He has a wide taste in genres. He could pick an action flick one day and a musical the next. Sometimes, he'd even force me to watch the same movie twice in the same month. He loves breaking down the story as I attempt to watch. I used to find his comments so fascinating, but now they drive me insane. Unfortunately, he's compelled to add his commentary whenever I get him to watch a Hallmark movie. He'll sit there in silence for the first 10 minutes, and every time, he will pause the movie to break down every major story beat that will happen for the rest of the movie. The worst part is, he's usually correct. It ruins every Hallmark romance I attempt to watch. It's gotten to the point that I watch them on my own, as otherwise he'll spoil them every time. Thankfully, today's horror movie is one he's never seen. The only commentary I get is him pointing out where certain scenes have great writing, or a few guesses about where the story will go. I enjoy the fact that he's wrong this time. I do my best to fill him with popcorn and drink, and as we get closer to the end of the movie, my plan works. He sits back on the couch, his feet on a foot cushion in front of him. Every so often, his head drops backwards, and he forces himself to stay awake to watch the ending. He successfully makes it to the end of the movie, but insists on going to get some work done in his office before heading to bed. Again, I'm able to redirect him. The horror movie he forced upon me was unsettling, and I ask him to come upstairs with me. He laughs at me, but agrees. Again, my plan works. The movie didn't scare me. I was too busy being in my head to notice any of the gore on the screen. In my imagination, I had a much scarier scene playing over and over. It was a conversation between my husband and me after he discovered that I was in his office. In my imagination, I told him about what I read. I told him about the searches for divorce and asked him why he would be looking up such things. He can't tell me it's all for his story. After all, the search was for divorces specifically in Alberta. In my head, I picture us having the conversation that would change our entire marriage. Sometimes, it ended with me yelling at him that I'd give him his divorce. I'd shout how much I hate him and storm out of our house, slamming the front door behind me. Other times, it was him shouting how much he despised being married to me and taking off on his motorcycle. I pictured myself lugging my mom's computer up the stairs from his office and telling him to get his own. Part of me wonders how the real-life conversation would go if he did find out. I worried throughout the movie that he would lose interest and go to his basement office. That didn't happen. Now, he's tired. All I have to do is get him to lay down on the bed, and soon enough, he'll be fully asleep. We go through our nighttime routines, brush our teeth. As I floss, he looks at his curly hair in the mirror, shuffling the short locks around in an attempt to cover his receding hairline better. Business as usual. Unsatisfied with how one of his curls looks, he takes out a pair of scissors and shortens it, tossing the hair in the wastebasket. He notices me staring at him and smiles. "Ready for bed?" he asks. I nod as I finish flossing. We lie in our marital bed, on separate sides. There was a time when he'd be attached to me as we slept. During that period in our marriage, while I felt comforted by his body, I could never fall asleep well with him on me. I'd wait until he was asleep to shuffle free. That doesn't happen anymore, and while I sleep much quicker, I miss the closeness we had in our bed. Soon enough, though, my plan works. His deep breathing turns to soft snores. I shuffle out of bed and look at my sleeping husband before leaving the room. I make my way to the basement office. When I get to the kitchen and open the basement door, I flick on the light switch, but immediately turn it off, worried that if I keep the light on and my husband comes down the stairs, he'll know I'm in his office. I make my way down the steps carefully, with the assistance of the flashlight on my cell phone. As quickly as the old computer will allow me, I attempt to log back on. With my anxiety strong, I somehow spell his password wrong, putting in the wrong numbers. When I log on, I take a deep breath and look at the screen. Had Stephen gone to his basement office, he would have seen his search history about how divorce works in Alberta on the screen right away. It would have been more than obvious that I was snooping. That won't happen, though. I exit out of the browser and feel relieved already. I realized that his password notebook is still on the desk as well. I would have been caught with my hand right in the cookie jar had he come downstairs. It takes me a moment to find Stephen King's book On Writing on my husband's shelf, and I stuff the notepad back in its original place. I look back at the computer screen, and I'm about to power it off when I notice all the folders on my husband's desktop screen. Most are book titles. As I skim them, two catch my attention. Life insurance. I click on the folder, and two documents pop up. It's been forever since I've seen them, not since we signed the policies. Stephen was worried that if something happened to him, I'd struggle without having a job. The insurance didn't just cover death, but serious injuries as well. With how pricing worked with the company we signed with, it didn't cost much more for me to sign up for my own policy as well. One of the PDF documents is labeled my policy. The other, Emily's life insurance. It's been years since I looked at the policy. Curious about what we signed up for, I click on my policy and wait impatiently for it to load. When it does, a pop-up message appears and asks if I'd like to resume where I left off in the document. I furrow my eyebrows as I click yes. It goes directly to the part in the document that has the criteria Stephen would need to meet to be able to collect my life insurance. Confused, I read some of them. A certificate of death is required. Proof of him being the beneficiary with proper paperwork is also needed. My mind flashes back to my husband's recent search results. They were about life insurance. Something about murder and being a suspect. A loud thud scares me, and I quickly turn my head, expecting to see my husband coming down the stairs as I snoop further on his computer. He's not there, thankfully. The thudding continues, and I feel relieved when I notice it's the small window in the other side of the office. The wind pushes the rain hard against the window pane. Scared and hyper-vigilant, I decide I need to stop what I'm doing. I'm tired myself, and I'm letting my thoughts run wild. The thought of his new story makes me realize something else. I exit my life insurance file and search the folders on his computer. All of them are labeled. The book names are all familiar to me. All except for one. He killed his wife. Such a direct title. Not much of a mystery in figuring out what the story's about. I hover my mouse over the folder as the rain beats against the window pane. As I let out a heavy breath, I click on the folder, waiting with nervous anticipation at what I'll find. Another pop-up message appears on the screen requesting a password. I try the one I used to log on to the computer. No luck. I grab the password notebook and search through it, but none of the labeled pages are for his new book. Thunder startles me as I try and search. What happens if I continue getting the password wrong? I wonder. Will it lock the file? Would my husband know someone was attempting to click on it? How would I explain that? It would be obvious it was me. Lightning streaks across the sky outside, illuminating the dimly lit office. The poster of my husband's book, She Died That Night, stares back at me. Suddenly, I don't feel like being down here any longer. What am I even trying to do anyways? My thoughts have been running wild because of the searches on the computer. I shake my head in disgust at how stupidly I've been thinking today. Part of me knows it's stemming from the feelings I've been trying to ignore. I'm not happy in my marriage. Is that what my inner thoughts all boiled down to? I move the mouse and hit the power off button. The loud computer tower finally goes quiet after what feels like forever. The basement is much darker now. The only light comes from a street light that helps me find the stairs behind me. I make my way cautiously through my husband's office and slowly put my foot on the first step, confident that I'm not tripping. I reach the top of the steps and begin to close the basement door behind me when I hear a noise. This time, it's not coming from outside. I hear a shuffle and a creaking step that's not mine. What are you doing? Chapter 7. I turn and see the dark silhouette of a man in the living room. His broad shoulders seem to grow as he moves towards me. The faint light from the kitchen window reveals my husband's face. He looks puzzled as he stares at me. "Hey!" I say, nearly out of breath. The rain bashes against the kitchen window. A flash of lightning reveals my husband's smirk. "I couldn't sleep. I wanted some water." He tilts his head and looks across the kitchen towards the fridge water dispenser. He comes up to me and I shiver as he gets close. He moves past me and softly brushes his hand past my face. His hand pushes against the partially open basement door until it closes firmly. He fixes the glasses on his face and smiles at me for a moment. The same smile that can appear so welcoming and jovial during the day appears more ominous in the dim light. He knows. He must have known I was in his basement office. The scenarios that ran through my head all night about me confronting him are about to happen. My marriage is about to go through its toughest test yet. "Why are you looking up how divorce works? Why are you looking at my life insurance policy? What are those odd other searches for?" I want to know. The quiet in the room stirs me. This isn't how I wanted this conversation to go. Thunder and lightning finally arrive, timed perfectly with my anxiety. I take a deep breath. Suddenly, the idea of having that talk scares me. It's late. A thunderstorm outside is setting the mood for disaster to unfold. My quiet husband is watching me, waiting for me to be the first to start this terrible conversation I don't want to have. I open my mouth, hoping my brain will figure out at the last second what to say. Stephen turns and walks towards the cupboard. He grabs a glass and fills it with water from the fridge dispenser. He approaches me slowly and gently hands me the glass. In the dim light, I can see his white teeth forming a smile, but his eyes tell me something different. A look that something is off. "Let's go back to bed," he says softly. Chapter 8. I toss and turn in bed, attempting to fall asleep but can't for the life of me. Instead, thoughts of the day swirl inside my brain, not letting me rest. My husband is asleep again. As I continue to find some peace to drift to sleep, my mind races with other ideas. "Pack a bag," a voice tells me. Better yet, don't. Just leave. Grab your purse. That's all you need. Don't stay here another night. Why do I feel so panicked? I'm a little more than paranoid. I'm petrified. The searches on the computer have my thoughts going to places I never imagined. How to kill your wife and get away with it. I feel like I'm going insane for what I'm starting to think. My husband's a thriller writer. I've read his books myself. I know what they're like. Dark, scary. His characters are always plotting to murder one another. What if that's not the case this time? What if my husband is planning something else? A flash of Stephen's face hits me from the dining table today at dinner. He told me I'd like the ending of his new book. I never like the ending of his books. They're the antithesis of what I enjoy in a story. The characters are never truly happy. It's always a bittersweet finale. A loose feeling that justice has been served is given to the readers. He's always leaving the house and tells me he's plotting out his next book. He's only thinking of ideas, but he hasn't written a word, as far as I know. His book titled, "He Killed His Wife on the Computer" is password protected. Since when would Stephen worry about me clicking on his draft or notes? Why the sudden secrecy? Why is he looking at my insurance policy? Why does everything he's doing come off so ominously today? Lightning strikes close to our house, and the entire room illuminates for a split second. I turn my head, and my husband continues to rest peacefully, while his wife beside him worries. Right after, booming thunder scares me. Stephen tosses in the bedsheets. I look towards our walk-in closet. Inside is our wedding album, our love story. If the woman in those pictures knew how scared she'd be tonight, I wonder what she'd think. I can barely wrap my head around my fears. My brain won't allow me to fully register what scares me. Is my husband planning to kill me? Is he planning to bury me afterwards so nobody will find my body? Is he planning to collect my life insurance money? Is that why he's so concerned about collecting from the policy if he's a suspect? When I told him about my concerns around money today, he didn't seem worried. "It'll get better," he told me. Why? Will it be because I'll be rotting in the ground somewhere and he'll collect off my death? I catch my breath and my thoughts. I shake my head in disbelief at how stupid I am for even thinking such ideas. Stephen is my husband. He's a writer. He may write about dark things, but he's a good man. He's never raised a hand toward me. He's never cursed at me. In fact, he tries his best to avoid arguments in general. He's not a murderer. Those are his characters. That's just what he writes about. Just because he writes about murder doesn't mean he wants to do those acts himself. I remember when we first started dating. We were at an Italian restaurant in downtown Calgary. He was telling me the story he was plotting out at the time. It was for a book he wrote called The Wife Who Never Was. As he explained the premise to me, I couldn't help but wonder where my boyfriend came up with these dark and sinister ideas. I asked him. It's a stupid question to ask a writer. He's always told me he hates it when people ask because the true answer is he has no clue. The ideas just flow to him. We could be having a loving moment, and suddenly his eyes go vacant, and I know he's in his head thinking about something terrible with the fake people in his head. I told him that I can't believe such a good person, a funny and charming man like him, could always be thinking of such dark thoughts. How someone so nice could make up these bloody book ideas. He laughed when I said it at the restaurant. It took him a moment before he commented on my statement, though. He explained that for whatever reason, the dark thoughts just come to him. He said that everyone has dark thoughts. For many, those thoughts can be upsetting for even thinking them. But you can't control what happens in your brain. It happens automatically. He told me that instead of getting upset with those thoughts or forcing yourself to redirect those thoughts to something more positive, he lets them run wild. He lets those terrible ideas play out in his head. It gives him inspiration to write a scene. Those dark thoughts are his muse to come up with the twists his readers adore or the scenes where a character is unexpectedly murdered. Those dark thoughts are his career. He explained the only difference between him and me is he doesn't shame himself for those ideas that are already inside him. He welcomes them. He rewards his mind for thinking of them. My husband likes to preach about his writing. He loves talking about the craft of telling a story, but that dinner at the Italian restaurant worried me. It made me realize how different I was from him. I found it unsettling. He, on the other hand, continued eating his carbonara. As he scooped in the delicious carbs, I questioned what was going on in my boyfriend's mind. A flash of light illuminates the room again as the relentless rain strikes the window pane. I wait for another boom of thunder. When I turn my head, I see eyes staring back and gasp. Stephen sleepily laughs. The thunder finally comes as I stare at my husband looking back at me. "What's going on with you today?" he asks. I turn my head from him, unable to meet his gaze. "Nothing." "Are you still upset that I left after dinner?" he asks. "I know that was stupid of me. I just had this great idea in my head and wanted to play it out with the drive around." Play it out. Given his searches, I know what that means. "I was upset," I admit. "I know," he says with a sigh. "Sometimes I let my creativity get in the way of us. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left like that." He touches the side of my arm, and for a moment, I flinch. "Wow, you're really upset." "No," I say. "I'm just out of it." "You're worried about money?" he asks. "I know. It's been a rough year. Things are going to get better, though. You'll see." I turn my head and meet his eyes. I'm not sure what I expect to see when I do, but his brown eyes are soft as he caresses my arm and kisses my shoulder. "Why do you say that?" I ask. "Do you know something I don't about why we shouldn't worry about money? Things are getting really tight." "I know," he says. "If something happens, if this storm destroys our roof or floods the basement, we won't even be able to cover the deductible from our insurance to fix it." When I talk about insurance, I think about the policy on my life. "Things have been bad before," he tells me. "It's not easy being married to a writer, I know. You're only as good as your last book, and I know mine haven't been performing so well. I think that's why it took such a long time to come up with my next story. I want readers to like it, just like they did with She Died That Night." He lets out a heavy breath. "But we also have to pay the bills. It's a fine line between writing drivel and writing a good story. I feel that pressure on me to produce, and sometimes that makes it worse. It's hard to know if a story idea will play out the way you intend it to when readers are reading it. You publish it, hope for the best, and hope your publisher still wants to work with you for your next idea." He lets out a heavy sigh. Then you have readers' reviews. You read those and it either puts a smile on your face or breaks your heart. I don't want to listen to another one of his rants about reader reviews. It's too late for that. So, why aren't you concerned? I ask, getting back to my point. Everything he just said seems like a reason to be worried. For a moment, I consider talking to him about getting a day job again. I think better of it, though, and drop the idea instantly. Well, I have you, he says, so I'm not worried. Everything will be okay. It always works out for us. I smile back at him as he says the words until dark thoughts of my own hit me. He has me? Does that mean he has my life insurance policy? Is that why he's not worried? I stop my mind from running wild and concentrate back on reality. What he meant was supposed to be sweet. We have each other, and that's all we need. I love you, he says softly. Our eyes meet, and for a moment, I see the man who scribbled in his book, flirting with me that day in the bookstore. The man I judged for wearing joggers in public. The same man who judged the amount of soup I bought. I love you too, I say, my eyes teary from the whirlwind of emotions inside me. If only my husband knew the dark thoughts I had tonight. He'd leave me instantly. That, or he'd use it for inspiration for a new book. I turn away from him and look at the rain striking the window. Everything will be okay, he says softly as I close my eyes. I promise. Chapter 9. Journal entry. Last night felt like it was right out of a horror movie. The thunderstorm only added to the underlying terror. When I read Stephen's search history, it scared me. The insurance information and where he had left the document worried me. Nearly being caught by my husband as I snuck around our house was petrifying. I thought for sure he knew what I was doing. The searches on the computer flashed repeatedly in my head last night. How to kill your wife and get away with it. After I thought he'd caught me, my imagination ran wild. What if my husband went through with it? As I lay in bed with him, and he told me how much he loved me, I knew how silly I was being. Husbands who plan to murder their wives don't say kind words like that unprompted. At least, I don't think so. If only the victims of violence that turns deadly could share their voice, I wonder what they would say. Did they know something was wrong? Did they have an inclination that their life was in danger living with their husband? Were there any indicators that murder was going to happen? Or was it all a surprise in those terrible last moments of their life? Even the thought of it petrifies me. Thankfully, that's not what's happening in my house. My emotions got the better of me. That's all. My worry is just a symptom of something bigger. I'm worried about my marriage. I know we're not doing great. I know things aren't where they should be. I'm in a position, though, where I can do something about it. I can let the symptoms of my marriage breaking down control me, or I can fix it. Stephen and I married each other for a reason. Those reasons go beyond things like chicken soup and jogging pants. We love each other deeply. We are best friends. Sometimes friends can be distant, but that doesn't mean you don't want to be friends with them anymore. It just means more effort needs to be made to be friendlier. That's all this is. I'll put yesterday behind me. Today is a new day, and I'll treat it as a new beginning. Stephen's downstairs in his office right now. Amanda's supposed to come by for tea. I'm looking forward to our time together, but after she leaves, I want to come up with a fun idea for Stephen and me. A date night out, maybe? Yesterday, we watched a horror movie. I got him to watch it with me for not exactly innocent reasons, but we spent time together. Quality time. That's all we need to fix things. Time together. Me making him a romantic dinner was a start. Watching a movie afterwards was another example of things we can do together that will only help our marriage. Plus, I know Stephen is always up for watching something. He'd probably love me even more if I told him I wanted to rewatch The Blob for a second night in a row. I need to put those thoughts I had last night behind me. I need to focus on what matters. My marriage. My love for Stephen and his love for me. That's what counts. I hate myself for thinking otherwise. Last night, when he told me he loved me, if I'm being honest with myself, part of me was worried he was just saying the words. I was worried what he said was empty. I hate how negative I can be. My husband does not want to kill me. As I write this, I feel even more stupid for thinking so. I laugh now, reflecting on how I was reacting yesterday. It was almost like I was in a scene out of one of my husband's books. This isn't a murder novel, though. Our marriage is a love story. Chapter 10. That's not normal, Amanda says, her eyes wide. I was looking forward to having tea with my friend today at my place, but instead it's turned into another session of her telling me how crappy of a husband Stephen is and why he's no longer a good candidate to remain my spouse. Oh, and she also slipped in another mention of David Lindner to me. He's just writing a book, I say, trying to explain why I'm not concerned about the searches on his computer. She takes a deep breath and shakes her head. Emily, you're not looking at this right. She touches the side of her head as if confused why I don't see it myself. Who searches for how to kill their wife and get away with it? I let out a laugh. Well, psychological thriller authors, crime writers, serial killers too, Amanda interjects. Bad ones, I point out. Police will obviously see search histories like that if they're caught. Amanda smiles. Exactly. Isn't that fitting? She says with a laugh of her own. Your husband has the defense of saying he's just researching information for a book instead of getting away with murder. I sigh. Amanda, you're building this up to be something stupid. Stephen's not a dangerous person. I'm just joking. But no offense, your husband always creeped me out. Anybody who writes that kind of stuff is messed up. He has a lot of readers, I say. I guess they're messed up too. Amanda shakes her head. It's one thing to watch a scary movie. It's another to create a weird story like that. All I'm saying is, if you ever go missing, I'll know who did it, she says with a funny tone. It's noon and we've been going back and forth about my husband for 20 minutes now. It's getting frustrating to listen to. Okay, fine, Amanda says. What about the life insurance information? Why look that up? I shrug. I don't know. Maybe it's for a character he's writing? Murder for life insurance is not uncommon in his type of books either. I'm sure he wanted to know what a real life insurance policy actually said for authentic storytelling. Why didn't he look at his life insurance policy? Why yours? I shrug again. I don't know. Why do you even have life insurance? She says with a bewildered face. I understand why he would, but why you? I look for the words to defend my husband, struggling to form a sentence. It just makes sense to have it. In case something happens to me, maybe he can't live here anymore, I say, gesturing at our home. Maybe he'll have a hard time writing as a widow and wouldn't be able to afford this place anymore. Amanda smirks. You know who else is a widow? I raise a finger in anger now. Just stop, Amanda. I don't want to hear about David anymore. I know you don't like my husband. I'm not the kind of woman who'd leave Stephen. We made a vow. Amanda nods, taking a sip of her now cold tea and putting it on the kitchen table. And that brings me to my next point, one that's much more likely than murder. She pauses for dramatic effect. What if he's cheating? I blurt out a laugh. Stephen's not that kind of man. She purses her lips. Where's your husband right now? Just out. I say. Where, though? I look outside the window. I don't know. I told you how he drives around and... Amanda cuts me off. Finds his inspiration for his book, right? How do you know that's what he's really doing? Amanda, I trust my husband. She lowers her head and softens her usual harsh voice. Emily, I'm worried. The things you've told me and the weird searches, everything. It's odd. You tell me your husband just jumps on his motorcycle and takes off half the time and doesn't come home for hours. You don't know where he goes or what he does or who he's with, and you think that's normal behavior? Don't be a pushover with this man. Unable to find a response, I stare blankly at my friend. I hate her at this moment. Why does she have to drag me down when I'm feeling better about my marriage? Why does she call me names? Pushover? I'm far from that. He loves me, Amanda, I say. He even said it last night. I felt it was genuine. I glance at the magnetic knife block that he bought recently for me. It wasn't for a special occasion. He saw it online and thought I'd like it. I pointed out to Amanda as an example of how he thinks about me. She doesn't seem too impressed. He knows when he's wrong, I continue. He even apologized for leaving after I cooked him dinner. Well, that's a start, Amanda says, her tone returning to its normal cadence. But if I were you, I'd search his credit card information or debit card transactions. Do you share an account? Yeah, but I'm not... You know who found out their husband was cheating on them by searching their accounts? I don't bother asking who, and wait for Amanda to tell me. She does with a wide smile on her face. Remember Jenny and Jason from high school? Well, yeah. When I came back to Rangdon last year, I connected with her too, and she told me all about the secret dinners he paid for on their shared credit card. Jenny didn't usually do the banking side of things in the marriage, which was why he was able to hide his affair for so long. My eyebrows raise as she tells me the terrible story. Of course I remember Jenny and Jason. They were high school sweethearts, who also won prom queen and king our senior year. Her grin widens as she continues. I wonder why she seems to be taking such enjoyment in something so terrible. Jenny would sit at her laptop, refreshing the online bank account for hours when her husband disappeared, like yours, until she found what she was looking for, a transaction at a restaurant. She ran out the door so quickly she made it to the restaurant before they left and called him and his little floozy out in front of everyone. No way, I say, generally amazed I never heard this news. When? A few months ago, Amanda says, waving me off. And I asked her, did you see this coming? Jenny said she knew things were off, but she would never have guessed Jason was capable of having an affair. He acted normal. They went out, held hands. They did things together. They had plenty of sex even, and yet... Amanda looks at me. How are things in your bedroom? Just stop, I say, turning away from my friend. I'm not doing this every time with you. Yeah, that means it's not good. Listen. Her voice softened again for dramatic effect. You need to know the truth. You deserve it. You know something is wrong. That's why you were snooping on his computer to begin with. You know something is off, but don't know what. She sighs. I'm sure you're right about those awfully weird Google searches. But what if you're wrong about what's really happening? There's a moment of silence before I break the growing tension. There's nothing happening, I say with little proof to defend my position. Everything is fine. Amanda pats my knee. Why is he searching about divorce, Emily? She says even softer. Come on, girl. I'm worried about you. I lower my head. Things have been hard. I take another moment before I meet her gaze with confidence. But we just have to work things out. We always do. Everyone in a marriage always tries, until one day one of them gives up. What if Stephen already has? Now it's her who takes a deep breath. Look, you know something's off. Women need to follow their intuition more. You need to follow yours. When's Stephen coming back? I look away from her, unable to meet her eyes. I swear my friend has a lie detector machine attached to her brain. She'll know right away how concerned I am. I'm not sure, I say. I never really know. Amanda nods and abruptly stands up. Perfect! That gives us enough time to figure out more. She walks across the kitchen. What are you doing? I say, confused. What you should have been doing the moment your husband left this morning, she says, tilting her head. She stands by the basement door, opening it slowly. It's time we see what else we can find. We need to look at his computer more. No, Amanda, I say, trying to get her to stop. She doesn't. I let out a heavy sigh as she steps downstairs. Amanda! She looks back at me, a look of concern on her face. I know you're worried about what you'll find. That's why you have a friend like me. You're welcome. She smiles at me before heading down again. Stephen could come back, I warn her. That's why you're upstairs, she yells. Chapter 11. You stand guard upstairs, Amanda shouts. If you spot Stephen, give me a signal and I'll jet upstairs. Amanda, I protest. This is not a good idea. It's only a bad one if we get caught. I know, my friend. There's no talking her out of this. Why are you still at the top of the stairs? She asks. Go by the window or something. It's a good thing he's riding a motorcycle, the loudest mode of transportation of all time. We'll hear him coming a mile away. I smile at the realization of how good Amanda is at sneaking around. She's much better than I am, at least. Okay. I take a deep breath before I head towards the living room window. After a few minutes, she calls out, Oh my God! What? I shout as I run to the stairs. There's a moment of silence before she answers. Emily? How does your husband have such poor decorating taste? My entire body deflates immediately. Amanda! You freaked me out! Your husband's tacky knickknacks in his office freak me out, she shouts back. I mean, he has these little bobblehead toys that are stacked up on top of each other in the corner. No color coordination anywhere. I smile. Amanda knows me well. I mean, Emily, have you ever been down here? I laugh. I know it's bad. That's his space, though. It looks like some blind dork lives down here, she shouts back. I shake my head. To log in, the password is capybara19! Okay. Are you watching for him? I nod and head back to the living room, peering outside the front window. My heart nearly jumps when I see a vehicle drive by. Ugh! Amanda shouts. My heart flutters again as to what she's found. What? I ask again, running to the stairs. There's another pause. Your computer is shit. My body loosens again. I know. It's bad. It's taking forever, she continues. It takes all the fun out of snooping when you have to wait this long. For a moment, I think about telling her to stop. She just told me the heart-wrenching story about Jenny and Jason's divorce. What if someday soon, Amanda's in another friend's house telling them the story about how she snooped on my computer and found out about Stephen's affair? Will Amanda have the same stupid smirk on her face when telling the story about the downfall of my marriage? Amanda? I call out to her, but she interrupts me. Okay, finally, she says. What's that password again? I lower my head. I want her to come back upstairs. But what if she finds something I didn't? What if she's right? I'm not looking at what's plain to see because of my biases. Capybara 19! I yell back. Okay! I slowly head into the living room, feeling the weight of what's happening as I do. I'm having my friend snoop on my husband's computer. I'm looking out for my Stephen. So much for me treating today as a new day. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen. Hey! Amanda shouts from downstairs. How do you spell capybara again? I let out a heavy sigh. Amanda, just come back upstairs. Just tell me how to spell it. I'm not some fancy author, okay? There's a pause, but when I don't answer, she gets more irritated. I'm not some fancy author's wife either, okay? Just tell me how to spell it. I shake my head and stand by the basement door, shouting down the empty staircase. Capybara. Got it! Thanks. I turn my head, but she yells at me some more. And hey, you're welcome. I scoff. Sure, I'm thankful that my pushy friend has taken it on herself to spy on my husband's computer. It hits me why I'm not making her come upstairs. It's not because I'm some pushover, but I'm worried what she'll find if I let her continue searching. I knew it! Amanda shouts now, causing my heart to stop in anticipation. I told you. What did you find? I say, confused. How could she have found something so quickly? I told you, Emily. I don't wait for an explanation and instead hurry down the stairs to see for myself. What did you find? I ask again, but my face drops when I see what's on the screen. Nothing. She's still on the login screen. What are you doing? I knew how to spell capybara right, she says with a laugh. She turns to me and glances back at the screen. Don't you get it? He changed the password. My eyebrows furrow as I look at the screen. No, I say. I was just here last night. I brush past her, causing the chair and Amanda to roll out of the way. I furiously type in the password and hit enter. Confused, I say the password out loud as I type it in slower and press enter again. Again, the password that worked last night is suddenly wrong. It's like you said, Amanda continues. He knew you were in his office last night. I shake my head and start looking for the password book. You told me Stephen was in his office this morning, she said. What if he was trying to figure out what you were looking at? Did you click on the searches you found in his history? I don't answer her immediately. Yeah, I did. I don't immediately see the password book. I easily spot On Writing by Stephen King, but the smaller password book isn't there where it should be. In my haste the night before, I must have misplaced it. I place my finger at the beginning of the bookshelf and follow along, reading the spine of each book, but can't find it. He must know that you looked at those searches then, she says. It will show on the history if he looks. That stops me in my tracks as I look at her. I didn't think about that. Changing passwords suddenly is another sign, Amanda says. I turn from her and keep searching. Of what? I ask. Infidelity? Amanda continues. What are you looking for? Stephen keeps this password book for everything. I can't find it, though. I swear I put it on his bookshelf last night. Amanda shakes her head and turns to look at the screen. So now the passwords were changed, and you can't find the password book you held last night. Emily, do I need to say the obvious here? Stop! I say in frustration as I try my best to calm my nerves and find the stupid little book. I trust him. I turn to her, and the look on her face says it all. My actions do not match my words. Why am I trying to find the password book if I trust him? Why are we in his office trying to log into the computer if I don't think anything suspicious will be found? You need to trust your intuition, Amanda says again. You? The loud insect sound of a lawnmower starting cuts us off. Both of us are silent, heads turned towards the top of the stairs. He's home, Amanda says, nearly as frightened as me. But when the sound continues, I realize what's happening. I look at her and the login screen. No, it's not him. Chapter 12. Emily, my friend says in a harsh tone. What am I staring at in your backyard? She turns her head slowly to me. What is that? I'm taken back at her description of a man as a thing, but I can understand her confusion. Tanner Gates isn't exactly the lawn maintenance guy I envisioned myself having. His jeans are dirty and torn on one side. His blonde mullet moves gently with the breeze as he pushes the lawnmower across the front yard. Today he's wearing a button shirt for a change, but only a few buttons are holding it in place. A large gold cross on a chain is across his black undershirt. I notice in dismay that Tanner appears to have added a new tattoo to the collection on his body, only this one is on his right cheek. I can't make out what word it says, but I imagine it's nothing responsible sounding. When Tanner notices Amanda and I staring at him, he momentarily waves. I smile and greet him through the window. Amanda, on the other hand, watches the young man push the lawnmower, waiting for my reply. He's a neighborhood boy, I say under my breath. Boy? She says. How old is he? 18, I say. His mom lives a few blocks down. He's fine. Fine, Amanda says with the same harsh tone. The young man looks like he might rob me as I leave. She lets out a laugh. What is he doing in your backyard? I'm sure she doesn't mean for me to explain the obvious. Stephen hired him to take care of the grass. He shovels during the winter for us, too. He's been doing it for years, since even before we married. Amanda looks at me, a wide smile across her face. Emily, there is 0% chance he's not spending the money you give him on crack. She leans forward and looks at him closer. Oh my. Look, a face tattoo. She squints. Respect. How lovely. It's spelled correctly as well. Great. I don't respond. Does Amanda have to be hypercritical of everyone? Although her criticism of my gardener is not exactly out of place. I don't tell her the truth. Tanner may look like he has a drug problem, but he doesn't. Currently, at least. Stephen tells me he's been clean and sober for the past 6 months. Tanner even asked him to come to his AA meeting where he received a special pin, which Stephen happily attended. Stephen was so happy when he shared the news with me. It was almost as if he was a proud father. That's something else I won't share with Amanda. Tanner's dad ran out on him and his mother when he was little. I'm sure Amanda would have some snarky comments about that as well. Looks can be deceiving. Tanner isn't a bad kid. Misguided, yes. Troubled past, most certainly. Does that make him a criminal? No. Amanda turns to me. You told me you're having money problems, but you hire convicted felons to mow your grass? Amanda! I say with a harsh tone. She gets the point. Well, she continues, shouldn't you just cut the grass? She catches herself. I don't mean you, though. I mean, can't your husband contribute anything in your household? You cook and clean. He can't, she points outside, tend to the lawn? I stand back from the window as it's getting odd watching Tanner do his work. Stephen can and does sometimes. He likes hiring the guy. He's been doing it for years. Tanner looks up to Stephen. Amanda looks away from the young man and back at me. I'm just worried. There's a lot going on here, Emily. Your husband leaves at all times, day or night, and you don't know where he goes. Those weird Google searches? I don't know. It all gives me a weird feeling. I don't answer, mostly because I'm not sure if part of me agrees or not. I know, Amanda says, looking at her cell. I'm a lot. I don't know how you put up with me. She grabs her purse from the kitchen table and slips her cell inside. I need to get going. Thanks for coming, I say. I mean it. I know you have my best interests at heart. That's why I still love you. She laughs, but immediately her expression becomes more serious again. I'm here for you. Just know that I'm in your corner. I know. Thanks. We embrace before she leaves. I watch her as she passes by Tanner in the driveway. Tanner glances at her as she gets inside her car. When he notices me watching, he quickly pushes the mower down the lawn and looks away. As I watch my friend leave, part of me knows she's right. I think of our old high school friend and Amanda's story about her husband's affair. How terrible it must have been for her to find out the man she committed herself to broke those vows. Does anyone really promise anything with true intentions anymore? Another love story with an unhappy ending. I sit at the table for a moment before my mind starts racing. I think of Jenny refreshing her online banking to find out where her husband was bringing his side girl. I imagine the feeling of disgust and anger roiling inside her when she saw her husband and the other woman at the restaurant. What would I say to Stephen if I were in that situation? I imagine I'd be the same. A fireball of emotion, blowing up in front of everyone to witness. Publicly shame my husband for fooling around behind my back. Stephen changed the login password to the computer. Why? Is Amanda right? He's cheating. A voice inside me screams. I ignore it. That's not Stephen. I married him not just because he was an author. He has morals. He's a good person. I peer outside at Tanner and his loose shirt and mullet blowing in the wind. Who else would continue hiring a young man like him? Who else would root for his sobriety? He doesn't have to. He does it because he's a kind-hearted man. A good man. So, why did he change the password? What's he hiding on his computer? I storm to my purse, grab my wallet, and pull out my debit card. I may not have online access, but I can still log in through my phone. I take out my cell and start punching in the site address. I'm about to open my account when I lower my cell and debit card. My stomach is in knots. I feel nauseous. I just want to know what's happening in my marriage. I look outside and Tanner zigs the lawnmower down and zags it towards me. Our eyes meet and he nods with a thin smile. I turn my back and look at the debit card in my hand. Chapter 13. Journal entry. There was a time I thought my husband was a true romantic. I thought I married the most romantic man on earth. I married a man who wasn't scared to be vulnerable with me. I married a writer. Our love was so exciting at the beginning. He told me once that some of the best stories he's written have an element of romance to them. He enjoyed writing the romantic scenes between his characters before all hell breaks loose. It adds so much more depth to a book when two characters you think are meant to be break down and get worse with every page you read. Is that what my life is? It feels like my world is another one of my husband's stories. My husband hates novels where we find out it was all a dream. The adventure the main character had was all a lie, to trick the readers into a twist they hate. I wish that was the case for me. I wish I'd wake up from this nightmare. As I write this, tears stain the pages of my journal. I did exactly what Jenny did. I couldn't log into my bank account from the computer but used my phone like I always do. Just like Jenny found. There's a transaction. It's a coffee place across town called Rancher's Cafe. He could still be there. I wanted to write this out to stop myself from doing what my heart wants to do. I love my husband. I trust him. So why did I check the bank account to see where he is? Why do I need to know if he's still at the cafe and who he's with? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is it all a dream? Pinch me, please. Chapter 14. I park around the corner from the cafe and make my way there, my mind racing ahead of me as to what I might see. I've been to Rancher's Cafe in this past. It has a rustic elegance to it. Reclaimed barnwood beams stretch across the vaulted ceiling, giving it an authentic presence. I quite like it there. The coffee's not the best, though. As I get closer, I imagine seeing my husband sitting alone, sipping an espresso. He's jotting notes in his little book for his novel, just like he told me he was doing. Then my mind goes to the other extreme. He's with someone. A woman. A pretty woman. Thankfully, I'm near the cafe now. I can let my mind settle and put all my concerns to rest. I realize I'm nearly running as I get closer and slow my pace. I'll for sure be spotted if I'm so hurried like this. I think about how I'm going to do this. Do I walk by the cafe? Do I step inside and pretend I wanted a drink myself? That seems like a much better idea. Rancher's Cafe has places to sit outside, and it's a beautiful day. But Stephen may not be on the patio. That's when I see him. He's sitting outside in the patio area. A smile blooms across my face when I let it sink in that he's alone. I even see his motorcycle parked on the side of the street near him. For a moment, all my fears and worries disappear. All I feel is the happiness about how wrong I was, and how stupid I was for even considering that my husband was up to no good. My grin widens as I get closer. I'm about to call out his name, but stop myself. My face drops when she pulls up a chair and sits with him. Chapter 15. I watch as the much younger woman smiles at my husband. She has a mug in her hand and blows into it through her cherry-painted lips. My husband's mouth opens and words come out. He's smiling at her as he waits for her to say something back. I can't hear a word from where I am. At any moment, one of them could turn their head and see me. But I'm frozen. I feel like my entire body has broken down. My arms can't move. My legs are stuck to the sidewalk. My head is unable to turn away from what I'm witnessing. I put the blonde-haired woman's age to be somewhere between early to mid-20s. Her outfit makes her appear older. She's wearing a dark gray pantsuit. Meanwhile, my husband, 35, can't take his eyes off the pretty girl in front of him. This woman would have any man's attention. It's so cliché. A bored husband cheats on his devoted wife with a much younger woman. A woman who devoted her life to making his perfect. Stephen says something to her that causes her to put her head back and laugh. Her girlish voice bothers me even more. She has a cute laugh to her. The kind of voice Stephen loves. When we first started dating, he commented about how he adored my girlish giggle. Now he has an upgraded me sitting in front of him. I feel my blood start to boil. Who is this woman? Why is she sitting with my husband? I can hear Amanda's voice taunting me in my head. You should have listened to your intuition. I told you so, girl. You didn't listen, and now you've been played. What are you going to do about it? I imagine myself shouting at them, a lot of four-letter words escaping my lips. What did Jenny say to her husband when she caught him with another woman? Another thought hits me. What if this isn't what I think it is? I take a few deep breaths as I watch the two converse. He's not at a fancy restaurant on a date. It's just coffee. There's a chance that this woman doesn't even know Stephen. What if she's a fan of his work and spotted him at the cafe and asked to sit with him? After all, that's how Stephen and I met. I knew he was a writer when I read the article about him in the local newspaper. Stephen is well known in town. Many people know who he is and his work. This could be just a fan encounter, a pushy woman who wanted to chat with him, praise his work, a fan who just so happens to be gorgeous and young. a blue-eyed, pretty fan who wants to speak to my husband. I start to see red as all these thoughts run wild in my head. If this is just a pushy fan, why isn't she leaving the table? What makes her think my husband would want to sit and talk to her for such an extended period? My husband likes to talk, though. He loves discussing books and stories. If she is a fan, it wouldn't be hard to get my husband to talk if it's about his favorite subject, himself. There's also the outfit to take into consideration. Why is she dressed so professionally? The cafe is located in downtown Rangdon. She must work nearby. Someone brushes past me on the sidewalk. "Excuse me," the man in a suit jacket says. I don't reply, but take in his professional outfit and look back at the mystery woman. She must work in an office nearby. She isn't a fan of my husband's books, I start to believe. She works around here. Stephen chose this cafe to meet with her. She must be on a break, taking a quick break from work to have coffee with my husband. I watch as Stephen lets out an audible laugh. She joins him. It isn't so cute. They look so happy together. Stephen's black motorcycle helmet is on the floor beside the table. He reaches for it and holds it in his hand. The two stare at each other, and no words appear to be spoken. "What are you doing?" I ask as if my husband will tell me. "Why are you with her?" The two still aren't speaking. I realize exactly what it is. An awkward pause. Those moments in a relationship when you just stare at each other, admiring the person in front of you. I know what comes after that type of exchange. I'm about to watch my husband kiss another woman. My eyes widen with rage as I wait for their lips to connect. I feel my fists clench. I imagine that when the two of them kiss, I'll grab the lipstick-stained mug of hers and bash her head with it. My mouth drops when Stephen suddenly stands. I wait for her to do the same. Only she doesn't. My husband says something to her, his helmet held tightly in his hand. She smiles and waves. He turns and for a moment looks my way. I quickly move my head, my body suddenly remembering how to function, and begin walking briskly the other way. He saw me. He was looking directly at me for a split second. Don't look back. If I do, he'll be staring at me. He'll know I was here. Why is that so bad? I should storm up to him before he takes off on his motorcycle. I should yell at that mystery woman before she leaves the table soon after. I need to know what I just witnessed. What did I see? My husband and a woman were having coffee. That's it. My mind wrestles between wanting to scream in rage or tell myself I'm going insane for thinking I saw anything that wasn't harmless. I stop in my tracks and turn my head slightly. As I do, I see Stephen on his motorcycle starting the ignition. He waves at the young woman before positioning the bike to drive away. As he does, I realize in fear that he's coming my way. Pretty soon, he'll be looking directly at me. I immediately continue walking down the block. An intersection is close. I just have to make it to the light and get to another street. I hear the loud sound of my husband's motorcycle revving as it gets closer. I'm walking away, my back to Stephen. But all it would take is for him to turn his head to realize his wife is there. What are the chances he won't see me walking down a sidewalk by a one-lane road in downtown Rangdon? I'm not going to make it to the intersection. There's nowhere for me to hide. I shut my eyes and face away from the street as the sound of Stephen's motorcycle passes me. I wait for the engine to stop as he realizes I'm there. But it doesn't. I open my eyes and see my husband driving down Main Street, getting further away. I put a hand to my chest and attempt to catch my breath. He didn't see me. I repeat that to myself until I find the strength to turn back around toward the cafe. He didn't see me. I repeat to myself again as I walk back to the cafe. I need to know who she is. My body stops functioning again as I realize she's no longer there. The mystery woman has disappeared. The table is empty. All that's left is his mug and the lipstick-stained one she drank from. Who was that woman? Chapter 16. Journal. 3 entries in a single day. That's truly a sign that the world is ending, as it feels like mine is. Who was that woman? Why was she sitting with my husband? What were they talking about? Why did I freeze up? I imagined that I'd react similarly to how my friend did when she spotted her husband with another woman. That was far from the case. What did I do? Nothing at all. That's what. I hate myself so much sometimes. Why am I such a damn pushover? I let everyone push me around. I let Amanda do whatever she wants. I let my husband get away with whatever he did today. Had I an ounce of self-worth, I would have confronted him right there and then. I wouldn't have to swear and cuss in the middle of a downtown cafe. I could have easily just walked by them. I could have made up an excuse as to why I was there. I could have questioned them both as to what they were doing together. It could have been a chance encounter. I would have listened intensely to their answers. Maybe they'd tell the truth, or make up lies to hide what they were really up to. I'd at least know who the woman was had I confronted them. Instead, I froze like a deer in headlights. Like an idiot, my body wouldn't allow me to find out the truth. It's because the truth scares me. What if it's exactly what I think it is? I know what that means. My marriage is over. I'll be a divorced woman in my early 30s. Sure, I'm young enough to find someone new. I don't want that, though. I want my husband. I always did. I just want him to want me. To see me. Thankfully, he didn't see me today, though. He didn't see his shocked wife watching him have coffee with another woman. Perhaps I'm overreacting to all of this. It was just coffee, after all. There could be so many reasons why what I witnessed doesn't include him sleeping with another woman. It's just that all of those reasons make little sense. I thought about this at length after I watched them. I'm not sure what a mistress is supposed to look like, but that woman is far from what I imagined. I pictured some scantily clad, large breasts spilling out of her outfit type of young woman. That wasn't her. She looked like a responsible professional. A pretty woman who's working somewhere downtown. That's when I remembered my husband's Google searches. He was looking up how to get a divorce in Alberta. What if the woman is his divorce attorney? That's a stretch, I'm sure. She looked way too young to be a lawyer. None of it makes sense. I need to understand what I saw today. I need the truth. When Amanda told me about Jenny and her husband, it made me wonder if a couple had an exact moment when they realized their marriage was over. When did Jenny realize it was over with her and her high school sweetheart? Something tells me she knew it was over before seeing him with another woman. Perhaps it was the lies he told her leading up to the big discovery that she was being gaslit. I also thought of David Lindner and his wife. What was his moment when he realized his life would never be the same? I imagine it happened for him sometime before his wife died from cancer. Was it the day he found out about her diagnosis? What would be my moment when I knew it was over with Stephen? Why am I pretending it's already over? Is there no hope left? Chapter 17. Just as quickly as the mysterious woman entered my life, she disappeared. I searched a few blocks. I need to know who she is and why she was with Stephen. It's not meant to be, though. I can't find her. Rangdon isn't very large. How many of the buildings downtown have employees that dress like she did? Maybe less than 50, if I had to come up with a number. I think about going through each building, knocking on every office to find her. Now that would be insane. I know that much. Instead, I do the only thing I can do. Go back home. I'm not scared to confront my husband. I'm not scared to ask him straight out where he was and who he was with. Amanda called me a pushover, but I'm far from it. If I have a goal, I put in actions to work towards it. I won't stop. I will do anything to achieve what I want. That extends to my marriage. I'll do whatever I can to save my marriage or, in this case, find out what's happening. On the short ride home, I play the image of the young woman sitting with my husband over and over. It could all be innocent, and yet it could be my worst nightmare. As I get closer to my driveway, I push the garage opener, taking in a deep breath when I see Stephen's motorcycle. He's home. Perfect. That's what I wanted, isn't it? If so, why do I feel like I'm going to barf all over the interior of my car? I can't take this. I can't handle this. Maybe I am exactly what Amanda said I was. Maybe it's better if I live my life without asking important questions. Where does my husband go all day and night? Why does he never want to spend time with me? Is he cheating? I park beside his bike, taking my time to get out of the car. I slowly enter my house. Stephen isn't in the living room or kitchen, though. Hey! I'm home! I call out to no one. Stephen? Are you here? My keys jingle in my hands from my nerves. I take several deep breaths and call out for my husband again. Nobody answers. I'm sure he's in his office. I won't go down there and confront him. That's his space. We need to talk and have the conversation in a neutral area. How to kill your wife and get away with it. The thought of my husband's Google search hits me again. I shake off the uneasy feeling inside me. Isn't this how murders happen? Infidelity can cause anybody to kill. It's a recipe for murder. I'm sure that's why all of Stephen's characters cheat in his novels before killing each other. I go into the kitchen and open the basement door. It's dark downstairs, though. When I look outside the kitchen window, I close the basement door and take another deep breath. Stephen's not downstairs. He's in the backyard. Tanner's with him, which is surprising. How long does it take to cut the front and backyard? I look at them talking. Stephen is facing him, his back to me. Whatever he's saying is causing Tanner to look at him wide-eyed with an odd expression. Maybe that's his usual face when someone talks to him. I admit that I haven't spoken to him much. Most of what I know about Tanner is from my husband. As much as I hate Amanda stereotyping someone she doesn't know, I've always had a weird feeling about the young man and limit my time near him. The longest exchange we tend to have is when Stephen isn't home and I pay him for his work. Stephen takes out a wad of cash from his front jeans pocket and hands it to Tanner. I look at the amount in disbelief. That's not the agreed $30 a cut. Why would he give so much to the young man? Tanner shoves the cash in his dirty front pocket and slides a hand under his nose. As I wonder what the two are doing, Tanner's eyes wander and land on me. He looks back at Stephen, and my husband glances behind at me. He smiles and waves. He looks back at Tanner, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. Tanner nods a few times before leaving the yard. What I find surprising is Tanner leaves the lawnmower in the backyard as he does. I watch my husband, his one hand on his hip as he turns and comes back inside. "Hey," he says with a wide grin. "Where did you go?" I almost want to laugh in his face. I leave the house for a little bit, and he wants to know where I am? Meanwhile, he's off doing God knows what, and with who. Still, the question throws me off. I'm not sure what to say until I think of Tanner. "You weren't home when Tanner arrived to cut the grass," I say. "I needed some cash to pay him." He looks at me a moment before nodding. "I got some money when I was out." I can almost hear Amanda as if she's in the room with us. "Listen to your intuition, girl. Don't be a pushover. Don't let him off the hook. Get the information you need." "I saw you pay Tanner," I say. He looks at me confused. "It looked like you gave him a lot more than $30. He nods. "It was more. I want him to do some more work in the front yard. Remember that tree we looked at from the shrubbery store a few weeks ago? I figure he could plant it in the front before the end of summer. Maybe some other plants, too." I take a deep breath. "How much did you pay him?" He looks at me, pursing his lips. You worry too much. We don't have a lot of money right now, Stephen, I say. Is now a good time to start having him do extra work for us? Besides, can't you do it yourself? His eyes change. For a moment, a flash of rage passes across his usually jovial face. What are you saying? Are you calling me lazy? No, I say quickly. I'm just saying now's not the best time for these types of investments. He lowers his head. Look, we talked about planting the tree and doing some work in the front. But why pay him so much up front? He tilts his head at me like I'm some annoying child asking him dumb questions. He's a little hard up for cash right now. I'm just helping him out. Plus, we need the work. I wonder if I need to ask my husband some follow-up questions, like, why is a former drug abuser suddenly hard up for cash? Why pay him so much in advance? Stephen's face lightens, and he nods. I know what you're thinking. It's not like that. He's still sober and clean. He opens the basement door fully. He's even been going steady with the same girl for the past few months. He starts to walk down the stairs. Don't let him off the hook, the imaginary voice of Amanda tells me. Hey, I call out to him. How was your day? I wait for him to tell me in his own words what he did. Good, he says. I got a lot of work done. I'm going to type out my notes, though, from what I thought about. You know me. I have to write it all out while it's fresh in my head. So you got the inspiration you were looking for when you were out? I feel like I'm being too coy. Obviously, if he's doing what I suspect, he's got more than a little inspiration. Oh, yeah, Stephen says with a wide grin. Got what I needed. My face nearly drops when he says the words with such a happy tone. Give him more rope. Don't show your cards. Let him lie some more. Where did you go? I ask. Rangdon Library, he says. You know, I rented one of those rooms they have for studying. I'm loving the new upgrades they did to them. They have whiteboards now. You know how much I love a good whiteboard when I'm plotting a new book. I wonder if he can tell how angry I am right now. I feel like it's obvious. I don't exactly have a good poker face. In fact, Stephen's made fun of how terrible I am at hiding my emotions. Not something any woman wants to hear from their husband. But then again, Stephen is a special kind of guy. You went to the library the whole time? I say, confused. He looks at me with an expression of confusion himself. That's right, he says. He slowly walks up the stairs into the kitchen. He stands in front of me. Stephen's not a tall man. I'd say he's of average height. I'm quite short, though. At this moment, I feel my husband is towering over me. Why are you asking me so much about what I'm doing? Don't be a pushover, I hear the fictional Amanda say inside me. I need to find my voice, though, which is struggling to come out of my lips. I don't know where you are half the time, I say. I'd like to know. There's nothing wrong with that. He takes a deep breath. Okay, he says. It feels weird, though. You never ask this type of stuff. So, you didn't go anywhere else? I ask again. He looks outside the kitchen window and back at me. I went out for a coffee, too. Perfect. I got him to at least admit where I spotted him. By yourself? I ask. He nods while smirking at me. Liar. You damn liar. I'm going to go back out in a bit, he says. I'm doing good work today. I look at him, unable to hide my expression. I bet you're doing good work. How many times does he see this woman in a day? My husband comes in and out of the house all the time. Is it to see her every time? After I made him dinner the other night, he barely ate and rushed out of the house. Was that because of her, too?
Ideas are flowing through me today, he continues. Don't want to ruin a good creative flow day.
Oh, I say, my bitterness coming through my tone.
I know you're upset, he says. I can see it in your face, but I need to get the work done. Like you said, we need the money.
No, I'm not going to let him leave here again so easily. I need him to answer. I need him to say something truthful. In that moment, I realize that no matter what I say, he'll lie through his teeth. I almost need to catch him in the act of screwing another woman for him to tell me the truth. Despite that, I open my mouth intending to give him hell for what he's been putting me through and demanding to know who the woman I saw with him today is. He cuts me off, though, and his question stops me in my tracks.
Why were you in my office? He asks.
Chapter 18. What? I ask, taken back by his question. He grins at me, his eyes fixed on mine.
Come on, Emily, he says playfully. Last night, I saw you coming up the stairs from my office.
He tilts his head for a moment.
I saw you. Don't lie to me.
He slows down his words as he asks again.
So, why were you in my office?
I stare at him. This isn't how this is supposed to go. I'm the one who deserves answers. I stare at him blankly, unsure what to say.
Just tell me the truth, he says.
His face softens as he continues.
I want to know what's going on.
My face turns to one of confusion. I'm the one who needs to know what's happening. I think of the Google searches and him reviewing my life insurance policy. Suddenly, I feel very isolated in our house. I look behind my husband at the back door. He tracks my eyes and sees the exit I plan to take if things get heated.
We need to talk honestly with each other, he says. When I asked you last night, right here in the kitchen, you lied to me. You said you wanted a glass of water, but that's not what you were doing, were you? You were in my office. Why?
I imagine how I must look. My eyes wide, another deer in headlights look on my face. I can see my imaginary friend shaking her head with disgust. I wonder what Amanda would say if she were me in this moment. I think on my feet, though. I'm worried about the money, I say. I wanted to look at our online account. He shakes his head.
That's not why you were there, was it?
It is, I say, doubling down on my fake excuse. It's not completely untrue. I have a lot of concerns about money. I'm getting sick of using my phone to do our banking. I wanted to use the computer to do it. He looks at me and takes a deep breath.
So, you go snooping around on my computer to do your banking?
I find the strength to continue. It's my mom's computer, Stephen. I have the same right to use it as you do. I know it's your office, but I can use the computer my mother intended me to use. He looks at me and nods.
Okay, I get it. That is my space, though.
You have all this money to give to Tanner for the lawn, but not enough to buy a new laptop for yourself to work on? His whole expression changes. His tight face loosens. Even his shoulders slump with that comment.
I get it, he says. That makes sense. Listen, I'll make your own profile so you can do what you need to on there. Okay?
I nod in agreement. That works for me. Thanks. After he says the words, his face returns to its inquisitive expression.
That doesn't explain the Google searches I saw on there.
Amanda was right. She warned me that he would know what I was looking at. I attempt to find words to excuse my search of history, but struggle. He shakes his head.
What are you doing?
Why am I the one getting the 3rd degree? I'm the one who should be questioning him. I saw your weird searches on Google when I tried to find a way to log back onto my interior decorating website. How to kill your wife and get away with it. One was about how to claim self-defense. Stephen laughs. I told you. I'm just doing research for a book. When I don't say anything, he laughs harder. Yeah, it's for the book, Emily. What do you think I'm searching all that for? When I don't answer, he looks at me, confused. Emily? You can't be serious. Wait. You're serious, are you? It's just weird, I say. My life insurance policy document, you were reading it. I opened it and it asked me to read where you left off. It was all about how you can collect the policy money after my death. He looks at me with this condescending face. All it does is anger me more. And you had another Google search on how to collect life insurance money if you're a suspect in a murder. He grins at me and places a hand on my shoulder. The way he does it reminds me how he was speaking to Tanner in our backyard. Stop, he says softly to me. I love you. You know that. I mean, this is for a book. I'm writing about a husband planning to kill his wife. That's what the book's about. He's trying to not get caught after he kills her. This is all research. I look at him strangely. That's a little too dark, even for your books. Stephen always tells me how he tailors his stories for his majority female audience. Writing about a husband getting away with murdering his wife would likely turn off most of them. Stephen smiles. Yeah, this isn't my usual story. I'm doing something different. Like you said, how many times can I write a story about cheating husbands? Books where it's obvious that the husband did it. I want to do something different. When he sees how I'm not completely sold, he squeezes my shoulder. Emily, I'm sorry if what you saw on my computer scared you. What about the other searches? I ask. Which ones? He says, glancing down the stairs at his basement office. The ones about divorcing me? Now it's him who looks confused. Are your characters divorcing each other too? He struggles to find the words, and I turn away from him, unable to look at my husband. You think I want to divorce you? He asks. I know things aren't going well for us, I say. I want to make things better. I just can't believe you would go as far as you have. He looks at me, puzzled. I swear, on everything I hold dearly, this isn't what it looks like. Yes, my characters are in the middle of divorcing. I wanted to get more information to better write the story. That's it. The setting is in Alberta. That's why I searched how to get a divorce in Alberta. I need to know for the story. I'm about to tell him what I know. I'm about to unleash that I know he's lying. He did go to the cafe, like he said, but he wasn't alone. Who is she? Before I can ask, he continues. I'm going to take some notes and go out some more. This conversation is a little tense. I'll set up your profile on the computer. You can use it for whatever you need. I'm not going to gatekeep your mom's computer like that. Okay? I'm going to go out some more. Let's talk when I get back. He's quiet for a moment and looks down at me. Emily, I wish I could be in your head to know what you're thinking right now. Look, you'll read the story yourself when it's done. I'm really happy with how the plot of the book is going. I'm just stuck on the ending. What are you stuck with? He smiles wide at me. This one you'll have to read for yourself when it's finished. I don't want to spoil it for you. Chapter 19. Journal. Who is my husband? There was a time I thought I knew. After seeing him with that woman, I knew my darling husband, a man I never thought capable of having an affair, could be seeing another woman. It made me think about all the rest of our time together when we were married and dating. When were the times I questioned who my jovial husband was? He seemed perfect. A successful novelist who actually made a living doing his craft, and he was good at it. I loved his books. After we began dating, I reread the book, the novel that put him on not only the literary map, but mine as well. It was hard to understand how the same man who wrote that novel was the goofy man who passed out on the couch when watching television or made fart jokes. I suppose that realization made me understand the realities of celebrities. They're just people. They eat, sleep, and make inappropriate jokes like the rest of us. It made me think of some of the weird or odd times, too. One night, I came home late from my day job. It was already pitch dark outside, a typical early autumn night in Alberta. Stephen's motorcycle was parked in the garage, but he didn't appear to be home. I called out for him. He didn't answer. I called his cell, but he didn't answer or call back. I immediately went upstairs to our bedroom and changed into comfier clothes for the night. As I undressed, I heard something behind me. The closet door was partially open. While the room was dark, I saw a silhouette of a man inside. A man wearing a black mask. I shrieked as the closet door opened and the man stared at me. Before he could get me, I ran as fast as I could, screaming down the hallway for help. I wasn't going to go down without a fight. Every neighbor down the block would hear me. As I ran, it took me a moment to realize the masked intruder wasn't following me. Instead, he was laughing. The sound of his laughter echoed down the stairway. It was a voice I recognized. I stormed up the stairs, and Stephen was lying on the bed. In between laughs, he realized I was there. He apologized profusely as I demanded to know why he would do such a terrible thing to me. I could have had a heart attack. "Research," he explained. He told me he was writing a chapter from a killer's point of view for his book he was working on at the time. He had gone out and bought black clothes and a black ski mask. He purchased leather gloves. He wanted to wear the kill costume his character in his book would wear. He wanted to feel the power that character felt when he wore the clothes he would have on when he took someone's life. He wanted to look in the mirror and think to himself, what would this murderous killer be thinking before he left his house to kill his next victim? I just so happened to arrive home as he was trying on his costume. He said he couldn't help himself. He was already in character. That should have been my wake-up call. That was the night that I should have pointed to him and said, "This isn't normal." It took some time for me to calm my nerves. When Stephen felt I was okay, he left me, still wearing his black outfit. He immediately went to his basement office and wrote his chapter from the killer's point of view. He claimed it was some of his best work, and he had me to thank. In that book, Stephen wrote a dedication at the beginning. "To my dear wife, Emily. Thanks for putting up with me." It's all so odd to think that person is my husband. Rereading his books gave me more insight into his mind, though. He would always give me his little mini lectures about how good stories work and how to construct the perfect character. A character needed to have a moral compass, even the bad guys. They had to have a purpose that made them do the terrible things they did. Stephen told me that all his characters were versions of himself, even the antagonists. He put a piece of his soul into each. The more virtuous traits typically went to the protagonist, but he enjoyed humanizing villains. I think that's why his best-selling book was so popular. The husband's character was so normal. He was a man that every woman would love to marry. A husband who tended to every need his wife had, until he tried to kill her. The whole story gets turned on its head halfway through the novel. His readers love twists and surprises. A revelation about a character. A good character who's actually the bad guy. What turns the pages for the reader is the main question. Will justice prevail? That's my husband, Stephen Dyer. A brilliant writer, even if he's currently struggling. A complicated man who the world only sees through his books. I get to see who he really is. Today, I went into the garage and noticed something. A bag of unopened lye was in the corner, closer to where Stephen parks his motorcycle. Leaning against the bag was a roll of plastic wrap. I don't remember either of these items in our garage before. While I admit I don't pay attention well. The garage is an extension of Stephen's area of the house that tends to be out of bounds to me. I can't stop thinking about his Google searches. When I saw the bag of lye, it terrified me. My mind raced with all sorts of ideas, and none of them are normal thoughts. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm truly losing touch with reality. As I write this, I think about the lies he told me today. He wasn't alone at the cafe. I know that for a fact. Had I confronted him, he would have lied through his teeth. He'd continue gaslighting me. I need irrefutable proof that he's lying. I need to show him to his face that I got you, and there's no explaining your way out of it now. You can't make me believe that you're someone else, because I have proof I need now. So, who is my husband? I don't know. Maybe I never knew the real Stephen Dyer to begin with. Chapter 20. I sit in my husband's office, waiting impatiently for my profile to log in. Stephen held true to his word. He set up a profile for me this morning like he said he would. For whatever reason, it bothers me to my core that the password he chose for my profile on my mother's computer is his first name. Stephen 19! I'll be changing that soon. The last 24 hours have been intense. Just as he said he would, Stephen went out again that night. He wanted to ride his motorcycle around and think more about his book. The supposed ending of his story that he can't get quite right, whatever that means. I thought it was my opportunity to find out if he was lying. Since he hadn't set up my computer profile yet, and I couldn't find his password book, I logged into my phone and checked our accounts and credit card. I found no charges that would indicate where he was. That didn't stop me, though. I drove out to the cafe to see for myself if they were there. According to Google, Rancher's Cafe is open late. Just because there were no charges to our credit card or other accounts didn't mean he wasn't there. He could have been using cash. Or maybe it was her turn to buy coffee. Plus, I wondered how much he suspected I knew. After our talk last night, he could have been changing his behavior to hide what he was really doing. When I arrived at Rancher's Cafe, my husband was nowhere in sight, and neither was the woman he was with. I was critical of what I was doing. I felt like I was going insane. I even Googled how much a tracking device for a car was. I found one that was decently priced but wouldn't ship out to our house until next month. I couldn't wait that long. Plus, I worried about Stephen finding out about the charge on our credit card. As Stephen was out, I searched for local stores to buy one but gave up the idea, realizing I was taking things too far. Now my husband is gone again, doing who knows what. I sit in the same chair as yesterday, and when my mother's computer allows me, I open a browser and log into our bank account. When it finally loads, I immediately look for any new charges again. I need some indication where Stephen may be. There's nothing again. He told me before he left that he was going for another ride to think about his story. How long does this man take to plot out a book? It's frustrating. It's true what they say about authors. They hate writing. I don't think my husband's written an actual word on his story the past year, and if I asked him, I don't think I'd get an honest answer about it. I wouldn't get an honest answer about anything from him. I do search through the past history of our account, though. Amanda was right. I had blinders on and wasn't thinking straight. I notice a few things when I look at our credit card. He's bought more than a few beverages from the Rancher's Cafe. The amounts vary as well. Some appear much higher than a cup of coffee for one person. It's her. I know it. Something I don't see when I look through the account is anything to do with the recent purchase of the bag of lye and plastic wrap. I figured I'd see a transaction from a hardware store or something along those lines. But there isn't. When did he buy those items and for what purpose? The face my husband made when I told him about the searches on his computer still bothers me. It was condescending. He made me feel stupid. One of those searches was for how to bury a body with lye. I take a deep breath, knowing that not every person who buys lye is planning on murdering someone. If that was the case, police would immediately arrest everyone coming out of a store with a bag. Obviously, there's a reason for lye to exist. I just have no clue what it is. I open a separate browser and search. I let out a laugh as I do. Of course. It's for soil. I feel silly for not knowing. Gardening was never a hobby I was into. Sure, I've had small plants in the house, such as some herbs in the kitchen or the tomato plant I keep on the back porch that I always forget to tend to. Stephen told me yesterday that he was having Tanner do some gardening as well. He wants a tree and some other plants in the front. I'm sure lye will be necessary to help the plants in some way. What about the plastic wrap, though? My mind runs wild with more ideas, and I imagine if I asked my husband, he'd make fun of me for even thinking anything nefarious. But the truth is, he's lying. He's lying about this woman. How many other lies has he told? I take another heavy breath and look around his office. Why is this space all his? Shouldn't I have a presence as well? What if I want to restart my interior decorating business and need to have a virtual meeting? Imagine a potential client seeing Stephen's ugly furniture, or worse, my husband's toy collection. Would they hire me? Absolutely not. I wouldn't blame them either. We need a laptop. We need a second office. There's a second room upstairs that we've used as a workout room, only I'm the only one who ever uses it. What if we turn it into a second office? It could be mine. Stephen could work in the basement, and I'll work above ground in a well-decorated room that suits my needs. I can see it now in my head. I have a true vision for how a home business should look. One problem, though. We'll never afford it. My husband can pay Tanner to do work he should be doing himself, and yet the things we actually need, like a new computer or nicer things for our house, he doesn't consider investing in. Meanwhile, we struggle. Meanwhile, he goes off all day thinking instead of producing work that can alleviate our concerns. And now I know why. He's busy with another woman. He has a new muse, only she's not allowing him to write much. I remind myself it was just coffee. I don't know anything yet. I have no proof, but know that something's wrong. Something has been wrong in our marriage for some time. As if my friend can read my mind, my cell buzzes in my pocket. It's Amanda. "Hey, girl," she says cheerfully. When I don't answer but breathe into the phone, her tone changes. "What now?" I haven't been looking forward to this call. I know I'll have to explain it all to Amanda. I know she's going to tell me the obvious. Leave him. Leave your husband. Don't look back. "Emily," she says with a concerned tone. "Are you there?" "You are right," I say, nearly out of breath. "At least, I think so." "What?" she asks, confused. "He's cheating?" "Yes. Well, I think so," I say. "What do you mean, you think so?" I tell her everything. How I found out about the charge to the card from a local cafe when he was out. I told her how I went there and saw the young, professionally dressed woman sitting with him. I explained that I didn't see them embrace each other. They didn't kiss or hug when he left. They just looked at each other in a way that felt unnatural. It didn't feel innocent. I explained that afterwards, I confronted him about the Google searches and tell her what he told me. "So his characters are divorcing in this book?" Amanda says with a harsh tone. "He says it's all research?" I nod as if she's in the room with me. "Yeah, that's what he says." I can hear Amanda's inner thoughts. "Where is he now?" "I don't know," I answer honestly. "Last night he disappeared too, but as far as I know, he didn't see her, at least in public. There were no charges to the account. I went to the cafe myself to see if they were there." "Well, he knows you're on to him now," she says, stating the obvious. I know, I say. So why didn't you just confront him about the girl? Why didn't you do something when you spotted them at the cafe? I can hear what she really wants to ask me. Why are you so weak? I don't know, I say. I froze. I take another deep breath. Plus, you don't know what it feels like. I know he's gaslighting me, but part of me wants to believe it. Maybe this is all innocent. Amanda's quiet on the other end of the call. I'm sorry, Emily. I am. Have there been any more charges to the account today while he's out? None, I say, defeated. I pull up our online banking and hit refresh. My mouth droops when I see the new charge. Oh, God. What is it? He's there again, I say. The same cafe. The charge looks like it's for more than one person, too. I'm coming over, she says with a harsh tone. We'll do this together. I look at the account page in disbelief. No, I whisper. I'll go straight there myself, Amanda says. I can put my hair up, wear dark glasses. When's the last time Stephen even saw me? He won't even notice I'm there. I can do this for you. I can hear how angry she is towards me. No, Amanda, I say. I'm doing this. Let me come with you, she pleads. No! I shout louder than I intended. I love Amanda, but this is something I need to do. I'm not a pushover, okay? I can do this. Amanda's silent on the other end. You're not weak, she says. You're just hurting. Tears come down my face now. I'm not able to control anything in my life right now, especially my own emotions. I'm not some pushover, I repeat. What? Amanda says, confused. You called me that the other day, I say. I'm not. I just need time to process this. I'm not weak. I'm not going to let my husband roll over me. I won't. Okay, Emily. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry if I did. You're not weak or a pushover. I just care. I don't want you to feel alone in this. I'll always be there. Just tell me what you need. I calm my nerves and take a deep breath. I need to do this myself. Chapter 21. Just as I did the day before, I hurry as quickly as humanly possible to the cafe. I park in nearly the same spot. With any luck, I'll have the same results. I'll see them together. This time, I won't let my fears stop me from confronting Stephen and whoever this woman may be. A small part of me still wants to believe my husband's gaslighting. It could all be innocent. If it is, though, why is Stephen lying? Something is happening, but I can't figure out how the pieces fit yet. I run down the block and turn toward the cafe when I hit Main Street. All my thoughts stop when I see them together. Stephen is sitting at the same table as he was the day before. She's with him. I'm not sure if this is lucky or not, because inside, I feel that sense of nausea again. This is what I wanted. Here she is, with my husband. I think of Amanda again and how I turned her support down. Was that such a smart idea? I'm not sure anymore. Unlike the day before, I don't let my feet disappoint me. My body doesn't freeze, but I slow my pace as I approach them. I need to know what my husband is up to. From far away, I can see the two smiling at each other, and it makes my stomach turn more. She's dressed in a different pantsuit. Today, it's navy blue. The woman lacks any creativity in her outfits. This time, though, there's no doubt what I'm witnessing. Putting the nail in the coffin to all my doubts, the young woman leans across the table, and her pouty red lips embrace my husband. I stop in my tracks, my body again failing me. My eyes widen as I feel that sadness and doubt turn to pure rage. I gaze at the pretty woman, my thoughts roiling, and that's when I see something that changes everything. My anger turns to confusion. The young woman abruptly stands up. Her pretty smile and bright eyes turn dark. She shoots her pointer finger at my husband, who looks just as confused as I do. Even from my distance, I can hear her shout at him, "You have to be kidding me!" Chapter 22. Clara. I can't hide my disgust as my supposed boyfriend, or whatever he is, tells me the truth. Stephen glances at a table behind him and the elderly couple staring back. "Can you please just sit down?" I don't. Instead, my anger at what he's told me fills me deeply. I can't believe this man. "No, Stephen. Give me a reason why I should." Stephen gives the older couple a small smile and looks back up at me. "I want the chance to explain myself." He gestures at the empty chair. "Please? Afterwards, you can tell me how much you hate me, how terrible I am. Everything that I should probably hear, you can say." I can't believe I'm even entertaining the idea of sitting down. But I truly care for him. I thought what we had was special. If I storm off, I'll never get to know what he would have said had I stayed. Before I sit down, I commit myself to one thing. Whatever comes out of his mouth won't matter in the end. I will no longer be with this man. I take a deep breath and slowly sit in the chair, reminding myself that I am in public. Stephen has just as much to be concerned about as I do when making a scene. This is not what I want for my career. The chair isn't as comfortable as it was before he told me the truth. The rigid metal feels painful now. It's as if my entire body doesn't want to be here. I want to leave. I immediately regret giving Stephen a chance to explain to me his reasons for what he did to me. My head is slumped as I try to calm my nerves and find the strength to look at the man I was falling for. When I do, his face softens. "Stephen, you're married?" I make him repeat himself as if it will miraculously change the truth. Now it's Stephen who can't hold eye contact. He turns away and then back to me. "I am." I shake my head furiously. "I don't understand. We've been seeing each other for weeks. Now you tell me?" "I'm sorry," he says. "I couldn't lie anymore." I look at the elderly couple behind us. The woman sips her coffee and glances at me and back at the man she's with. I lean across the table so hopefully only Stephen can hear me. "Maybe you shouldn't have told me the truth. You could have broken up with me. Ended things. Do you really think I want to find out that I'm a mistress? Do you believe for an instant, Stephen, that I want to be in this kind of position?" He lets out a heavy breath. "Of course not. I felt it was only fair to tell you the truth. I care about you." "That's over now, Stephen. No matter what you say, we are done. Over." Stephen nods. "I understand. I get it. I just felt special with you." I scoff. "Your wife wasn't giving you enough attention? Is that why you looked for another woman? Is that why you chose to hurt me like this?" He shakes his head. "I didn't seek you out. We just happened. I never thought about having an affair. I don't know. You made me feel good. I haven't felt that way in forever." I shake my head. "I can't believe you," I say in disbelief at all the stereotypical crap I'm hearing. "I want no part of this," I tell him again. "I felt trapped. I've been trapped in my marriage," he says, looking down. "We hate each other. We pretend we don't, but we do.
She's so good at pretending, too. I told her I wasn't happy. I wanted couples therapy. I wanted something to change. She refused. She says she wasn't the one who needed mental health help. She encouraged me to go alone. He lets out a laugh. I told her again, I need something to change. If nothing happens, I can't stay in this marriage. She looked at me with eyes I didn't recognize. She told me if I left her, she'd kill me. Look, you're a lawyer. You tell me. If a husband threatened their wife like that, where would I be? I shake my head. I'm not going to debate this kind of stuff with you, Stephen. You have friends you can complain to about sexualized injustices. I don't have friends, he whispers. I used to. Any time I went out or tried to do stuff with others, my wife would get jealous. She manipulated me. I'd cancel. I'd always be canceling with everyone I knew. It got to a point where I found myself with no friends. No more calls to go out. Nothing. I feel alone. I scoff. So that's it? Your wife manipulates your life to the point where your answer is to have an affair? Just divorce her if you're so unhappy, Stephen. He shakes his head. You don't know Emily. When he says his wife's name, it hits me. It humanizes the woman whose husband I've been sleeping with. It makes me sick thinking about it. Somewhere out there is a woman named Emily Dyer. She has no clue that her husband is here, sitting with me. No, Stephen, I say, not letting him off the hook. You had an affair because you're selfish. You know, if you wanted advice about how to get a divorce, you could have a 30-minute free consultation with a lawyer. You didn't have to screw one. He looks away from me for a moment. When our eyes meet, his are wet. A single tear comes down his cheek. For a brief moment, I want to console him until reality hits me. This man made me the other woman. He brought me into something I never wanted to be a part of. He's disgusting. A pig. The kind of man my father and mother warned me about before I left for college. You don't understand, Stephen says, wiping the tears from his face. He takes a deep breath and leans in closer. My wife, she scares me. Chapter 23. Clara. What do you mean? I ask. Your wife scares you? He nods. She always did. The woman is barely 5 feet, but that doesn't matter. Maybe it was the threat she made when I asked for couples therapy. I don't know. She's just so damn fake. She's always been fake. She cares more about her image than anything else. This is too much, I say out loud, but meant for myself. He takes a deep breath. I'm worried. I shake my head in disbelief. I've read divorce trials at work. They get very ugly. It's odd how a relationship can end compared to how it starts off. You need to get a divorce, I tell him again. I can't afford it, he says, finally saying something honest. She'll take everything. I shake my head again. I'm sure you being afraid of your wife is more about those fears. Look, that's the law. She gets half. I don't think she wants half. She wants much more. I let out a heavy breath. Talk about this with a lawyer. She's up to something, he says. I caught her sneaking in my office. My eyebrows raise. Perhaps she's on to you having an affair. I look down the block towards my office. Why am I even still here talking to this man? You're a lawyer, Stephen repeats. I'm just an article student for the city, I remind him. You completed the bar, he says. You're a lawyer. You know the law much better than I would. I want your opinion on what she's doing. What are you trying to tell me? I ask, confused. She's been on my computer, looking up strange things. How to kill someone and get away with it. How to bury a body without it getting found. Things about our life insurance policies. It's weird.
What? I say, unable to hide my confusion.
You're a lawyer. Well, an articling lawyer or whatever. What's the legal consequences for murder when it's self-defense in Alberta?
Stephen, what are you talking about?
That was one of her searches, he adds. She's up to something.
This is just odd, I say. That sounds more like searches you would make as an author. He looks at me, his eyes fixating on mine.
I didn't, though. She's up to something.
I stand up from the table again, unable to carry on this ridiculous conversation. I'm done with this, Stephen. I don't know what you want from me, but I won't give it to you. Not anymore. We're through. Stephen stands up and pleads with me to stay.
I'm trying to explain myself.
I shake my head. No, you're just playing some kind of weird game, one I won't play with you. Before he can say another word, I storm away from the table, towards my work. He calls out to me to come back. I don't turn my head, though. It's painful to walk away from him. Every inch of my body is hurt and torn between wishing I didn't know the truth to knowing I did the right thing. We could have been happy. I thought he was special. Don't look back, I tell myself as he asks me to come back. I won't stop. I won't. I certainly won't look back. I'm scared that if I do, I'll go back to him like my heart wants to. Chapter 24. Emily. What did I just witness? I did my best to conceal my presence, hiding around the corner of a building. Every so often, I'd peer at them to see what was happening next. Are they breaking up? What could Stephen have told her to upset her so much? This must be him breaking up with her. I peeked to look at them just in time to catch her standing up from the table a second time. They exchange words before she starts to leave. She's walking away from me. If only I could follow her to find out more about who this woman is. There's no way to do it without Stephen seeing me. One thing is for certain, though. These coffee dates were not innocent. I saw her kiss my husband. Now, though, it appears whatever they had is over. Did Stephen break things off with her? Is this his way of choosing to stay with me? Marriage is all about choosing your partner continuously, day in and day out. It's obvious that Stephen made a mistake. He was with this woman. Is this a sign that he realizes what he has with me? He's choosing us. I want to know. I need to know. What if my life doesn't have to change? What if I can keep our marriage? What if him breaking up with this woman means we can still be together? He cheated. Yes, that much is obvious. There are couples who can overcome infidelity. I never thought I'd be one to have to deal with it, though. Maybe, in some weird way, we can get over this, and our marriage will be stronger. I've heard about couples where one partner cheated on the other, but somehow they not only stayed together, but thrived in their relationship. Those relationships were likely built on trust, though, which is obviously something Stephen and I are missing. We can still have our happily ever after. We just need to start telling the truth. Chapter 25. Clara. This has to be one of the worst afternoons of my life. Top 5 crappy moments ever, that's for sure. I never saw that coming. Stephen had so much charm to him the night we met. That night at the bar, it felt like we had a special connection as we talked for hours. As I sit at my desk, I move the mouse around the screen, but I'm not doing any actual work. I can't. My mind is still processing what happened. It hits me. He wasn't wearing a wedding ring the entire time, even that first night we met. Why? He claims he wasn't intending to meet someone and have an affair, but he wasn't wearing his wedding ring. How convenient for him. I know for sure he wasn't wearing one. I did a ring check as we talked. A knock on my office startles me. Ed smiles at me as he pops his head in. Edward Tangent is the lead prosecutor at Rangdon Courthouse. I work directly for him, and he's been a pleasure to work for. He's a single man in his 50s. There's something genuine about his character that makes me enjoy his presence. He's not the type to hide his graying hair. He wears it with distinction. You know within moments of meeting him that he's a man of integrity.
"Sorry, Clara,"
he laughs.
"I just need those Thomas files when you get a chance. You said you'd be working late tonight to get it done, right?"
A much welcome distraction, if I could set my mind not to think about Stephen. "On top of it, Ed," I tell him. "I'll leave it on your desk before I head out." He nods and thanks me.
"Perfect,"
he says.
"Thanks again, Clara."
Ed shuts my office door and heads down the hall. That's when my eye spots it. His book. She died that night. The paperback is sitting on my side table amongst a bunch of file folders. My lips purse as I think about how I was played by that man. Immediately, I push my chair with my feet and reach out for the book, tossing it hard into the wastebasket near the door. Of course, I miss. Great. I have to touch something created by Stephen again. I suddenly agree with the idea of mass book burning. I'm a mistress. Great. Perfect. Just what I wanted to be in life. I shake my head. Never would I have ever suspected this would happen to me. I should have, though. I have zero luck with men. When I started dating in university during my undergraduate years, there were a few winners then as well. But none took the gold medal for shitty people like Stephen. There was Gary Hansen, who I met at a keg party. Drunkenly, I kissed him in the heat of the moment. We were getting on well until I saw him making out with another girl from my sorority at the same party. I never dated much in high school. Gary Hansen was my introduction to trying, and that didn't go well. There was also James Werner, who ended up cheating on me with some girl he met online on a campus Facebook group. My first serious relationship was with Tim Harris. He was another winner. Again, he was a cheater. Only this time, I found out he slept with my supposed friend, a girl named Kathy. That relationship was devastating. It seriously hurt my grades that semester, and that was something I couldn't risk. I had grand plans, first to complete my criminology degree, after law school. All of this in pursuit of becoming a crown attorney. Justice is what mattered to me. My father was a police officer. He also loved watching cop and courtroom shows like Law and Order. On his days off, we would spend half a day together watching Cops or Boston Legal. He would give me a breakdown from a cop's perspective about the murder investigations we watched. I always found it fascinating. My mom was not a huge fan of him divulging such details to a young girl. She felt it was not the most appropriate time for me to know so much about the atrocities humans commit against each other, even if they were fake and on television. Most 6-year-olds didn't have an obsession with crime shows. My dad made me memorize how to give an offender their Miranda rights. I would tell my mom that I wanted to be just like Dad when I grew up. My father ate it up. I love my mom dearly, but everyone could tell I was a daddy's girl. Sometimes, Dad would even let me wear his patrol hat while we watched television together. He'd joke and call me Constable Clara. All I wanted to do was be like my father, make a difference in the world. When I started dating, though, I realized how much it was taking me away from my goals. I stopped. I didn't go out with boys. I didn't fool around much with them either. It was all too distracting. My mind was on my studies. I was proud of myself when I completed law school. My dad threw me a party when I aced the bar exam. He was extremely proud of me when I got my articling job at the Rangdon Courthouse. A few more months and I'll officially be able to call myself a lawyer. And here I am, my goal nearly in sight. And what do? I let another man get in the way of what I want most. I let the distractions Stephen brought into my life get in the way. I won't let that happen. I don't care how much potential I thought I saw in Stephen. It's over. Just like those other boys who got in the way. I need to prioritize my life and what matters most. I'm so close to being where I need to be in life. I didn't go through over 7 years of education to mess it up in the end. I didn't let Gary, James, or Tim hurt my career trajectory. I won't let the famous Stephen Dyer do the same. I stand up from my chair and grab his novel from the floor, ensuring it goes in the garbage this time. As if he knows I've made up my mind. My cell buzzes. I roll my eyes when I see his name. "I'm sorry, Clara," his text reads. Flashing dots at the bottom of the screen indicate that he's writing something. I don't care what it is. I immediately turn off my cell phone. A man will not get in the way of my work. Why couldn't I have been a lesbian? Honestly. Feeling defeated, I slump back into my chair. I turn my head and look at the file folders on the side table and the pile of work ahead of me before I can leave tonight. I have a date with the Thomas files, at least. My mind is still racing with the thoughts of Stephen and what he did. I think about his wife, a woman named Emily. I think about the impossible situation I've been put in and how pissed I am at Stephen for putting me in the middle of his marital problems. His comments and explanation about his wife also bother me. How to claim self-defense? What was he going on about? I grab one of the folders and open it. Whatever. That's Stephen's life. It's not mine. I have important things to do today. I won't let this stupid drama a man pulled me into hurt the good things I'm doing with my career. Why is it when you tell someone you don't want to talk to them, they immediately try to speak with you? The answer is no. I have more self-worth than to be dragged into whatever mess he's in with his wife. I put my head into my work. Hours go by, and I do what was requested of me by Ed. Nothing else in the world matters to me right now except Donald Thomas and his frivolous lawsuit against the city. That's all. Unfortunately for me, my laser focus leads to me finishing my work much quicker than I thought I would. I assumed I wouldn't be leaving the office until after 10. After the day I was having, working all night sounded more fun to me than dealing with real life. It's barely past 8, though. I have plenty of time to go home and sulk the rest of the night away. While it's starting to get dark, part of me doesn't want to return home. Stephen and I weren't together long. It's almost been a month. But those days were intense, full of strong emotions and passion. As I place the Thomas folders on Ed's desk, I regret finishing so quickly. Time to go home and remind myself how single and boring I am now. For a change, my life had something extra in it. Something special. A man I thought didn't exist. A man I can admit that I was falling hard for. That man, Stephen Dyer, at least the man I dated, never existed. I felt so lovey-dovey over him. He's not a romantic man. Romantic men don't two-time their wives. He is not a good man. A good man doesn't lie and put his needs over everyone else no matter the cost. He only cared about himself and was willing to hurt not just his wife, but me in the process. I exit the courthouse into the attached parking lot. I start walking towards my car. Then I realize I'm not paying attention. I parked on the other side of the lot. My attention to detail is greatly off. I worry about what type of work I will produce in my current state. Something tells me that if Ed reviews what I've done tonight and I've made major mistakes, my excuse about my love life won't exactly matter to him. And just as quickly as my star started rising in the legal community, it will crash like a meteorite. A sound of something smacking against metal kicks me out of my daze. I look around the dark lot, but there's no one else here. There are only a few cars in the lot, and somehow I struggle to find mine. I take a deep breath and try my best to search for my car. I thought for sure I parked it on this side, and yet I find myself lost again. I take out my keys and hit the alarm button as I walk. Finally, I hear my car alarm as it screeches through the darkness. When I silence it, I hear something else. the clang of something against metal near me. I look around the empty parking lot, trying to find the source. It seems oddly quiet, and I suddenly feel like I'm not alone. "Hello?" I call out. No one responds. Paranoid, I hurry to my car, and as I do, I feel even more foolish. I hate feeling afraid. I'm not the type. It's probably an animal in the lot again. Last month, Ed told everyone in the office how he spotted a large antlered buck here. The animal appeared confused about how to escape. He had to call emergency services to help. Once inside my car, I breathe a sigh of relief. I make the mistake of turning on my cell. Several more messages and a phone call from my favorite adulterer author appear on the screen. Ugh. I turn on my car and start to leave. As I do, I see movement in the dancing shadows cast by my lights. That's when I see someone. It wasn't a buck or some other kind of animal. It's a person. A man. A young one. He leaves through the exit for cars and onto the street. All I manage to make out are the jeans he's wearing and his hair flowing in the breeze. Chapter 26. Emily. Journal entry. Second chance romance? I love that type of story. The type where you read their love unravel and tell yourself there is absolutely no way these two can get back together after what happened. Of course, in those books, the reasons readers feel the couple won't stay together aren't due to infidelity. I still feel this mantra of forgiveness can work for my situation. I never thought when I met Stephen that our marriage would suffer this way. The times I thought about what struggles would look like with my husband, it never involved another woman. Stephen broke up with her, though. I know that much. He's made a decision, and it's me. It's us. Marriage is built on love, trust, and a commitment to choose each other every day. He chose me over this woman. He broke things off with her. He must have realized the same thing I do, that our marriage means more than whatever attractive, pretty thing that other woman represented in his life. This means we can fix us. Our marriage still has hope of surviving. All it needs is proper attention to get there. As I write this, Stephen's upstairs sleeping. It's late. Super late. I should be in bed myself, but I can't sleep because my thoughts have been running wild since I saw them at the cafe. I know that if Amanda was watching me today, she would have been upset at me for not joining the circus between Stephen and this woman. She would have demanded that, after he broke things off with that woman, I stroll up and divorce him. Leave him right then and there. Love is not that simple. Amanda doesn't understand this. She's never been married or close to it. It's because of her edgy attitude that I love and hate her, but it also turns off men. She's too forward. She doesn't have grace for others. Stephen's had a hard year. His career is failing. His new book idea isn't coming together the way he wants. Now is the time for me to give my husband some grace. So long as he's willing to work on our marriage, I know we can make it. I just need to approach him with this carefully. I want him to know that I'm aware of the other woman. I saw him at the cafe. I saw the scene they made. If things are over between them, I need to know why. Was it truly because of me? Because of our marriage and the happy ending I know we can have together? I know how passionately he loves me. He showed me in the past. There was a time, about a year ago, when the arguments between us grew to a point that was unreasonable. I worried that we wouldn't make it. I confronted him in his office. I explained how tense our marriage was and something needed to be done. Instead, he ignored my requests. I never used the D word, but I insinuated that something had to change or else. He gave me the coldest eyes I had ever seen. A complete change from his typical cheerful expression. "I'll kill you if you leave me." He whispered the words. I asked what he said, not because I didn't hear him, but because I was stunned. He broke down and took off his glasses, tears falling freely from his eyes.
"Don't leave me,"
he cried out.
"Please, don't leave me."
I knew then that my husband really did love me. His words scared me. I knew it was an empty threat. He agreed to work on our marriage. We each bought this self-help book, The 7 Principles to Make Marriage Work. It's the same book that many marriage counselors base their treatment on for couples. We certainly couldn't afford an actual therapist, so this was the best we could do. It helped. For a while, A crashing sound coming from outside causes me to lower my journal. I stand up from the living room couch to see what it was. When I stare out the window, there's nothing. The streets are empty. The bushes and trees sway in the harsh wind. Garbage bins are on the road for pickup tomorrow morning. I notice one has fallen over and is rolling back and forth against the curb. I take a deep breath and close the drapes. Grabbing the duvet from the couch, I wrap it over my shoulder and pick up my journal and pen. I forget what I was going to write, but my point is this. Despite what others may think, everyone deserves a second chance, especially those you love most. Chapter 27. Clara. I'm doing a terrible job at trying to forget about Stephen. Work has helped. It's been keeping me busy. Ed's asked if I have another late night in me today, and I do, as it so happens. Thankfully, he said my work on the Thomas file was exceptional. Ed has court tomorrow and wants me to prepare some information for him. I won't be in the office nearly as long as last night, but I'm fine with whatever work they want to throw at me. Give me 10 more Thomas files and I'll be content. While Stephen doesn't know how much I've thought about him in the past 24 hours, he stopped trying to reach me. My silent treatment has worked. I'm happy it has. I'm not the kind of woman who would ever be caught up in an affair with a married man. At least, not willingly. I hate how someone could apply that term to me. Mistress. It goes against everything that I stand for. I'm taking an ethics course focused on morality and professional responsibility in law as part of my additional accreditation requirements. I imagine how having an affair with a married man would be dissected in an ethics course. The public court of opinion may easily call me a mistress, but doesn't intention mean something? What if Stephen's wife finds out about me? I couldn't help but think of my father as I started the ethics course. His words of wisdom from his time as a police officer go to my core. Be a person you can look at in a mirror and be proud of. My father would tell me this nugget from time to time as I grew up. Well, I'm not proud of myself right now. I feel stupid for not realizing I was being played by Stephen. I got caught up in his charm. I go through the grocery store, grabbing a few items as I go up and down the aisle. My plan is to get a few things for my apartment, go back to the office and finish the materials Ed needs for court, and call it a day. Truth is, I nearly finished my work for the day before leaving the office for a break. I could have easily wrapped up there before coming to the grocery store, but this prolongs my time out before I go home. Unfortunately, my plan to try not to think of my relationship with Stephen has led me to only think about him. I can't stop thinking about the night we met at the bar. I sat alone having a drink after a particularly stressful day. When I arrived, Stephen was already there speaking with an older man. He was talking about a new book he was writing. Well, he called it plotting. He spoke about how he outlines what will happen in a chapter before he begins writing a book. Stephen explained to the man how all the pieces of a story come together easier for him when he knows the direction a story will take. I was fascinated and had questions. I joined in the talk. I had never met an author before, and hearing how a writer creates a story was interesting, far more intriguing than the usual conversation one would have at a bar. I was so interested in him talking about his work as an author. I've always wanted to write a book myself. It's been a goal of mine for years. I thought, with all the things I've learned in school and my limited time in my field, I could write an amazing crime novel. Here was a man, a successful writer in Rangdon, telling anybody who would listen about what it takes to write a good book. He writes psychological thrillers, though. Not exactly the same as a crime novel, but I was still interested in what he said. At one point, I went to the bathroom and searched Stephen Dyer on Amazon. I was shocked to see the tens of thousands of reviews She Died That Night had on it. The man obviously knew what he was talking about. When I went back to the bar, the other man who was involved in our conversation left. It was only Stephen and me. I was going to leave too, but he insisted on buying me a drink and continuing our conversation. Fascinated by not just his career, but his charm as well, I stayed. One drink turned into a few. He was impressed by me too when I told him what I did. He asked me for my number. He said he needed it for research purposes because maybe he would have a question for a book that I could help him with. I wasn't born yesterday. I knew that wasn't the entire reason, but was more than happy to give him my number. Stephen's older than me. The picture he used on his Amazon author page was much more flattering than how he looked in person. But he was still handsome. His charisma and charm really got to me. When I asked him what he was working on currently, he gave me a broad idea. It was a book with a trope called an unreliable narrator. He said he had a new way of presenting it that he thought was very clever. He suspected his readers would enjoy it. He went into a spiel about how authors use the trope wrong all the time. By the time readers get to the truth about the narrator, they feel a rug has been pulled from under their feet. You don't want to upset your readers. He claimed that like a woman you're attracted to, you need to always woo your readers like it's a first date with each new book you put out. He felt his last few books weren't as good as they should have been, but had high hopes for his new story. He was taking his time with it. He wanted to get the plot points perfect before he started writing it. He hoped the big twist he had in store for his readers would be received well. You never know, though, he explained to me. He could fall flat or piss people off, but at least he was going to try something. Always take risks when you write, he told me. I'm not sure if it was his love for what he does as an author, or his knowledge or lack of cheesy pickup lines, but I found him incredibly sexy. A shot later, and we were all over each other. I felt like a teenager discovering how much fun kissing was again. When our lips touched, the chemistry was undeniable. My phone buzzes in my pocket, breaking my daydream of what I had with Stephen. Thankfully, it isn't him calling. "Hey, Dad," I say.
"Hey, Clara,"
he says gruffly. If you were to hire a voice actor to play a police officer, my father would be instantly hired. Not only does he have the physical appearance of an officer with his broad shoulders, short hair, and bushy mustache, but he sounds like one. What others wouldn't expect is how much of a teddy bear he can be.
"We haven't heard from you and wanted to call."
Figures. I don't call my mom or dad for one day, and I get a concerned phone call. "Work is just busy," I tell him. I share how late I worked the other night as I continue shopping. As Dad and I talk, I hear Mom shout in the background, "How's your boyfriend?" Perfect.
"You're dating someone?"
Dad asks, surprised.
"And you didn't tell your old man?"
"I'm not," Mom shouts. "He's a writer."
"You're dating a writer?"
Dad says, even more surprised. "We're not dating," I finally managed to say. It was just, well, it didn't work out. As I go down the aisle, a young man stares at me wide-eyed. His expression catches my attention. When he has it, he quickly looks away. I let out a laugh at the awkward exchange.
"What's funny?"
Dad asks. When the young man leaves the aisle, I notice his hair. A mullet. How hideous. And fortunately, I've noticed a few young people sporting one these days. I guess it's making a comeback for some terrible reason. "Nothing," I say to my father. "Look, I'd rather not talk about him."
"Who is he?"
my dad says playfully. "Don't worry," I say. "My job is coming first. I'm doing well. Work is going great. Ed even mentioned to me last week that he thinks he can really help me get into the Calgary court system after I'm done articling." I pay for my groceries as my father praises me. We continue to talk as I walk towards my car. As I cross the street, something catches my eye. The mullet-haired boy is not too far away from me. He's carrying no bags or anything from the grocery store. I can't shake the odd feeling he gives me.
"Are you working late again tonight?"
Dad asks. "No," I explain and tell them I don't have much longer. I turn off Main Street towards the parking lot, and to my surprise, the young man does as well. Feeling that I can't ignore this, I end the call with my parents. "I have to go, Dad," I say abruptly.
"What's wrong?"
he asks. "Nothing," I say. "I'll catch up with you and Mom later." I hang up and peer behind me and see the young man with the mullet is still there. What are the chances he's going the same way I am? Is he someone that's in our system? An angry citizen not happy with how a court date went? I'm sure I'm overreacting. Plenty of people live in this town. I get closer to the parking lot, but instead of heading into the entrance, I walk past it. I turn down a different street and continue at a fast pace. If this man is following me, I won't bring him near my vehicle or my place of work. If he follows me down this street, the chances of this being a coincidence lower with every turn I make. I take a quick look and my mouth drops as I see him turn down the street behind me. Now, though, his eyes are locked on me. Chapter 28. Emily. Amanda takes a sip of her coffee as I go over everything with her. I tell her about the kiss I witnessed, how she left, shouting at Stephen. Amanda couldn't conceal her smile as I told her. Sure enough, my friend doesn't let me down. "What did he say when he saw you?" she asks, taking another sip. When I don't answer, she already knows. "You didn't talk to him?" I explain why. I see this as an opportunity for our marriage to grow. Amanda isn't a fan of the same love stories as I am. "What he did wasn't right," she says. "How can you trust him? Cheaters don't tend to suddenly become monogamous. You catch them once and take them back, more than likely. They'll do it again. Maybe they'll be on their best behavior for a few years, but eventually their true selves come out." I take my time with the coffee in my hand, taking a long sip. "I know what you're saying," I say. "It does make sense, and that could be a potential outcome if I take him back after this. But there's also a chance it doesn't go that way. I'm going to talk to Stephen. I'll tell him I was there and what I saw. I want to give him a chance to tell me the truth. It's obvious that he broke up with her. I want to know why. Is it because he realizes what he would give up if he continued? Maybe this is how we get past the tough times and our marriage gets better. After all, I can forgive." Amanda nods, but her lips purse. "You shouldn't forget, though." She lets out a heavy sigh. "Listen, I've had a few girlfriends tell me about their man cheating on them and deciding to take them back. I made the same mistake." Now that's a surprise. Amanda's never dished the dirt about her own romances before. This is the first I've heard about this. "Who was he?" I ask. She shakes her head. "You wouldn't know him. Some guy I used to work with at the bank in Calgary. It's part of the reason why I moved back to Rangdon, just to get away from the drama." She lets out a heavy breath. "I thought this guy was special. I did. I fell for him. I was stupid enough to use the L word. One night, I saw a text message on his cell that seemed a little too flirty. I called him out on it, and sure enough, it was an ex-girlfriend. He said he'd met up with her and things got out of hand." "No," I say, surprised. I imagine how unprepared this unnamed person was for someone like Amanda. "He told me it was a mistake," she continues, "and it would never happen again. So, what does yours truly do, like a dummy? Take him back, of course. I believed him. Sure enough, it wasn't a one-time mistake. The ex worked at the same bank as us. I put in a transfer to Rangdon soon after." She takes a sip of her coffee and looks around. I think that's why I get so upset about this and what I see you going through. Don't make the same mistake I made. I look at my friend, seeing something I've never seen in her before. Vulnerability. Amanda's always come off so strong. Sometimes I imagine what I would do if I were a woman like her. Looks can be deceiving. I'm sorry, Amanda, I say. You didn't deserve that. Now it makes sense why you moved back. She nods and takes a deep breath. Emily, you have so much going for you. You have no kids with this man. Get out of this marriage before you get hurt like I was. You can't trust him. Just because this man hurt you doesn't mean that Stephen would do the same to me. I owe it to our marriage to try. At the very least, I'm owed an explanation. Who was the woman he met at this cafe? Amanda looks at me, shocked. Wait, this is the cafe they were at? When I nod, she seems even more confused. I'm surprised you wanted to meet up with me here. I look around the busy street in downtown Rangdon. I think part of me is hoping I'll run into her. I know she works around here somewhere. Wouldn't that be something if I see her? We could talk to her and get her side as to what happened. Amanda lifts a finger to her face. And why, my friend? Do you need to hear her side? Is it because you don't trust what your husband will tell you? That catches me off guard. I hate it when she does this. She has a way of cutting through all the thoughts in my head to lay my insecurities bare. She should have been a lawyer instead of a banker. I don't answer her. Instead, I take another sip of my coffee and look around the street. When I'm ready, I glance back at my friend. I owe it to my marriage to try. Chapter 29. Clara. I manage to get ahead a little and pass another corner. The deep frontage of the building helps conceal my presence as I try and figure out what to do. My cell phone is in my hand with 911 already dialed. I just have to connect to speak to dispatch. So why don't I? Part of me feels ridiculous. Why would this stranger be following me? Who is he? There must be a weird coincidence. I've always been a hyper-vigilant type of person. Loud noises down the road catch my attention. Several roofers are on top of a nearby building. One of them is yelling at another if he can take a break. A sense of relief hits me until I see the young man at the corner. I peer around the edge of a mailbox as the man looks around. He peers up and down the streets at the intersection, looking. If I had any doubt that this man was following me, it's settled now. He doesn't know where I am. He hasn't spotted me. I hold my breath and conceal myself against the side of the building. I hear the sound of the heavy boots he's wearing. I pray that whoever he is, he'll head the wrong way. That's when I realize it. I think I've seen this man before. Last night in the parking lot, I knew I wasn't alone. I spotted a young man with long hair in the back. I didn't catch any more details about him, but I know the man following me is the same person I saw the other night. Who is this guy? What's his problem? I put my cell phone to my ear and connect to 911. It only takes a moment for a female operator to answer. 911, what's your emergency? She asks. Someone's following me. I whisper into my phone as quietly as I can. Thankfully, it's loud enough for the operator to hear. Where are you right now? I have no idea, I realize, and tell her the same. She asks if I know who the man is, and I whisper, no, as well. I'm close to downtown, I say, near the court building, only a few blocks away. What does he look like? The operator asks. I'm not sure if it's because I'm petrified, but I'm drawing a blank. He has dirty blonde hair, a mullet. I make the mistake of peering between the edge of the building and the mailbox to get a better description. My eyes widen as the young man is still at the intersection, a phone to his ear as he frantically looks around. From down the street, The roofer calls out to his boss again. "Frank, I want a break!" That catches the young man's attention. He turns his head, and when he does, he catches me staring at him. "He's looking at me," I say to the operator. "What do I do?" "Officers have been dispatched. Stay calm. Stay on the phone." The man looks at me with a wide expression of his own. I hear the roofers down the block continuing to shout at each other. I make a bold move. Opening up my camera, I step out from behind the mailbox, pointing my cell right at him. "I'm recording this live," I lie. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The roofers from down the block notice the man, and he stares back at me. He looks at my cell sternly in my hand, pointing directly at him. "Who are you?" I shout again. I hear the muffled sounds of the 911 operator. "Police will be at your location soon." From his expression, I know he heard the same. Now that I'm feeling more in control, he doesn't seem as scary as he did when I was hiding. I look at his face and the fear in his eyes. I realize he's just a kid. I'd be surprised if he's over 20. "Get away from me!" the young man shouts. "What's your problem, lady?" He turns away from me, attempting to cover his face. He hurries down the street away from me. For a moment, I consider following him. I could keep a safe pace until authorities arrive, if they are in fact close by. "Miss, are you okay?" The operator yells, her muffled concerns breaking my daze. I watch as the young man runs down a different street and completely out of sight. Chapter 30. Emily. I take my time at the cafe with Amanda. I'm not sure if it's because I really did think I'd run into that woman, or if it's because I'm nervous about talking to my husband. It's a little past 5 in the evening by the time I arrive home. On the way, I hope that Stephen would be waiting for me. The last thing I want to do is put off this conversation more than I already have. But when I see his motorcycle in the garage, I know this is the moment. Just like there's a moment when someone could probably pinpoint when their marriage was over, I equally believe there's a time one could point to and say, this is when it got better. This could be that moment. This conversation will not be easy. Telling your husband you know about their affair. Telling them that you can forgive them if they truly want to make things work. If our marriage continues, it needs to be based on honesty. It needs to be based on reality. I need his commitment. He needs mine. Just like our vows we made on our wedding night, we need to choose each other again. That starts with tonight's conversation. I walk into our house. The living room and kitchen are dark. I already have a good idea where he is. Sure enough, I notice the basement door is partially open and the stairway light is on. Not the best start, I think. I hate it when he's so in his head about his story. We need to talk. Our marriage is more important than any book he may be working on. I open the basement door and call out to him. When I do, I see a shadow in the basement move. I know it's my husband. "Stephen," I say. "Can we talk upstairs?" That's when he comes into view. Only it's not my Stephen. Tanner's at the bottom of the stairs and looks up at me. "Good evening, Mrs. Dyer," he says with his usual polite tone. Hey, Tanner. What are you doing in the basement?" Tanner looks behind him, and my husband walks up. "Hey, dear," he calls up. "Just chatting with the young buck?" He looks at Tanner and nods. "All right. So you know what you're doing?" Tanner doesn't reply, just nods back. "Good," Stephen says. He walks up the stairs quickly while Tanner slowly follows. When Stephen's in the kitchen, he waits for Tanner to leave through the back door before looking at me. "What's up?" he asks. "What's Tanner doing here?" I ask, confused. He looks at me as if I'm asking something stupid. "We talked about the front lawn. He's doing some prep." I see Tanner through the back kitchen window. He heads into our small shed and comes out with the lawnmower. "He's cutting the grass again?" Stephen looks at the young man and back at me. "Don't worry about it. The kid knows what he's doing." Stephen shuffles his laptop case strap over his shoulder. "Did you buy a new laptop?" I ask. Part of me will be upset if I find out he did so without talking to me first. He shakes his head. "Just some of my notes for the book. Looking things over?" Stephen walks into the living room and opens the closet door. He puts on his leather jacket. I know instantly what that means. "You're going out tonight?" I ask. He turns to me. "You know how I am. The night is young, and my imagination is at its best around this time. I've finally figured out my ending." He brandishes his usual charming smile. "Took me a while to put it together, but I got there." "So why are you going back out?" I ask. He grabs the laptop case and throws the strap over his shoulder. "Don't worry. I won't be out long." Stephen turns his back to me and opens the garage door. "Stephen," I say, grabbing the door sternly and attempting to close it. "You have to stay. We can't keep doing this. We need to talk." "I heard what you said. I need to leave right now, though." His light brown eyes harden as he glares at me. I shake my head. "That's not fair to me. We need to talk about what's happening. We need to have a real conversation, Stephen." "I agree," he says coldly. From the backyard, I hear the lawnmower turn on. "Right now, I need to go. We can talk about our marriage for the rest of the night when I get back. I need to talk to you, too." "I don't understand," I say. "Our marriage is important. I thought you realized that." He looks at me coldly. "Remove your hand from the door. Right now." He stares down at me, and I realize that I was completely wrong about him. He didn't choose me. Whatever happened with him and this other woman, it's not over. Whatever my husband is up to behind my back will continue. I'll never get the genuine truth from him. He's not even coming up with fake answers anymore as to why he needs to leave. He just demands that he go. "I promise," he says. "When I'm back, we'll sort this all out. Everything." I take a deep breath and let go of the door. I can't force him to stay here, as much as I'd love to. I think about telling him there that I know what he's been up to and where I think he might be going now. "Okay," I say, and step back from him. "No matter what, I want you to know how much I love you, Stephen. I need you to know that." Maybe they're the wrong words to say. I imagine Amanda screaming and shouting at Stephen had she been in my shoes. That's not me, though. He stares at me blankly for a moment. Finally, he turns his back and continues out the garage door. This is our love story, I think. And maybe this is where it ends. I hear the engine of his motorcycle rev, and soon after, he takes off down the road. I watch as he does, knowing that my marriage is truly over. Maybe that's why I told him I love him. I wanted to say what my heart felt one more time before our romance story came to its natural conclusion. I lower my head and walk into the kitchen. Tanner pushes the lawnmower over the already cut grass. I take out my cell and slowly call her. Amanda picks up nearly immediately. "Hey, girl. How are things?" she asks. I take another deep breath before making my plea. "I need your help." Chapter 31. Clara. It takes me a while to calm my nerves. I finish my call with a 911 operator. I wait until an officer showed up. I speak to him and his partner, giving them details about what the young man looked like. I'm told they will put out information to other officers on duty today and tomorrow. I mention how I believe I saw this boy in the court parking lot last night. One of the officers asks if I believe I'm being targeted. I don't know how to answer that. The officers take my information down as well. After they finish their report, they offer me a ride back to my car in the lot, which I accept. They ask if there's any security person they can speak with about my concerns regarding this man. Unfortunately, we don't have a 24/7 security presence at the court building. Rangdon isn't a huge city. There's only a mobile security patrol unit that checks in on the property every few hours. I point out the sign of the security company hanging beside an exit from the parking lot. The officer drops me off beside my car and says they would be in contact with me if they have any more important updates. I give them Ed Tangen's contact information as well, and they explain they'll be speaking with him too. I thank both the officers as they let me out of their cruiser. I'm about to step into my vehicle when I look at the court building. Ed wanted me to finish some work for him tonight. Obviously, it's best that I don't stay here, though. Ed will understand once the police contact him. Still, my raging workaholic nature wants to throw caution to the wind and get my work done. Common sense prevails as I open my car door and start the engine. My eyes widen as the stench hits my nostrils. I look back and see my recently purchased groceries. I knew buying beef and leaving it in a boiling hot car for so long wouldn't be a great idea. I hadn't expected to be at work much longer, though. I let my dinner cook itself in my car. The smell is awful. My cell buzzes in my pocket. I shake my head when I see who's texted me. "We need to talk right away." I read Stephen's text message in disbelief. What is this man's problem? Suddenly, another text pops up. "I know you're avoiding me. This is important." I put my cell down in my lap, trying to collect myself and lower the windows, allowing the stench of beef to escape. The last thing I want to do tonight is meet with Stephen. My cell buzzes again, and I know he won't stop. As I read his new message, a flick of rage hits me. "If you don't meet with me, I'll come to your work. This is important." Chapter 32. Emily. I sit in my living room and take in the beauty of the house I decorated for us. Although we can barely afford this place, it gives the illusion of wealth and beauty. If a stranger came inside and saw how it looked, they would assume the couple who lived here were just like those people in the movies who live happily ever after. I stare at the large framed picture on the wall of Stephen and me. It was from a brief trip we took to Rome, in front of the Colosseum. That was the only trip we've been on since our honeymoon. The sound of Tanner cutting the grass outside breaks my spell. The couple who lives in this house are not happy. We're far from perfect. How much longer will I even live in this house? I take a deep breath and realize that my life is about to implode. Stephen says we'll settle everything when he gets home. I know what that means. How stupid was I for thinking I could salvage what was left? It's Stephen's fault. He stopped trying. He stopped caring about us. He moved on and forgot to tell me he was finished. He left me in this world of make-believe, allowing me to think there was a chance still for us. There wasn't. I know where he's going. He's going straight back to her. What he doesn't know is if he takes her back to the cafe, Amanda will be there. I asked her not to make a scene. I gave her one goal. Find out who this woman is. If there's any karma in this world, I can ruin her life, just like she destroyed what could have been my happy ending. What kind of woman dates a married man? What a lowlife she must be to think what she's doing is okay. He's taken. He has a wife. She's pretty enough. Why couldn't she find her own person? She had to dig her nails into mine. This is my house. This is my life. He's my husband. My cell buzzes and my heart drops when I read her message. They're here, it says simply. It's Amanda. Stephen and the woman are at the cafe. Don't let her out of your sight, I reply. Don't worry, she writes back. Hopefully, Amanda's skills at blending in are as good as she claimed they are. I'm about to leave myself, but my head is swirling with emotions. I can't focus. I can't think straight. There's only one thing helps when I get this way. I need to write it out. Hopefully when I do, I'll tame my emotions enough to move forward with what Amanda and I planned. I stand up from the couch to get my journal. I peer outside the window to ensure Tanner isn't looking. When I go into the living room and lift the picture frame of us in front of the Coliseum to collect my journal, my face drops. It's not there. I know for a fact that my journal was here, and suddenly, it's not. It was late the other night when I wrote in it. Perhaps in my daze I misplaced it. But that isn't something I do. A loud knock on the front door startles me. I peer outside the window onto the porch and see him. Tanner's at my door and knocks louder. "Mrs. Dyer?" he calls out. "Hello?" I stand, frozen in the living room. He knows I'm here. I quickly step away from the picture frame. He can see me through the window. We stare at each other through the glass. "What is it, Tanner?" I shout back. "Can you open the door?" he asks. He watches me and waits for my reply. Chapter 33. Clara. As I approach the Rancher's Cafe, Stephen sits at our usual spot outside. He sips on his coffee and has already bought one for me. How presumptuous of him to think I'll be here long enough to enjoy it. When he sees me, he immediately stands up from his chair and thanks me for coming, as if he didn't make it hard to say no. I hesitate to sit. "Please," he says, glancing at the other chair. "You're already here. I just want to talk to you. I feel like you're the only one who'll understand." I don't do as he asks. "I told you it's over, Stephen. I don't understand why you're texting me like this. It's unbecoming of someone like you. Certainly not a good look for an author to turn stalkerish." He nods and looks around the near-empty cafe. "I know. This isn't about us." I shake my head in disbelief. "What is this about, then?" He takes a deep breath and grabs a leather laptop case in front of him. "It's about my wife." I look at him, completely puzzled. "Stephen? What are you doing?" He lets out a heavy breath. "Please," he says, gesturing for me to sit. I'll explain everything." The look on his face is off. It's not just of a man who has a guilty conscience about his affair. This is more than that. He looks so desperate. If I was to leave, I get the sense he'd grovel at my knees for me to stay. I feel stupid as my body betrays me and sits in the empty chair. "Okay," I say. He gives me a small smile before sitting across from me. "Thanks," he says anxiously. "I just don't know what to do." I've seen this type of desperation before. Divorce can be so ugly. Between asset division and custody, if the two parties can't agree, everything turns into a war. The courtroom their battlefield. It hits me. What if Stephen has children with his wife? My stomach turns at the thought. Stephen told me about her. I wonder if he's come clean with Mrs. Dyer as well. "Please tell me you don't have children," I say. He shakes his head. "Did you tell your wife?" "No," he says. "But she knows. I found out she knows." Now he looks even more desperate as he holds the leather case to his chest. He opens it and takes out a dull yellow notebook. "It's Emily's journal. She wrote about you in it." I let out a heavy sigh. First, he involves me in an affair. Now, his wife knows. I feel disgusted at myself for some reason, even though I know that I was tricked by the man in front of me. The fact that I actually slept with this pathetic piece of shit makes me even more disgusted with myself. "Stephen, you just need to come clean to her. Stealing her journal is just adding insult to injury. You..."
She's crazy, he blurts out, cutting me off. She's absolutely insane. He opens the notebook. She started this journal recently. All these entries, none of them are dated. Each essentially are character assassinations of me. He flips to a random page and raises the journal. He's a liar and manipulator. He's deceitful and insensitive. He's not who I thought he was. Stephen lets out a laugh as he reads his wife's words, but I hardly find it funny. I don't want to hear this, I tell him matter-of-factly. Look, he says, completely ignoring my request, flipping to another page whose corner is folded. There is some crazy stuff in here. You see this entry? He turns the journal towards me on the table as if demanding.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love. Towns out alone, hood keeps wheeling. The mother willows, I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love.
I read it for myself. She talks about me dressing up like a burglar, scaring her when she's at home as if I'd kill her. He taps the journal hard. That never happened. He lets out a nervous laugh. And she's completely turned around something that happened. He flips through a few pages but lets out a heavy sigh and closes the journal. I don't know where it is, but I read it. She says I'm the one who threatened to kill her if she left me. She was the one who threatened me. She flipped it in her journal to make herself not look like the crazy one. I look at him strangely, unable to hold my composure. It's as if I'm seeing this man have a mental breakdown in real time. Stephen, I don't understand what you want from me.
You already involved me in a way I can't forgive you for. I don't understand why you demanded I meet you. But I'm leaving. I look at his wife's journal. She knows about what you did behind her back. I don't understand if you're acting like this because you're worried what will happen when you divorce, or if you feel guilty about it. But I don't want anything to do with you from here on. Do you understand? This man has broken so much more than a boundary with me. He's ruined what I feel is my integrity as a person. I am not the type of woman to sleep with married men. I would never do that. He's lucky I hold back my rage from decking him in the face for what he's done to me. If I wasn't a lawyer with a firm knowledge of the legal consequences of doing so, I'd love nothing better. He shakes his head. Don't you see what she's doing? She's making this all up. She's trying to frame me. I just don't understand. He lifts up the journal and slams it on the table. She made this up. All of it. She has a plan. She's trying to ruin me, hurt my career. I don't know what. She has a plan, though. I know that much. I'm the victim here. Don't you see? I cringe at his words. Victim? I repeat in disbelief. I lean across the table. Stephen, you had an affair behind your wife's back. You are not a victim. You are guilty of being an adulterer. He lets out another nervous laugh. It's like she's making up her own story. One where I'm this evil man. She's some innocent victim of my abuse. I never treated her the way she wrote in this journal. You said she wrote about the affair in there, I ask, getting to the point I want to make. That happened. You cheated on your wife. That part is true, he says. The rest, though, it's far from it. What can I do about this? About what? He looks at me, a streak of anger flashing across his face. The fake allegations. She's going to do something with these notes. She's going to do her best to ruin me. I can't just let her. She's going to take my career. She's going to take as much as she can from me. I let out a heavy breath as it hits me. You want my legal advice? When he doesn't answer, I lower my head. Stephen, you're unbelievable. You don't understand, he continues. None of this is real. It's all made up. She's trying to establish a fake reality. This is way too weird, Stephen, I say. I don't want to be involved in whatever you and your wife have going on here. I never would have been had you told me the truth from the get-go. I realize that I've given this man way more time than he deserves. I'm about to stand up when he reaches out for me in an embarrassing way to get me to stay and fix this. I have no one else to turn to, he says. Nobody will believe my side of the story. I have no friends, no family here. I have nothing. The woman looks like Snow White compared to me. I swear she even has the birds following her. Nobody knows her like I do. Nobody knows the real Emily or what she's capable of. She's up to something. I let out a heavy breath. Call the police. I did, he claims. They told me that my wife writing falsehoods in a personal journal doesn't constitute a crime. Well, there's your legal advice, I say. I stand up, and this time he doesn't try to stop me. Remember this conversation, he says. If something happens, you'll be the one who knows the truth. Just remember what I told you today. Chapter 34. Emily. What do you want, Tanner? I ask, opening the door only slightly, just enough to talk. Mr. Dyer said he had some cash for me, he says. I look at him. My husband promised him even more money? Great. He hasn't done any work besides cutting a lawn that didn't need it. He's not home right now. He looks around the empty street and back at me. Well,
Do you have anything?
Something I always found interesting about Tanner was that for a young man who looks the way he does act very respectfully to others. He's always so polite when addressing people, and smiles and waves at me when we see each other. Something about how he's looking at me is putting me off. Maybe it's his new tattoo that has me feeling differently.
No. Sorry, I say. Okay, he says. Well, I'll keep working. Mr. Dyer said there's a bag of lye in the garage. Could I come in and grab it?
The odd expression on his face is still present. I'm sure it's just because he's tired from his day. When the boy isn't being respectful with a smile on his face, he has quite the intimidating aura.
I can grab it,
he says. He puts his finger on the outside of the door.
I'm sure it's heavy.
I think of the plastic wrap beside the bag of lye. For a split second, the Google searches on the computer run through my mind. He's being helpful, but why does my gut tell me something is off? Breaking the tension, my cell rings. It's Amanda. I pick up immediately.
Hey, Amanda, I say. I'm just talking to Tanner at the house. How's it going?
I make sure to say the young man's name clearly to my friend. The boy on the front porch's expression doesn't change as he watches me talk.
Oh, Tanner, she says. Ew.
I look at Tanner and smile.
I'll just open the garage door for you.
Tanner thanks me with a small smile as I close the door on him. I lock it immediately.
What's happening? I ask her.
They're just talking, she says, whispering. They're sitting outside.
Oh.
What? I ask. I don't know, she says. He's looking over at me. He did it before, but I don't think he recognizes me. I'm wearing my dark sunglasses, too. I'm sure wearing sunglasses inside a cafe doesn't get too much attention. How very inconspicuous of her. Did he make you? I ask. Don't think so. They're still talking. The conversation looks intense. A knock on the door breaks my attention. Tanner stands on my porch and waves at me.
Sorry, Tanner, I call out. I'll open the garage.
He stares at me oddly before I close the curtains on him. I walk across the room and open the door into the garage, reaching my hand inside to flick on the garage door opener. As it slowly opens, I see the silhouette of Tanner. He looks at me oddly as he steps inside my garage.
The bag's on the side for you, I say, pointing at it. Thanks again.
Before he can say a word, I close the door. A strange sense comes over me as I lock it and swiftly flick the deadbolt. You can't hear what they're talking about? I ask Amanda. Not from here, and I don't think I can get closer to them without getting caught. There's a brief pause. He's showing her something, but I can't make out what it is. I let out a heavy breath. In the garage, I can hear Tanner drag the bag. What do you want me to do? Amanda asks. I want to know who this woman is. I'll figure it out, she says. Stay tuned. Keep your phone nearby. We'll meet up like we talked about after. But I need to know. Are you doing what I asked? I let out a heavy breath. Not yet, but I will. I took my suitcase out of the closet. Amanda breathes heavy into the phone. Now pack everything you care about and get the hell out of that house.
Chapter 35.
Clara. Just read the journal, he says, pushing it across the table. You'll see how ridiculous what she wrote is. I look at Stephen and question what in the world had I ever saw in this man. Sure, he has an interesting job. Yes, he made me laugh, and I thought he was a genuine person. He reeks of insecurity and desperation now. You already talked to the police, I say. I don't think I can give you any more advice. You just have to talk to your wife. Clear the air.
Oh, I'll be talking to her all right,
he says. His tone is aggressive, and for a moment, I wonder what he means until he explains.
I'll be recording the entire conversation. I need to protect myself from this woman.
I pause a moment before reacting and can feel my anger rising as I look more at this pathetic adulterer in front of me. Do whatever you need to, but I don't want to be involved any more than you made me. And you better make sure to tell her that I had absolutely no clue that you were married. I shake my head in disgust.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything, he says.
His eyes are wet and full of expression as he desperately looks at me. His plea for sympathy from me gets nowhere. His crocodile tears do nothing to sway me. You're sorry you got caught, I say bluntly. He wipes his face and does his best to appear shocked at my response to his delicate emotions. I'm not stupid. I can feel the manipulation tactics he's attempting to deploy on me. Still, he's very good at this. Part of me, the side that wished he was the person I thought he was, wants to believe him. I step back from the table, prepared to be undeterred by whatever crap comes out of his mouth next. I've officially lost my patience. Before I leave, I need to make a point. I need you to listen carefully, Stephen. I do not want to hear from you again. Do not show up at my work. That will have extremely negative consequences for you. As I warn him, he slumps into his chair, defeated. He turns his head and looks inside the cafe. I wonder what has his attention. We're not exactly making a scene. There's only one woman sitting inside the cafe, typing on her cell. Stephen! I say harshly, making sure he looks at me so the message sticks this time. Just because I'm a lawyer doesn't mean I'll help you. I find what you did to me and your wife completely disgusting. I hope she does take everything from you, and if you bother me, come to my work or whatever else you may have planned, I want you to know one thing. Never piss off a woman with a law degree. Understand? Chapter 36. Clara. I parked close to the cafe. I sat in my car, my hands still shaking with how pissed I am. Who does Stephen Dyer think he is? He harasses me to come and see him so he can tell me the most ridiculous story I've heard. He pushed his wife's journal in my face as much as he could, trying to get me to play along. He wanted me to read his wife's words, the words that talked about the affair that I was a part of. Is the man so stupid he thinks I'd want to stay in that chair as he slams his wife for writing about what a piece of shit he is? There's probably a lot of words in that journal that aren't so kind about me either. That's the part that gets me so mad. I feel like I was an accomplice in a crime he committed. He dragged me into a terrible world with a wife he despises. I'm glad I didn't fall for it. I hate myself for listening to him as long as I did. Stephen has a way of pulling you in with his words. He's a true master at getting your attention and keeping it. A sign of a good writer, I suppose. It didn't work today. If he thinks for a second that I'd want to continue any form of a relationship with him, he is sorely mistaken about my character. Thankfully, Stephen didn't follow me to my car. He got the hint after my not-so-subtle threat. Still, I was paranoid as I watched him leave on his motorcycle. I worried he'd continue to harass me on his bike. I watched as he took off down the road before leaving. I turn on the ignition and wait a few moments for my nerves to calm. I take out my cell and realize I have a missed call from Ed. I have no doubt what he wants to talk about. What a night. I'll call him back when I feel more centered. I don't want Ed to hear the angry tone in my voice after dealing with Stephen. When the rage begins to subside, I turn onto the road and start heading home. I'm only a block away when the urge hits me to go back to the parking lot. I was hoping the missed call would be from the police. It would have been nice if they'd caught the strange young man who was harassing me tonight. It would be very nice to know who he is and why he was targeting me. Without much thought, I turn down a side street towards the courthouse. Given how pissed off I am, that kid will not be prepared for the amount of crap I'll give him if I spot him. When I arrive at the courthouse, I peek into the parking lot. There's only one vehicle there, and I know who it belongs to immediately. Ed's bright yellow Jeep is parked right beside the entrance to the building. I make the decision to drive into the lot and park beside him. I could go home, but sitting with my thoughts after how tonight went seems like an even worse idea. It would be a nightmare if I called my parents. I imagined telling my father what happened today with the young man. He'd arrive at the parking lot with his duty belt and firearm and patrol it free of charge. I don't even want to think about what my father would do if I told him about Stephen Dyer. Thankfully, I didn't tell my parents much about my supposed boyfriend. We never called ourselves that. It was never official. I wanted to have that conversation, though. Had he asked me to be exclusive, I would have gleefully accepted. Now, though, it's hard to see the great Stephen Dyer as anything but the weeping slob of an adulterer he is. The one who is frantically worried about his wife and how much she's going to destroy him in a divorce. Good. Cheater's justice. I hope she takes as much as she can from him to cope with how terribly he likely treated her. I get out of my vehicle and use my key to enter the building. When I go by the offices, I stop at Ed's. He's inside, looking through documents in a folder. I knock, causing him to drop the papers in his hand. He frantically looks at me and shakes his head with a smile. "You spooked me there, Clara," he says, collecting the papers on the floor. "Sorry, Ed," I say. "I saw your Jeep in the lot and figured I'd drop in and talk to you." He leans back in his chair. "I was worried when I got a call from the police. I want you to know I'm having security on site 24/7 now. I already talked to their patrol supervisor. They'll have someone here soon." "I'm okay," I reassure him. I got a little spooked. I hope they figure out who the kid is. "Kid?" I nod. If the guy was over 20, I'd be surprised. "Did the police tell you I think I saw the same kid in the lot the other night as well?" Ed raises his eyebrows. "I was informed. I don't want you to worry, though. We're going to have proper security now. I was against it when the city passed a motion to only have a patrol vehicle come by and not have a guard stationed on site. It takes a terrible incident for something to change, like always. Are you sure you're okay?" I nod again. "I swear to the court," I say with a smile. He smirks. "If you need a day off tomorrow, it's completely fine. I don't want you to feel nervous coming into work." I shake my head. "I'll be fine." "Well, go home. Relax. I'll see you tomorrow." I was sort of hoping to finish my work. I didn't get it done. Ed lets out a laugh. "You know, you're something, Clara. You're going to be a hell of a lawyer in the near future." The truth is, I'd rather do anything but go home and feel how terrible my life is. I'll let Ed believe it's solely my work ethic. Chapter 37. Emily. I continue to pack my bag. It's taking a lot longer than I expected, but that's because Amanda is supposed to be here. When I got her text message over an hour ago, I was surprised she was able to get the information she did. "Her name's Clara," she wrote to me. "I think she's a lawyer. She went into the courthouse after hours. Maybe that's why she looks so professional all the time." She even took a picture of my husband's mistress's license plate. I'm not sure why she thought I'd need that, but I suppose you never know. "I left a little surprise for her," Amanda texted a few minutes later. When I asked her what that meant, she said she'd explain later. That explanation hasn't happened, though. We were supposed to meet back at my house. The plan was for me to pack my bags, gather any documents or whatever I'd need for a divorce, and leave with Amanda. I'd take my car. I wasn't going to leave that for my husband. He has his house. What do I have? Amanda's spare bedroom. That will be okay for now. Maybe I'll even move back in with my parents. The thought hits me of telling my mom and dad about the divorce. I fold one of my favorite sweaters in the suitcase as I imagine what that conversation will be like. I picture my sweet mother attempting to console me. They wouldn't be the first to be surprised. I kept quiet about the issues I was having with Stephen. I never shared about his weird antics when it was just us with anybody. I hate myself for being with this man for so long, knowing where it would all lead. What a disgusting ending to our story. If he doesn't come home before Amanda picks me up, I've already decided to leave a note. It won't be long, and it won't be explicit or too short. I'll write to him, using my limited abilities compared to my husband's, to share with him that I know about Clara, his new lawyer friend. I wonder how the two met. The searches on his computer indicated he's been thinking about leaving me for some time, and she's a lawyer. Is that how their relationship started? A man walks into a female lawyer's office to get a divorce but finds love instead? How nice. Not exactly romantic meet-cute like the one I shared with Stephen, but that doesn't matter. Of course, my plan is starting to crumble the longer it takes Amanda to get here. I think I'm packing slowly on purpose because I don't want to leave a letter. I don't want to disappear from Stephen's life. I want and deserve closure. I want to see his face when I tell him I know everything, and that I'm leaving him for good. I take a heavy breath and pick up my cell, attempting to call Amanda again. It goes straight to voicemail. Amanda? Are you close? I ask as if she's picked up the phone. Call me as soon as you can, okay? I already left her a voicemail about 30 minutes ago when she didn't respond to my text messages. I even started to worry about her. She told me she thought Stephen spotted her at the cafe. Amanda texted after, though, and said Stephen left and she followed Clara to her workplace. With my anxiety getting the best of me, I text Amanda again. You're making me paranoid. Call me. I try to put my mind at ease and focus on what I'm doing. I have one case full that's downstairs. I already grabbed some paperwork from Stephen's office. Amanda gave me a rundown about information I should try and get, mostly tax information from the past few years. She worried that because Stephen's job as a writer makes his income all over the place, I should take pictures of his taxes from the past few years. It could be easy for him to try and forge documents later and suggest he makes substantially less than he does. Amanda told me she's seen it with separated women in the past at the bank when the wives try to obtain financial information but are blocked because of privacy reasons. Thank God for my friend. She's been more than a blessing through this. She was right. The entire time, Amanda was right. I should have listened to my gut a long time ago when it screamed at me something was wrong in my marriage. When reflecting on my relationship with Stephen, his affair was so obvious. I let my idea of who I thought my husband was override common sense. I look outside the bedroom window to the backyard. Tanner put the lawnmower back in the shed. He left the bag of lye in the front yard for me, though, to lug back. Thankfully, he left some time ago. My gut is also telling me that Tanner will not finish the front yard for Stephen. The money he's promised Tanner will go towards an unfinished project. Not my problem, though. Stephen is not my problem. This house is not my problem. Divorce is scary, though. I have no income. How does one hire a good lawyer when you make $0 a year? Will that mean I'm screwed when getting what I'm entitled to for a settlement? All big, scary questions. Amanda, again, is a blessing. She told me she could lend me some money to get on my feet. Pay it back after you finish your divorce settlement, she told me. She won't say it, but I can tell she's stoked that I'll be single soon. She'll have a girlfriend who doesn't have kids who she can go out with. She already talked about bringing me to some clubs in downtown Calgary. It's not exactly something I'm interested in doing. The idea of losing my marriage is breaking me inside. I don't really care to get back into the club scene. I don't care to be hit on by drunks. I don't want meaningless sex. My cell rings and I immediately pick up, thinking it's Amanda. It's not her. When the voice says my name and tells me who she is, I can't hide my shock or anger. Chapter 38. Clara. I finished the work needed for tomorrow some time ago. I've been sitting in my office trying to find meaningless tasks to do to fill my time instead of packing up for the night. Ed popped by and let me know that there's a mobile security guard in the lot parked beside our vehicles. The guard will be stationed there all night. I reminded him that I'm fine. He again praised my mental fortitude. I like him as a boss. He's very respectful, although you can tell he hasn't worked much with female lawyers. He admitted to me that I'm the first female articling student he's had. He has that protective parent vibe to him. He reminds me of my father. Like my dad, he's a hard-working man who cares about what he does. He's what I strive to be someday. Ed went back to his office and is still there. He let me know he'd be staying late and asked me to let him know when I leave the office for the night. Again, overprotective. I'm not so delicate. The things I've been through in the past few days prove it. Be proud of who you are when you look in the mirror, is what my father would tell me. His words were ingrained in my soul as he and my mother raised me to be a morally just woman. At least, I thought so. I keep beating myself up over what Stephen did. Today at the cafe, I should have told him off immediately. I shouldn't have sat down and listened to him at all. If I truly had the self-respect I thought I had, I wouldn't have listened to any of the ridiculous things he told me. Still, though, what he said bothered me. He was trying so hard to convince me of what he was saying. I still don't even understand what he was trying to tell me. His wife made a journal with the intent of framing him? For what purpose? I think of the last time we met, when he told me he was married. He was just as pathetic as he was today, only less theatrical. He said his wife was Googling things on his computer, questions about murder and burying a body. It's a story, he claimed. She's making up her own version of reality. He claimed nobody will believe him. He told me to remember our conversation. He claimed something would happen, and to remember what he said. What if he's telling the truth, though? He's so good at provoking emotions from me. He had his wife's journal on him. What if instead of ignoring him, I read it? Would that have moved me? Would it have made me more on his side? I remind myself, he's an adulterer, a lying cheater. He's probably been gaslighting his wife for a very long time. Her journal is her way to let out all her emotions without fear of repercussions. I sit at my computer and think more about my weird conversation with Stephen. Last time, he asked me a question that stuck with me after. He asked me how self-defense works in the Alberta legal system. Apparently, that was a question his wife Googled as well. I was too flustered as he tried to explain himself. He knew I was a lawyer when we first met at the bar. He claimed he wanted to keep in touch with me for research purposes. I click on the records management system we have for the city. I don't think as I type in her name. Emily Dyer. I read the limited details on the screen. The city doesn't have much information about her. It only shows her name is attached to a property in the city. My mouth drops and I shake my head in disgust as I read the address. Emily and Stephen live only a few blocks from where I live. What a pig. My stomach turns as I think of what I did to this woman. I can't stand myself at the thought of doing harm to another person, even if I didn't mean to. There's no phone number attached to her profile on our system. Of course, if Ed was to pop his head back in my office and find out what I was up to, that would be the end of my career. All because of Stephen and his games. I immediately close the record system and turn off my computer. I open a browser on my cell and type in her name, Emily Dyer. A few searches come up. At the top of the screen is a picture of the man of the hour himself. A complimentary picture of Stephen shows up. He's smiling wide and looks to be at some event. Behind him in the background is a slender woman in a black dress. From how she's looking at Stephen, I know immediately it's her. Emily. I feel nauseous now, thinking how I helped ruin this woman's life. That journal that Stephen brought with him today likely had my name littered through it. If I were Emily, I wouldn't have many good things to say about me. I could only imagine what it says. I go back to the main searches of her name and scroll down until one link catches my attention. Emily Dyer, InteriorDecorating.com. I click on it immediately. At the top of the web page is a pretty picture of Emily Dyer in a gorgeously decorated living room. Beside the picture of the woman whose life I destroyed beyond repair is a number. I stand up from my chair and look outside my office, down the hallway. Ed's light is still on in his room. I close my door fully and enter the number from the web page. I don't think twice before calling. It's only when she picks up that I wonder if what I'm doing is the right thing or not. Be a woman who's proud to look at herself in the mirror. "Hello?" Emily answers. It takes me a moment to answer. "Hi. Is this Emily?" When she confirms it's her, I tell her who I am. "My name's Clara Allred. We haven't met, but I know who you are," she says, cutting me off with a harsh tone. "What do you want?" I take a deep breath before answering. "I'm hoping we could meet." Chapter 39. Clara. I'm not sure what I expected when I called Emily. You could feel the tension as soon as I said my name. This woman hates me. I can't blame her. All I can do is explain myself, which is why I wanted to meet with her. That, and the concerns I have around her husband. After speaking with Emily over the phone, I'm starting to wonder if this would have been much better to do over my cell. I'm not sure if it's my own guilt and shame over being mixed up in this, but I wanted her to meet me. I wanted her to see how sincerely terrible I feel for what happened. I need her to understand that I'm not the type of person who would willingly do this to someone. I don't want her to hate me. Moreover, I don't want to hate myself. As if the universe knows I'm struggling, my cell buzzes. I let out a heavy breath when I see it's my parents' home number. Absolutely no way will I be speaking with them right now. I feel so out of it. I can't tell them what's happening in my life. Obviously, though, they're worried. I haven't called them back from before. I let the call end, but sent a text instead to my father. "Hey, sorry, I'm working late. We'll catch up with you guys soon, though." A moment later, a reply comes back from my dad. "Okay, sweet pea. Stop working so hard, though. It's late." I'm done with my work for the day, but this night is not over. I have to confront what happened. I need to speak to the wife of the man I've been sleeping with. Why, oh, why did I let my moral high ground dictate that an in-person meeting with Stephen's wife was required? A phone call seemed so insincere. Ed knocks on my office door. "Hey, are you heading home?" His usual calm demeanor isn't present. His expression seems off. I get the sense he wants me to stay even later. "I was about to leave," I say. "What's up?" He gets right to the point. "What a night," he says, shaking his head. "Police found the body of a woman in the woods. Someone hiking on a trail found her body." I look at Ed, shocked by the news. Rangdon doesn't see much violence. There's only been one murder in the past 5 years, which stemmed from a domestic disturbance. Calgary has much more violence, being a larger city, but thankfully that hasn't spilt into Rangdon. "Do we know who she is?" I ask. He shakes his head. "Not yet." "Which trail was she found on?" "I believe it was Meadow Ridge Trail." Right near my house, I think. By Stephen and Emily's house as well. Ed looks at his watch. "Looks like my night just got longer. I know you probably want to go home, but if you want to stay and help out, I could use it. You don't have to, but since I know you want to be a Crown prosecutor, you'll probably want to be a part of this." I nod. "I do, and I will stay. I just have to head out, only for a little bit, though. I'll come right back after I'm done. Less than an hour, and I'll be back." He nods. "All right. I suppose humans need breaks too. He smiles at me, his wrinkles on his forehead deepening, showing his age. Call my cell if I'm not in the office. He heads out of my office and back into his, closing the door louder than normal. He's already working himself up for a long night to help the authorities with whatever they'll need for their investigation. Me, on the other hand, I have a personal matter to attend to. I gather my purse and close my office door behind me. As I leave the building, a black SUV that says security in large white letters is parked right beside Ed's Jeep. The guard, a thin man who appears to be a senior citizen, is in the driver's side. He nods at me as I get into my car. His presence doesn't exactly make me feel much safer, but I suppose anything is better than nothing. The day guard who works during operating hours at the courthouse looks like a bodybuilder. His steroid-infused muscles are nearly bursting out of his tight uniform. Emily asked to meet me as soon as possible at the Walmart parking lot in town. She said she'd be in the back part of the lot, waiting for me. I open my car door but stop myself from getting inside. Under my wiper, a piece of paper flaps in the breeze. I worry that I forgot to put my employee tag on the rearview mirror before going to work. Did the old security guard actually give me a ticket? When I see my employee tag visible, though, I realize it can't be a fine. I lift the wiper and take the note, unfolding it to read what's inside. It's just one word. Whore. Chapter 40. Emily. I've been waiting in the Walmart parking lot for what feels like forever. Truthfully, it's only been about 5 minutes. My husband's mistress explained that she would arrive within 15 minutes to meet me here. 21? I look at my cell minutes later, and she has yet to arrive. The grocery store parking lot felt like a good setting for our meeting. It's where Stephen and I met up after the bookstore signing. It's where our love blossomed. And here is where I'll find out who my husband really is. I pace the near-empty lot. It's dark out. Most of the cars are parked near the building at this time of night. There's only me, my car, and a few grocery carts scattered around by lazy patrons. At first, I wanted to meet inside, but I don't know how this will go. It's not every day you meet the woman who's been sleeping with your husband. I was angry when she called me. Her voice was calm, though, and had a calming effect on me. It was because of how she approached me that I agreed to meet. Plus, it's curiosity. I want to know who my husband wants to leave me for. I wonder how much my dear husband tricked this woman as well. At first, when I found out Clara was a lawyer, I was ashamed. Stephen got tired of his stay-at-home wife and wanted to move on to a professional woman. No wonder he told me that he wasn't worried about money. Shacking up with a lawyer has benefits I'm sure that a struggling author would enjoy. She's a smart young woman who he could move on with and have a happy life. Maybe they'd even have kids. He always wanted them. I told him from the beginning that I wasn't sure if I wanted to have children. My own parents split up soon after having me. I was 6 when my dad left my mother. I remember their last fight they had. My dad yelled at my mother, telling her that he had enough of all of us. I was playing with my Barbies in the other room when he said the words. Maybe he thought I didn't hear him. But I did. Stephen can't blame me for not wanting kids. He told me he'd be okay with it. I was always concerned that wasn't the case. I see how Stephen is with his surrogate son, Tanner. I know he wishes he could have his own child. My mind floods with thoughts as I wait for my husband's mistress to meet me. Maybe I'm giving this woman too much credit. Perhaps she's not wanting to meet to apologize. Maybe she intends to double down, tell me that Stephen is hers and hers alone. I'd be okay with that, too. My bags are nearly all packed. Amanda still hasn't called or texted. That has me concerned. I take out my cell to try and reach her again when a car slowly creeps into the back of the lot. Inside the driver's seat, I see her. The woman I saw at the cafe, kissing my husband, parks her car across from mine. It takes her a moment to get out. I tend to read people quickly. I was hoping Clara would have some type of sympathetic look to her. She doesn't, though. Oddly, she's the one who looks upset. I know already that this interaction is not going to go how I hoped it would. Clara shuts her door. She glances at me as she approaches. "Hi," she says. "Thanks for taking my call and meeting with me." I nod. "Well, I'm here. Why did you want to meet?" She examines my face, taking something out of her pocket. "Did you put something on my car?" she asks with a stern look. I shake my head. "No." She opens the note and shows me. "It says whore on it." She waits for me to explain to her. It doesn't have the desired effect. All it does is upset me more that this woman called me to meet with her to accuse me of something. I'm the one who wants answers. That's why I agreed to meet her here. That's when it hits me. Amanda. She told me she left a little surprise on Clara's car. I can't hide my smirk and quickly cover my face. "I did not leave anything on your car," I tell her again. It's technically true. I didn't ask Amanda to do that. It's juvenile as well. Something I personally wouldn't do, even though I have to admit it's making my day. Clara takes a heavy breath. "Have you been having someone follow me?" she asks. She stares at me intensely. Does she know about Amanda? I pause before answering her, letting my emotions go wild. "I'm going to leave," I say. The last thing I'll do is let some lawyer trick me into admitting anything. Does she think I'm stupid? I turn to my car. "Wait!" she calls out to me. "Sorry, it's just... There's been an incident with someone at the office. Some strange man. It scared me. I didn't mean to blame you. I'm just trying to understand what's happening." I turn to her, relieved that she said it was a man she feared was following her, not Amanda. I take a heavy breath. "And I'm trying to figure out what happened here as well. What did you do with my husband?" Clara looks at me. Her cold eyes soften. She looks away a moment before meeting my gaze. I can feel my blood boiling as I wait for her to respond. If she says anything wrong, I don't know what I'll do. It's probably not a good idea to assault a lawyer. "I didn't know he was married," she says. "Stephen never told me about you. I want you to know that. I would never entertain being a part of an affair. Willingly. I know you don't know me at all and can only imagine what you're thinking. I'd be so upset if I were you. He wasn't wearing a wedding band. I only found out about you when he told me. I immediately broke things off with him when he did." I nod. I believe I witnessed that exchange myself, but don't tell her that. I know there's more to the story, though. Amanda went to the Rancher's Cafe for a reason. "You met with him today?" I say to her. "I know you did. Don't lie to me. If it was over, why were you meeting with my husband again?" She looks at me, as if trying to figure out a response. "That's part of the reason I wanted to meet with you. Stephen messaged me today. He demanded we meet and said he'd harass me at work if I didn't show up. I met him. I wanted him to know he won't be able to play those kinds of games with me. When we met, he had your journal with him. He was acting crazy. He accused you of making up stories in it that weren't true." I looked at her, confused. "He read my journal to you?" I knew there was no way I misplaced my journal. I feared my husband would find it. Now he knows everything that scared me. He knows everything that was for my eyes only. "He didn't read it to me," she says. "But he said some weird things. He said you're trying to set him up for something. He made comments that suggested he might not be thinking rationally. It had me worried about what he might do." I try to find the words. "He knows it's over," I tell her. "He knows I won't take him back, even if he changed his mind about wanting to save our marriage." She looks at me, concerned. "I don't think you should go back to your house," she says. "I'm already prepared to leave," I say. "I have my bags packed. I have what I need." "How about you stay at a hotel or something?" she says. "I can give you some cash if you want. I don't know if you have enough to pay for a room for you. I'm not sure if you share a credit card with Stephen. It's best he doesn't know where you are. There are shelters, too." When I don't respond, she continues. "We could drive to a hotel together. I could pay for a room for you. I really don't think you should go home." I look at her, confused. This woman seems so concerned for my safety. It almost makes me laugh at the idea of it all. My husband's mistress is worried for my well-being? A weird thought enters my mind. What if Stephen asked her to do this? What if the two are still talking to each other? Why would I trust a woman who's been sleeping with my husband? "I'm fine," I tell her. "I'm staying with a friend." Clara looks at me. "There's something in the air tonight. It's been a bad day. I just want to make sure you're safe." There's something about her tone that bothers me. She has such a caring and concerned expression. My husband lied to us both. At least, that's what she's telling me. How much can I really trust her? "I'm leaving now," I tell her. I open my car door, but stop myself from getting inside. I turn to Clara, who continues to stare at me. "I appreciate you meeting with me. I still question things, though. Maybe I'm wrong about you. I don't know anything about anyone anymore." "Emily?" she says, her voice softening. She takes a step towards me. "I'm just worried." I put my hand up, gesturing for her to stop. "Like I said, thanks for meeting with me and giving your side of the story. Please know, I never want to see you again." Without another word, I slam my car door and turn on the ignition. My front lights illuminate my husband's mistress as she watches me leave. Chapter 41. Clara. I head back to the office. When I arrive in the parking lot, both Ed's Jeep and the security vehicle are still there. The security guard isn't inside his car, though. I park on the other side of Ed's Jeep. When I step out, a noise from inside the enclosed lot startles me. I turn my head immediately and spot the guard slowly patrolling. If that young man who followed me today were here, I worry the guard could get hurt. I had hoped that Emily Dyer could give me an explanation as to who the guy with the mullet is. My lawyer brain went into full paranoia mode after I read the note I found on my windshield. I asked the security guard if he saw anybody near my car, but he said he hadn't, because he's only part of the mobile patrol unit and not part of the same security company who hires the bodybuilder day guard. He doesn't have access to the cameras in the parking lot. The guard made a note of the time I found the letter and jotted it down in a notepad. He said when the day guard arrived, he'd ask him to review the footage from the parking lot. Unfortunately, the camera isn't directly on my vehicle. The chances of it catching anything are slim. The camera is zoomed on the entrance to the court building. As I head to Ed's office, I think about the conversation with Emily. It wasn't a complete disaster, but not how I would have liked it to be. It came off too strong when I asked her about the note and the man following me. I'm just not sure who else would leave such a note on my car. Word of me meeting with Emily will reach her husband. I'm sure this will kick off more issues, but I needed to do it. I had to meet the woman whose life I had made more complicated. I had hoped that she would listen to my words and stay at the hotel. I think about the murdered woman in Rangdon years ago. Ed shared the file with me when I first started working at the courthouse. He was the Crown prosecutor involved in the case. Jeremy Richmond murdered his wife, Sandra, after an argument got out of hand around finances. She was upset at her husband's spending. When she called him out on it, things got abusive. The husband claimed he didn't mean to kill her. It happened by accident. What happened after wasn't, though. He wrapped his wife's body in old blankets, placed her in the trunk of his pickup, and left her body in a wooded area within city limits. Ed did fine work on the case. The evidence was stacked against Jeremy Richmond. The judge sentenced him to 15 years for second-degree murder. I think of Stephen Dyer and how he presented himself today. He was so frantic and concerned. As I walk by Ed's office, he nods at me and gestures for me to come in. "What's the update?" I ask. "Well, her name is Amanda Porter. She's a local. She's 31. She's a banker. Do you know her?" I shake my head. "The detective on site believes she was killed at the spot she was found on the trail." "How?" "A large hematoma was found on the back of the head. Strangulation marks were seen on the victim's neck. That's not official, though. We need the coroner to confirm it." My phone buzzes in my pocket. When I look at the screen, I let out a heavy breath. Stephen's calling. Looks like he heard about my meeting with his wife already. I ignore the call. He can fill up my voicemail if he wants. In fact, as soon as I'm done speaking with Ed, I plan to block him. If he does follow through with his threat and shows up at my work, the old security guard could have some trouble tonight. What will Ed think of me? A stranger stalking me and an ex-boyfriend as well? Great. Ed gives me a bunch of things I can assist him with. I make a mental list of where to start as I head back to my office. My phone buzzes again with another call. I don't have to look to see who it is. Again, I let Stephen go to my voicemail. I close my office door and sit back at my desk, unlocking my cell. When I do, I load up Stephen's profile. I'm about to block him when I get a text. "I knew it!" Stephen exclaims. Immediately, another text pops up. "I told you she was up to something." I shake my head and take a deep breath. I had told him I want nothing to do with him many times over, and yet he thinks I care. "She wants to kill me," his next text says. I pause and reread his message, assuming I misread it. "What are you talking about?" I reply. He immediately responds. "She's planning to kill me. I found a second journal. It's all here. It's all in her journal. Her words." I sit back in my chair, trying to understand what's happening. He's manic. He must have lost his mind. When I saw Emily, she said she was packing her luggage and leaving. She said she was planning on staying at a friend's house. My stomach turns as I reread Stephen's messages and worry that Emily isn't going straight to her friends. "Stephen, where are you?" I ask. "Home." Chapter 42. Emily. I arrive at Stephen's house for the very last time. When I open the garage door, his motorcycle is there. It's a sight I've seen many times. Tonight, though, seeing his bike scares me. Stephen's home. He's probably seen the bags I've packed. I know he'll have questions. I've been worried about facing my husband for some time, and if I park my car beside his motorcycle and enter this house, that's exactly what will happen. The talk that will change my entire life is about to occur. Although there's a small part of me screaming inside of my chest to leave. I should leave a note. Send him a text. Send an email. Break things off far away from my husband. I also can hear Amanda's voice inside me as well. I need to tell him to his face that we're done. I'm no pushover. He'll know that I know about him and Clara. Maybe I'll even tell him I had the pleasure of meeting his mistress this evening. The fear of what I'm about to do is only there for a moment, until I feel calmness wash over me. With my foot off the gas pedal, my car slowly creeps into the garage. I don't bother closing the door. I won't be long. When I enter, I'll tell him what I need to, and then I'll leave my husband forever. What used to terrify me days ago feels like it will set me free. I worried what confronting Stephen would be like. I pictured myself breaking down in front of him, shivering. I also pictured the opposite, shouting at him, screaming how much I hate him for what he did to me. To us. That's not how I feel right now. I have this overwhelming sense of calmness, a direction I never felt I'd want to take, one that leads me to leaving the man I once loved. This is the end of our love story. I get out of my car and take a deep breath before entering Stephen's house. I admire the home I made for us. I really did put my entire heart and soul into our space. It's beautiful here. If only the love Stephen and I shared together matched the beauty of this room, we would have made it. Instead, big changes are on the horizon, and I'm ready to face them. In my mind, I say goodbye to this picturesque space I created to fix this. Stephen isn't in the kitchen. I open the basement office door, but no lights are on. "Stephen!" I call out to him. He doesn't answer. The only other place he could be is upstairs. I slowly walk up the steps and into the master bedroom. The bed is empty. He's not here either. The 2 suitcases remain on the bed where I left them. An image of my husband dressed in his black costume from years ago hits me. I slowly open the closet door. It's dark, and when I flick on the switch, I confirm it's empty. My husband isn't in our bedroom. Well, that's not entirely true. All that remains of him, of us, is the relic of the wedding photo album we made that sits on the dusty shelf. I walk up to it and flip it face down. I take a deep breath before I leave the closet, turn off the light, and close the door for the last time. That part of my life is over now. I won't be looking at the past any longer. That's behind me. I walk down the steps and call out for Stephen. He doesn't answer. I begin to wonder if he's even home. Maybe he saw the cases and left the house altogether. Perhaps he went out for a walk to clear his head. I'm sure he knows this conversation will be happening and is equally as frightened as I am to have it. I go into the kitchen and look out the back window. My husband isn't there either. All I want is to leave him and leave this house. I grab a glass in front of the upper cabinet near me and fill it from the fridge water dispenser. As the water reaches the top, a creak from behind me catches my attention. "Hey!" my husband shouts to get my attention. Stephen appears from the dark stairs to the basement, a grin on his face. Startled, I drop the glass at my foot. Glass shatters and water spills around me. I put a hand to my chest. "I didn't see you there," I say. His odd smile doesn't change as he glares at me. "I saw the bags upstairs," he whispers. "Where are you going?" "I'm leaving," I say. Just as I practiced on the way here, I start the way I intended. "We both know we haven't been happy in a long time. Stephen puts a finger to his mouth and steps towards me. As he does, the odd expression on his face doesn't change. I step backwards in response, standing on a shard of glass. I wince in pain. "Stephen!" I say. My husband shows me what's in his hand. A large kitchen knife from the magnetic block is tight in his palm. The same one he bought for me as a gift is now pointed towards me. I freeze as he approaches me. I want to open my mouth and scream for help, but instead I'm in shock as to what's happening in front of me. My eyes widen as I process it. My husband is about to kill me. Stephen looks outside the kitchen window. A light turns on in our next-door neighbor's house. When I look back at my husband, he has the knife raised in his hand. "Don't!" I plead to him in a whisper as the man I loved gets closer. "No! Stop! Please, Stephen!" His highlights widen, showing the whites. He looks like he's gone completely mad. "No!" he suddenly shouts at the top of his lungs. "Stop!" he shrieks, mimicking me. "Please!" His voice booms so sincerely that you would think it was him being attacked. He's yelling as loud as he can, as if to get attention. That's when it hits me. The Google searches from days ago that I discovered on his computer. It warned me what he planned to do. "Emily!"
He yells at me as he approaches. "You killed me!"
Chapter 43. Clara. I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen. In fact, I know it will. Stephen warned me it would. He told me to remember the conversation we had at the cafe. I should have forced Emily to stay with me. I could have gotten her a hotel, gotten her to agree to a shelter. I let my shame around what I did get in the way of rational thoughts. Stephen has gone mad. His texts prove it. He thinks his wife is trying to kill him. If he truly believed that, why on earth would he confront her about it? None of it makes sense. How odd Stephen's been the past few days only adds to my concern. I exit my office, and Ed asks me if I'm okay. I'm sure I'm not hiding my concerns well. I tell him I'll be back. He asks me where I'm going, but I don't answer. I'm not sure why, in the pit of my stomach, I know something terrible is about to happen. How can I explain that, though? I know where Emily and Stephen live. I'll drive by and see if she's home. I'm sure it will be awkward if Stephen answers the door. I question what I'm doing as I leave the lot. I drive as quickly as I can, as if my body is acting on its own. In the darkness, I have a hard time making out the numbers on the houses. Thankfully, Emily's has a porch light on, and I spot theirs quickly. The house looks normal from the outside. I'm not sure why I was spooked to come here. Stephen's text messages were not normal, though. None of what's been happening with him is. I park outside, and a memory of me meeting Stephen at the bar hits me. I thought it was special how we first met. I thought he was special. Now, I can't help but feel our whole relationship was somehow engineered to appear that way. With Stephen, nothing is as it seems. The garage door is open. Inside, I see Stephen's motorcycle and Emily's car. I step outside and again ask myself what I'm doing. That doesn't stop my body from walking up onto the front porch and knocking loudly on the door. Nobody answers. I take out my cell and attempt to call Emily's number. I already tried to call her before arriving, but she didn't pick up. I'm not sure what I'm expecting as a response this time. As the number continues to ring, I realize that I can hear the faint sound of a phone inside the house. Emily's home. I knock on the door, but still nobody answers. "Emily?" I call out. "It's me, Clara. Can you open the door?" Stephen's home. His bike is in the garage. Maybe I caught them at an odd time. They could be talking inside. Here I am interfering. Nothing like a mistress coming by and knocking on your front door to make things even more complicated. "Stephen?" I call out. "Are you inside?" I peer through the front window. The living room is dark, except for a dim light from the kitchen. I see a shadow moving near the stove. The house doesn't have an open layout, though, and it's hard to see what's going on in the kitchen. "I just want to make sure everyone is okay," I call out. I peer inside again and see the floor is dirty. My eyes widen as I realize it's blood. A dark pool spreading on the kitchen floor. I take out my cell and immediately call 911. The operator answers, and I tell them what I see inside. I explained that nobody was answering the door, but I saw someone inside. "Police are on their way," the female operator tells me. I attempt to open the door, but the handle doesn't move. "It's locked," I say to the operator. "The front door's locked." I realize the garage door may not be. "Police are on their way," the operator reminds me. "Stay outside." I can't. I'm not sure if it's my need to ensure Emily is safe or the shame I have at not doing more to help her, but I rush to the garage door as the operator pleads with me to stay outside. My own safety isn't a thought as I try and get inside. I reach out to the door into the house from the garage and slowly turn the handle. The 911 operator's voice cuts through the darkness. She warns me again to stay in a safe place until police arrive. I hang up on her, scared the operator will be heard by whoever I saw. I realize what I'm doing is dangerous. There's blood on the floor. I saw someone inside. That doesn't stop me from slowly moving through the living room into the closed-off kitchen area. The pool of blood widens with each step I take, until finally I see the source. On the ground, Stephen's body lays still. Suddenly, his leg jolts and his arm stretches out, but immediately it loosens again. Blood is everywhere, all over the white walls and stainless steel appliances. Blood splatters streak the upper cabinets. That's when I see her. Emily is shivering, curled in a ball on the kitchen floor. "Emily?" I say to her. "Are you hurt?" Emily doesn't answer. Her eyes are fixated on her dying husband on her kitchen floor. I look at Stephen and see the handle of a knife sticking out of his back. The sirens get closer as I turn back to Emily. "Are you hurt?" I ask her again. Emily stops shivering. She doesn't look at me, but finally responds. "He tried to kill me." Chapter 44. Clara. I watch as a paramedic speaks to Emily, who's sitting in the back of an ambulance. Emily appears to be talking now. She didn't say much to me when I found her in the kitchen. All she could do was repeat that her husband tried to kill her. "So, can you go over this again with me, Ms. Allred?" an officer asks. "When you entered the house, was Mr. Dyer still alive?" I think of his terrible question and the terrible reality. "No, he was dying." I don't get into the grim details as to how his body twisted one last final time. "How did you know he was dead?" he asks. I take a deep breath and lean further back onto the constable's police cruiser as he waits for my response with his pen in hand. I notice his body camera is facing me as well. A red light indicates it's operating. "I'm not sure," I say. "I made an assumption." "This man was your boyfriend?" the officer asks. "How long have you two been seeing each other?" The policeman asked me this already. I know what he's doing. I understand how cross-examination works in my line of work. He's trying to trip me up. He wants to see if I'll remain consistent with what I already told him. He wants to see if I'll give him reasons not to believe me. I don't tell the officer that I know what he's doing. He's doing his job, after all. He's trying to understand what happened here tonight, and I don't blame him. I'm still trying to sort it out myself. "About a month," I answer. "Like I said, I didn't know he was married until he told me the other day." He nods and writes a note on his pad. "And why didn't you think to check his pulse when you found your boyfriend on the floor of the kitchen and instead assumed he was dead?" I look at him, surprised by how aggressive the question is. "I was more concerned about his wife. She was petrified and shivering on the floor. I thought she was hurt. There was a lot of blood." He nods. "And you know Mrs. Dyer, as you said." Now my lawyer brain is going off. What does this officer think happened? "Like I said," I explain again, "I met with her tonight to tell her the truth about the affair her husband was having. I was also concerned about her safety and was trying to get her to not return to her house." "And what did she tell you when you expressed your concerns?" I take a deep breath and glance at Emily. The paramedic continues to speak with her. She nods to them. "Emily said she had a friend who was helping her leave her husband. She said she was going to be staying with her tonight." The officer furrows his eyebrows and glances at his notepad. "What was the friend's name?" I shake my head. "Emily didn't say." The officer nods. "So, as Mr. Dyer's girlfriend, why did you believe your presence was needed here tonight?" I look at the officer. A flash of rage hits me. Like I said, I was worried. Stephen texted me some weird things. I showed you his messages. What else do you want from me? The officer looks away from me and finishes his notes, slipping his pad into his side pocket in his uniform. A detective will want to talk to you tonight. Can you come to the station with me? I agree and tell the officer I'll follow him there. Emily appears to be leaving as well, only with the ambulance. She lowers herself on the gurney behind her, her head propped up, and says something to the paramedic. My gaze catches her attention, and the two of us stare at each other. Before the paramedic slams the door shut, the expression on Emily's face throws me off. For a woman who was nearly murdered tonight, she wears the oddest smile. The Truth. Chapter 45. Emily. Present. This was my story. My version of what happened. I won't tell you it's the full truth, because it's not. If my husband were alive, he'd have a very different story to tell. I sit across the table from two detectives who I've been speaking with for over an hour. I've given them as many details as I can. At times, they ask me the same question but present it differently. It's obvious why. They want to know the truth. So long as I stay consistent with my story, what I say will become what happened. Stephen taught me many things about how to write a story. I used that information well to make my own, only mine was darker than his could ever be. We're hoping you can help us understand what happened in your kitchen. One of the detectives asks me, Can you go over it again? I practiced this exact conversation over and over tonight as I waited for Stephen to come home. What's the truth? I waited for him to come back up the stairs from his office and into the kitchen. It was dark. He didn't see me. I ambushed him, slipping the sharp kitchen knife he bought me for a gift into his back. He cried out to me. He shouted at me to stop. I didn't quit removing and digging the knife into him until I was certain he was dead, or close to it. He wasn't able to fight me after the first few puncture wounds. He didn't have the energy to say much as he died in front of me. When he realized that it was me and that he was going to die, he said his last words. You killed me. Of course, this is not what I can explain to the detectives. Everything's a blur, I say to them. I'm not sure. I just remember him coming towards me with the knife. I fought back with everything I could. I knew my life depended on it. When Stephen was dying on the kitchen floor, I decided at the last minute to break a glass of water on the floor. It was a final touch to the scene that I figured could help explain how I got the upper hand. My murderous husband slipped on the water, or maybe he hurt his foot on the broken glass. It was enough for me to get the upper hand and take the knife away from him. Never give your audience the full details, Stephen would tell me. When coming up with a story, you want to leave enough space for a reader to come up with what they think happened. Let your reader use their imagination to fill in the blanks. I don't need to give the officers a made-up version of what happened in the kitchen. They can make up that part for me. I was worried I was caught as I dropped the glass when someone knocked on the door. Clara was on the front porch. I had enough time to sit in the corner and wait for her to enter my house and find me on the kitchen floor. Can you go over again why you didn't leave your house tonight? The detective asks. You told us you were concerned about your safety around your husband. Why go back home when you were scared? I take a few deep breaths and try to calm my nerves. To anybody watching, I'm sure I come off well as a woman who was nearly killed today. At least as far as they know. Although I hate how stupid the character I'm playing is at times. The detectives are right. It doesn't make sense. My friend Amanda Porter, was supposed to be at my house with me. She was going to be my support as I left my husband. I wanted to tell Stephen myself that I knew about the affair he was having and that we were done. While my husband did scare me at times, like how I wrote about it in my journal, I don't know. I never thought he'd actually try and murder me. Thankfully, the officers will never find my real journal, the one where I planned out every detail of my husband's death. Somehow, my dear husband found my journal and had it in his hand when I killed him. I managed to hide it under the fridge before Clara entered the house. That's a loose end that could come back and haunt me, but I have faith the police won't find it. Clara coming to my home tonight was also not in the plan. Worried that she heard Stephen's final plea for his life, I made sure to repeat to the officers every word he said before I killed him. The detectives share an exchange when I give my phony excuse as to why I went back to my house tonight. I know what they're thinking. This isn't the strongest part of my story. Stephen always complained about how fictional characters were always much more stupid than real life. In real life, if you thought someone was going to murder you, you'd never willingly be near them. Had my fictional story of what happened in real life been true, I'd never allow my husband close to me. I hate reading books or watching movies where you want to shout at the characters for acting so stupidly. In my case, I had to for the climactic ending I had in mind. When the detectives mention Amanda, I try my best to act worried. I haven't been able to reach Amanda, I say. Can you please contact her? I'm sure she's worried. The detectives share another look before one of them tells me what I already know. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Emily, but Amanda Porter is dead. Her body was discovered today. I stare blankly at the officer. In my head, I try to muster a tear, but that's not working. I remind myself that it's okay not to be overly emotional. I don't need to pretend to be a wreck with outbursts of fake crying or shrieking. Maybe the police may question why I haven't cried or come off too emotional during my questioning. That's okay. Everybody grieves in their own way. As long as I'm consistent, that's what matters most. That's what will make or break my story. What happened to her? I ask. The detective explains how her body was found by a hiker at a nearby trail. They ask me details about the last time I saw Amanda. I explain to them part of the truth. I had Amanda go to the cafe and watch my husband with Clara. Amanda followed Clara to the court building. The note she left on Clara's car was a surprise to me as well. I show the detectives the message she wrote me about it. The part I leave out is where Amanda and I met up at Meadow Ridge Trail like we agreed to. The idea, as Amanda thought, was for us to go over my game plan of how I was going to be leaving Stephen. I'd pack my bags to leave, but before I did, I'd confront him. I'd leave him. I'd murder him. I'd set it up to make it look like Stephen was going to kill me. Amanda didn't know that part of the plan. She just thought I wanted to confront my husband on my own. She wanted to intrude on what I plotted. That's the problem with pushy friends. Sure, they can help out, help me establish my alibi. They can be a decent character witness for how terrible of a husband Stephen was. But in the end, they march to the beat of their own drum. I never intended to murder Amanda, but it had to happen. She was going to get in the way of the story I created. I realized while talking to her at the trail today that she was always going to be a loose end, one that would have her own version of the story. I couldn't let that happen. I tried to make it quick. Amanda didn't notice me picking up the large rock as she turned away from me. She barely made a noise when I struck her in the back of the head with it. To ensure the loose end was taken care of, I wrapped my hands around her neck and squeezed until I felt nothing. Amanda always annoyed me anyway. In her last moments, she knew I'm far from being a pushover. Who did that to her? I say to the detectives, looking down at the white-tiled floor. We're still looking into what happened, the one detective says. Do you know Mr. Dyer's whereabouts when you were speaking with Ms. Allred? If I could, I'd smile freely. It's coming together well. My husband always comes and goes, I answer. I never know where he's at. Probably why he was able to have an affair so easily. One of the detectives purses his lips. I feel how angry he is. and love it. I take a deep breath. I've practiced this story for a long time. I lived my story. I gave it life by knowing every beat of what happens. It's not enough to know the major pieces of a story. As the writer of a fictional piece of work, you have to live it. You have to believe it. You need to know all the small details. Every little detail needs to be realized. Stephen says his readers complain about all the unnecessary details in his books. All the fluff or filler, as they call it. But those details are what give a story life. It's what helps his readers believe him when he lures them into his fictional world. That's what I did. The truth is much more boring and less fantastical. An unhappily married woman discovers her husband is planning to divorce her. I was livid when I found the searches on his computer. I knew our marriage was coming to an end. I also knew what that meant for me. We'd split whatever Stephen had left in savings between us. After paying our legal bills for the divorce, I wouldn't have much left. I wouldn't get anything from his house. He had bought it before we were married, and I didn't contribute to the mortgage. I had a free consultation with a divorce lawyer who confirmed that I wouldn't be getting much of a settlement. You can't get blood from a stone, the lawyer told me. You can get life insurance from blood, though. I didn't want to have half of nothing. I wanted all of everything. The house, the savings, it would all be mine. The life insurance would be the cherry on top. It would be enough to ensure I'd have a comfortable life for a good amount of time. If I saved and invested well, maybe I wouldn't even have to work again. I'd keep the house I made for Stephen and me. All the beautiful decorations and time I spent arranging it would not be for nothing. A divorce from Stephen would have been unfair. When I married him, he promised me the world. Call it writer's block or just depression, but the man was a dud. A loser. He couldn't give me the life he promised me. I had a vision when I married Stephen, and none of it was happening in real life. He tricked me. Divorce was not an option. That left me few alternatives. Of course, when you're making up a story, things can pop up that make you go in a different direction. Stephen would always joke with me that his characters were always surprising him when he was writing a book. I never knew what he meant, since weren't these characters all in his head? How could he not know where things were going? I was surprised when writing my story that the same happened to me. The affair with Clara Allred was a big twist that even I didn't see coming. I never thought Stephen was capable of such moral bankruptcy. I had to change things around. I had to rewrite some of the narrative I'd already made. I had to write a new journal, now involving a new character, Clara. That wasn't fun. I don't like big twists as much as Stephen's readers do. I had my story, and I didn't want to change it. Adapt or die, as the saying goes. I changed my story to make the new facts of his affair work in my favor. Plus, I have to admit, his two-timing made it much easier to follow through with what I planned. And I planned it well. Looking at the two detectives in front of me, I know that even with all the inconsistencies and the plot holes in my story, they believe me. Stephen once gave me this lecture during one of our usual boring dinners together, how powerful fiction can be. Stephen claimed that if you tell yourself a fake story over and over, you can even fool a lie detector test. I hope I won't be asked to prove that theory. I planned every detail of the story I had for Stephen and me. I worked hard to create a journal to back up my version of this reality. I look at the officers and wait for them to give me more questions. I'm prepared. As the author of my husband's death, I know everything I need to share. I know how to be consistent in my story because I lived it. I'm prepared to give all the consistent details over and over. I won't slip up. Even with the twist of Clara, I'm prepared and ready to give the same story. The officers stand up from the desk, and one thanks me for coming to speak to them. Before I leave the room, one of the detectives stands in front of the exit. He looks down at me. His bushy mustache twitches a moment. "We have a social worker we can call if you want someone to talk to." For a moment, I'm taken aback, until I realize that most people would be a complete mess right now. I killed my husband in self-defense. My friend was found dead, and I was just notified. How does someone act in this moment? I remind myself that all I need to focus on is my story and the facts I created to reinforce my version of the truth. Stay consistent. That's all that matters. Acting overly emotional may be more detrimental for me. I don't know what to feel right now, I tell the detective. I'm so out of it. I don't even feel like I'm here. It doesn't feel real. The detectives let me leave, and I follow them down a long hallway. As they guide me towards the exit, one explains that because my house is a crime scene, I'll need to find a place to stay tonight. I thank them again as we near the front desk of the station. I've told my story, but I know I'll be saying it many times over from here. This was just my first test. I can't add many more details. If anything, I'll say less. Always go back to the basics when you're telling a story. The insights a crime writer has about murder were always interesting. My husband, the author, taught me a lot. He often joked to me that when you're reading a book and you're not sure who the real murderer is, to remember the simple truth. The husband always did it. I like to think I honor my late husband by telling a perfect story that he would have been proud of had he not been the intended victim. That's when I see her. Clara Allred is being escorted in by a uniformed officer. She's heading directly towards me. The two of us exchange a glance as we pass. The only thing I have to worry about is what story Clara will tell. Chapter 46. Clara. The past few days have been a nightmare. From finding out that the man I was seeing is actually married, to meeting his wife, to discovering his body. I didn't think it could get much worse. It did. Much, much worse. I found out from the detectives questioning me at the police station the other night that the woman whose body was discovered in the woods is Emily Dyer's friend. Amanda Porter was the one who was supporting Emily through her leaving Stephen. She was going to have Emily stay at her place. Of course, that never happened. Stephen saw to that. The murders are all being tied to the crime writer. I don't know this because of my placement at the courthouse in the city. Just like everyone else, I'm seeing all the headlines. Crime writer turned killer, charged with murder of local woman. The same image Stephen uses on his published works was front and center. A small square to his right showed his victim, Amanda Porter. Below was an image of Emily Dyer. One of their neighbors from that terrible night took a picture of Emily in the back of the ambulance. As I scrolled and read the article, it didn't take long for me to find my name printed with the rest. Local lawyer, Clara Allred, mistress of Stephen Dyer, found Mr. Dyer's body in his kitchen with Mrs. Dyer. The mistress called the authorities, who soon arrived on the scene. I've received many calls since the article went live. My parents made several of those calls. I haven't called anyone back. Friends, cousins, and aunts and uncles all wanted to speak to me. Reporters and journalists sent emails to me, trying to get my side of the story. I spoke to none of them. Not family or friends, and especially not the media. I want this nightmare to end. When I became a lawyer, I did so to help bring justice where it was needed. I had pure intentions for this occupation I worked so hard for. The money came second. The prestige didn't truly matter. What mattered most was me helping the helpless, ensuring those who commit evil won't get away with it, that I would work within the limits of the law to bring down those who broke it. Make them pay. Now my name is attached to a word I never suspected. Mistress. I think of the note I found on my car a few nights ago. Whore, it simply read. Anybody who reads the short article about what happened that terrible night would think the same of me. It doesn't matter what my story is. The truth wouldn't make a difference. The court of public opinion has made their verdict. There's no escaping the judgment. Whore it is. The only call I did pick up today was one I was waiting for. Ed Tangent called me this morning and broke the news before I could go to the courthouse. At first, he asked me how I was doing. He came off genuinely concerned. I'm glad that he started the conversation that way. Of course, what followed was what I expected when I answered his call. Due to the conflict of interest with me being involved in this high-profile case, my time at the courthouse is over. Ed told me I'm a good worker, and that he's sure my involvement in this case is not as scandalous as the media makes it seem. He also told me that he saw that I used the court system to look up Emily's address. He didn't question why. From one lawyer to another? I suppose he did me that courtesy. But he did say he won't be able to hide that information if the authorities look for it. I thanked him for the time I was there. Ed told me again that this is not the end of my career, although that's hard to see right now. I'm not only labeled a mistress, but wrapped up in a double murder and one attempted homicide. I held back my tears as long as I could. As soon as we ended our call, I wept on and off nearly all day, sauntering around my one-bedroom apartment, questioning all of my life's decisions. I worked tirelessly for years to become a lawyer, and now, just as that goal was finally in reach, when all the educational requirements were met and the real work was to begin, it's come to an end. It's all over, and it's all because of him. I'm truly fed up with men. I'm fed up with myself. All those nights studying, all the tuition I paid, everything. It was all for nothing. I look at my cell, which I've had on silent all day, and see another missed call from Dad's cell. They have no clue what's been happening, besides what they've likely read. I know it won't be much longer until they're at my apartment door demanding I let them in. There's no avoiding my parents. I have to talk to them. I have to go over what happened. Will my own parents even believe me? They know the news, according to the media. Will my own mother and father join the masses who think so very poorly of me? I think of the times my father and I sat on the couch watching Cops. I visibly feel how happy I was as a little girl, wearing her father's police hat, pretending to be just like him. Be someone you're proud to look at in the mirror. A tear forms in my eye, and I'm too exhausted to wipe it away or pretend it's not there. I lift my cell and click on his number. His gruff voice answers instantly. "We've been trying to reach you, Clara," my father says. "Is that her?" my mother calls out in the background. "Is she okay? Clara? Are you okay?" I don't answer that obvious question. I'm far from okay. My life is over. "Dad?" I whisper into my cell. "I'm sorry. I need to tell you guys what's been happening. I just need you to believe me." Chapter 47. Emily. Journal entry. October 31st, 2025. It's Halloween outside, but in my house, I'm preparing for Christmas. Walmart has already removed all the spooky decorations and remaining candy to the bargain area of the store. The seasonal section is full of jolly cheer with the Christmas spirit, and I love it. A few kids have come to my door. No doubt they see the lights from the Christmas tree and assume I'm celebrating like the others down the block. I don't fuss and still give them something. Instead of candies and chocolates, I have plenty of apples and oranges to hand out. I took a break from setting up a small Christmas village on top of the fireplace mantel to write in my journal. After I finish writing and clearing my head, I'll finish with setting up the fake snow. I should have gotten rid of my journal, as I did with everything else from that night. It's a loose end, after all. But there are so many pages left to write in. It'd be a waste to get rid of, even if my former husband's blood stains some of it. When it was Stephen's office, he had many of his accomplishments hung on the wall. This journal is full of everything I succeeded in. I plotted and planned. It worked. Every page of this journal is a mini trophy of how I got to where I am now. With it being Halloween, Stephen has been on my mind a lot. This was one of his favorite days of the year, after all. Halloween was one of those days where I let him decorate as terribly as he wanted. Fake spider webs, sure. Plastic bloody limbs, yeah, okay, why not? But the caveat was that the day after, he'd take it all down and we would instantly start our Christmas decorating. Stephen enjoyed Christmas as well, but never like I did. Of course, today, his help is not available. This year has been extra special. I got to do it all my way. From now on, it will be my way as well. The tree will be solely decorated how I see it. His house, which is now solely mine, will be how I picture it should be. That junky-looking boy, Tanner, can shovel someone else's driveway. I hired a service to do that for me. I got enough money from Stephen's life insurance to live comfortably for a long while. It won't last me decades, though. I'll have to figure something else out. I don't want to downgrade my life. That's not living well. That's not succeeding. Life should be improved upon, not taken away. I won't downgrade this house when the money runs out. Something will come along. It always does. Which was why I wasn't entirely surprised when I got the email from David Lindner. I could feel his genuine concern from his words. He mentioned that he wanted to reach out to me to see how I was doing. He hoped that I was doing well and said if I ever wanted to go out for coffee sometime, he'd love to catch up. That email made my day. I immediately wrote him back, and we have a coffee date tomorrow. We're going to meet up at the Ranchers Cafe. I couldn't help myself when picking the location. No longer am I going to live in my former husband's shadow. I own the world I live in now. I pick how the rest of my story goes. My horror of a love story has come to an end. The story of Stephen and I may have started off with a bit of romance, as my late husband would say. Many great stories begin with love. It ended in tragedy. In Stephen's books, at the end, it's usually bittersweet. The main character had to go through so much to get there, and maybe people died along the way. So you can't be entirely happy for them, given the cost it took to win over evil. But his stories never go on after the ending. They never show the triumphant comeback of the main character. He never wrote how they would find love again. I think about my date with David coming up and can't help but wonder with excitement what the future holds for me. After all, it's the perfect beginning of a new start. A woman who survived a murderous husband finds love again with her high school sweetheart. A man who was always there for her from the beginning is there for her at the end. It's touching, really. I no longer have to live in my husband's world of dark thrillers. I choose the genre now, and I choose romance, and that chapter is about to begin. As for my late husband, that novel has to come to a close. That book is over. The fictional story I made up of his death is done. I killed my husband, and I got away with it. The end. Chapter 48. Clara. 2 years later. I sit in my office at the Calgary courthouse, finishing my work on the Hudson file. In a few months, we'll be heading to trial. My first big case. I'm not the lead prosecutor, but I'm doing essentially all the grunt work to ensure Daniel Hudson won't be a free man for a very long time. A high school teacher who used his power over his students to abuse children. I've hated working on this file. It's disgusted me to my core. With every piece of evidence I collected and arranged for the prosecution, I felt sick. Reading the testimonies of the teenagers and their parents had me skipping meals. One parent assaulted Mr. Hudson after his daughter told him what her teacher did. He went right into the teacher's homeroom class and decked him right in front of all the students. Truly, this parent deserves a medal. Unfortunately, he was charged with assault. That can be our system. It's so frustrating. One moment you think justice will prevail, and sometimes you're let down. This is the job, though. Lawyers have a code of ethics, and I ensure I follow them. That's why I put my heart and soul into the Hudson files. When the prosecution brings the case to court, I need to ensure this man gets fried. Anything less is not acceptable. The head prosecutor on the case, Darren Lanced, has let me know that I need to learn not to take things too seriously. All we can do is prepare our best to get the results we feel are just. The real justice is in the hands of the jury and judge. Both of those we have no control over. All we can do is influence them with our evidence. Darren admires my ferocity and how I prepare for trial. He knows I'm going beyond what a new lawyer would do for this. He can feel how personal this is for me, which is why he's concerned. He's explained to me how real burnout is for prosecutors. Things don't go our way at times, and we need to find a way to deal with those emotions. He fly fishes. He asked me how I'll deal with mine. I jokingly answered that I just won't lose and find out. Part of my attitude is why I'm still working as a lawyer. After what happened in Rangdon, I felt my career was over. Ed Tangent came through for me. He told me when he let me go from my position at the courthouse that he'd find a way to help out. He did. After some of the dust settled from the murder of Amanda Porter and everything got better for Emily, I got a call from Ed to expect a meeting soon at the Calgary courthouse. I was able to finish my articling work there. They liked my work ethic so much that they hired me immediately afterwards as a junior prosecutor for the Crown. A couple of years later, and I'm still an up-and-coming lawyer. The Hudson case is a test, just like many tests I passed before. If I ace my work on this file, and I know that I will, I'll be the head prosecutor on a trial someday soon. I won't get a major trial like Daniel Hudson right away. Something more minor to start with. But if I keep putting in my time, good things will continue to happen. I sit at my desk and close the Hudson file. That's enough work for tonight. I put in the hours. Plenty of time to work on this tomorrow. That's something I'm also getting better at. Time management. I need to have a life outside of work. I'm taking a cooking class with a friend right now. Tonight, we're attempting a carbonara sauce. I'm slightly concerned about what I'll manage to do with something cream-based. Last week in class, a man was flirting with me. He joked that if we ever had a dinner date at his place, I'd know what he'd be cooking for me. He seemed nice enough. He appeared under 30 and well put together. I questioned why he was at a cooking class by himself. Was he truly trying to improve his culinary skills? Or was this a place for him to pick women up? I still find myself more hyper-vigilant around men in general. Maybe that's not a bad thing. After what Stephen put me through, I have to give myself some grace. At some point, I can't ignore men. It would be nice to have a little Clara or two running around. My father and mother bug me all the time that I'm too driven at my job. I need to focus on what matters most in life. Family. I look at the picture on my desk of my mom and dad. They're proud of me. As much as I'd love to give them grandchildren, I need to get myself to a place where I can make a difference in this world. And that's right here, starting with the Hudson files. As I gather my things to leave for the night, I realize the date. It's been 2 years since I entered the Dyer's kitchen and found Stephen dead. I found Emily Dyer, curled in a ball on the kitchen floor, scared for her life. I take a deep breath, wondering how I didn't realize it was today. There isn't a day I don't think about that night or Stephen and Emily. It doesn't happen often as much anymore, but the nightmares I had of the bloodbath in the kitchen still haunt my nights. The white kitchen was covered in Stephen's blood. His body was a mess on the floor. I witnessed his last breaths and wondered what I would have seen had I entered that house only a few minutes prior. I would have seen Stephen attempt to murder his wife. Somehow, this petite woman managed to overcome him. It's something that I and many others have wondered about. How did Emily Dyer live? I don't think many women would have survived. I sit in my chair and open my Facebook app on my cell. On the first year of the anniversary of his death, I looked at Stephen's profile on Facebook. I was surprised it was still active. His personal Facebook was no longer live, but his author profile was. Last year, his feedback was filled with hateful comments. Former fans lashed out at how an author they once admired could be such a monster in real life. It was a real rug pull for many of his followers, a major twist I'm sure his readers didn't see coming. I wonder if the author profile is still active. It doesn't take me long to see that it is. I look at the picture on his profile. It's the same one they used in many of the articles and news reports that went out across the world. Stephen Dyer became much more famous in death than he ever could have in life. I read an article soon after his death that said with all the media coverage, his books were selling more than ever, which I couldn't believe. Who would want to buy books written by an actual murderer? Apparently, the answer was many. Thankfully, I saw from the article that the rights to all of Stephen's work had been transferred to Emily. She would receive every penny from the books bought post-mortem. I couldn't think of better justice than that. I scroll down the Facebook feed on his author profile page. It seems like I'm not the only person who remembers this date. One woman named Phyllis, an elderly woman holding what I assume is her grandchild, has written, "Rot in your grave." Another much older woman sitting in a wheelchair has written, "I can't believe I loved your books. Monster." There are several more nasty comments before I find one that catches my attention. R.I.P., Mr. D. Miss you. The kind words stood out from the rest of the heated commentary on the profile. It isn't just the words that stand out, but the fact that it's a young man and not a senior citizen writing. My entire body freezes as I look at the profile picture of the man. It's someone I've seen before. I recognize him immediately from his terrible mullet. I read his name. Tanner Gates. Chapter 49. Clara. I knock on the front door and wait patiently. I know he's home. I saw the mullet man named Tanner walking by his front window minutes ago as I parked outside his townhouse. This guy knew Stephen. He lives only a few blocks away from where Stephen Dyer lived. I saw an older woman living in this house as well. She was doing some gardening in the front yard, planting a flower before heading inside a few minutes ago. I wondered if I should have called the police when I saw Tanner's Facebook profile. I changed my mind as I clicked on his account. It wasn't hard to find where he lived. He'd taken a picture in front of his townhouse with the older woman I saw. I recognized the street immediately. Something tells me that this young man doesn't want me to escalate this matter to the police. I do, however, need to hear him explain himself. I hear rustling inside that stops at the front door as it slowly opens. The older woman looks at me, confused. "Hi," I say. "Is Mr. Gates here?" Worried that his father could be living with him, I clarify. Mr. Tanner Gates?" The woman doesn't respond. Instead, she glances at me, taking in my black pantsuit. "Are you a cop?" she asks. "No," I say, "but I may need to call one. I need to speak to Tanner. Is that your son?" She doesn't reply. She looks behind her and calls out to him. "Tanner? A woman is here to speak with you." A few moments later, Tanner himself is at his door. "Thanks, Mom," he says as he looks at me. Immediately, his face drops as he realizes who I am. "I'm not looking for trouble," I confirm for him. "I just need answers." "Why are the police at our door again, Tanner?" His mother shouts at him. Tanner looks at me and his mother. "It's okay, Mom." A younger woman appears behind Tanner's mother. She's wearing shorts and a shirt that barely covers her round, very pregnant belly. Tanner looks as white as a ghost as he stares at me. "Please," he begs in a whisper. "I'm not going to involve the cops," I say. "We need to talk, though." He glances back at the young woman and his mother. "It's okay, guys. Everything's all right. I didn't do anything. I just need to talk to her." He closes the door behind him and steps onto the porch. When he looks at me, his eyes are wet and full of emotion. "I can't go to jail again. Please, I don't want any trouble. I'm sorry about what happened. I wasn't going to hurt you." I look at him, devoid of any emotion. "I need you to tell me everything, Tanner. Why were you following me that day? If you lie once, I'll make a call. You know I'm a lawyer. Don't make this hard on yourself. It was Mr. Dyer, he confirms. He told me he wanted me to follow you around. He was worried that something bad would happen to you. I remember the day this young man followed me. He scared me half to death. Why did Stephen think something bad would happen to me? I don't know. He shrugs. I purse my lips. Tanner, I will call the cops if you play games. Okay. I sat and waited for you in the parking lot, but that's because Mr. Dyer asked me to. Like I said, he was worried. He paid me cash and told me not to ask questions. I know that sounds weird, but I knew Mr. Dyer. I thought I did. I didn't know he was a bad man. I didn't think he could kill someone. I didn't know he was planning to kill his wife. I didn't, I swear. I swear on my unborn boy. That means a lot to me. Okay? When I don't reply, he continues. He even made me watch his wife, Mrs. Dyer. I watched outside the house. What were you watching her for? He didn't tell me what to look for, he says. He just wanted me to watch her, report where she was and what she was doing. One night I told him what I saw. It was nothing. She took out her journal. She hid it behind a picture frame, which I thought was weird. Whatever. I told Mr. Dyer that. A journal, I repeat. What did Stephen tell you about the journal? He hesitates before saying anything. I remind him that he needs to be upfront with me. I don't want to get mixed up in this more than I am. I didn't know what he was planning on doing, okay? He started calling me, telling me that he found a second journal in the house. He said he found it behind another picture. He said it revealed Mrs. Dyer's plans. I don't know. He was mad. He tried to tell me that Mrs. Dyer was planning to kill him. Look, I know I got played. He was using me. I know that now. I needed the cash at the time. I didn't know he was going to hurt anybody. I didn't know he was going to hurt that woman, Mrs. Dyer's friend. Amanda Porter, I say. He nods at me with concern. That's her name? Look, I just want to forget about this. Forget about everything. I'm going to be a father. I'm clean. I'm sober. I don't need any more trouble in my life. I'm trying my best to do better. I swear. Please. I look at him and think about that terrible night. I remember all the blood that belonged to Stephen in the kitchen. I think of the knife in his back. Emily was unharmed. I still think about that look she gave me in the ambulance before being taken away. Tanner pushes his hair back. I don't want trouble, miss, he says again. Come on. Don't do anything about this. He's dead. It doesn't matter anymore. I shake my head. I need you to tell me everything from the start. Leave no detail out. Chapter 50. Emily. It's been an eventful day. David's getting his daughter, Daphne, ready for bed. Before she gets changed into pajamas and put to sleep, she runs up to me and kisses me on the cheek. Good night, Aunt Emily. I smile and wish her a good night's sleep with no bad dreams. I say that mostly for myself. Do you know how terrible it is when you're attempting to rest and feel something small wiggle into the covers beside you in the middle of the night? Daphne sleeps diagonally when she sneaks into our room. She's only 6 years old, but manages to take up the entire king mattress on her own. I've talked David into taking her back to her bedroom so as not to disturb us when we're attempting to rest. Or do other things. He agreed. I'm sure when it was just him and Daphne, it was fine. He probably liked having his daughter in the room. I'm sure it comforted not just her, but him to have his daughter nearby. The two needed each other after David's wife passed from cancer. Now they have me, though. It wasn't my choice for Daphne to call me Aunt, but David introduced me that way to her, and it stuck. Soon, though, in only a few months, I'll be her actual stepmother. David surprised both Daphne and me when he took us for a surprise weekend in Banff. We stayed the entire weekend at the Fairmont Banff Springs Hotel in the mountains. It's the very same hotel that the Queen of England visited, as well as many other celebrities. While on our mini vacation, he got down on one knee in the middle of the restaurant and proposed. Daphne's smile was just as wide as mine as I said yes. Soon, I'll have my happily ever after with a man I was truly meant to be with. A successful man who knows how to provide for a family and his soon-to-be wife. At first, I was wary when things became more serious with David. I knew he had a young child and wasn't sure how I felt about that. I never wanted children. I worried what it would do to my body and my personal life. I've seen what mothers have to go through when I speak to my struggling friends who run around all day taking care of their little people. They all explained it the same way to me. When you have a child of your own, you'll understand how much love they bring to your home. The stress they also bring will be forgiven. Daphne is a sweet child. She's in school now. She can get on my nerves extremely quickly, though. Her little mini tantrums are getting old. She needs more discipline, and unfortunately, David doesn't know how to do that. Perhaps him losing his wife made it difficult for him to properly parent his child. It's a good thing I'm here to help. I helped David in so many ways already. When he invited me to move into his home, it was a big deal. He had a child and didn't introduce many women to her. After he proposed to me, he insisted I move in. I sold Stephen's house and made a small fortune from it. David insisted I keep that money in savings for myself. He would take care of all my needs in his beautiful 3,500 square foot house. Well, it wasn't exactly gorgeous before. It was only after a makeover from me that the potential of this house was revealed. David's wife was beautiful. There's no doubting that. But somehow her good taste didn't translate to her home decorating. Within months of moving into their house, I turned it into a show home. It's immaculate now. Like Stephen, David had his small demands. He had a small office upstairs which he wanted to keep the way he liked. No problem. Sure, I made my comments about his taste in poor office furniture. It was up to him if he wanted to use my skills or not. Just like Stephen, David also loves Halloween. I have to admit that even I enjoyed it this year, but that was mostly because of our shared costume theme. Daphne dressed as Cinderella. I was Snow White, and David was Prince Charming. We had gorgeous pictures that my followers on social media loved. That's another benefit of what happened that night with Stephen and all the media coverage afterwards. I've gained nearly 200,000 followers over the past few years. I'm nearly at influencer level. People follow me for my decorating skills mostly, although many love my references that I put out here and there about what happened when my author husband was plotting to kill me, and failed. A true heroine story that the majority of my female followers eat up. I'll easily hit 250,000 followers once news of my book release comes out. I was surprised last year when Stephen's publisher reached out to me. They wanted me to tell my story to the world. Twisted Thriller Books is a small publishing company who mostly work with fiction writers. They were great with transferring the royalties from Stephen's sales to me after what happened. I spoke with the president of the company, a woman named Jasmine Ashens, who told me how upset they all were to find out who the real Stephen Dyer was. That's why they wanted to publish their first true crime novel based on what happened with Stephen and me. I was reluctant at first. What do I know about physically writing a story? Stephen was the actual writer in our marriage. I don't have the patience or skills to fully write a story. The one I constructed for Stephen and me was mostly written out in bullet points. Jasmine said they would hire a writer to help me, but what they needed from me was for me to tell my story to the co-writer. I agreed. I told my story to the writer. I've practiced my fictional story enough times to know it front to back without being inconsistent in what I already reported to the authorities. I wasn't worried about that. Obviously, I'd leave out much of what happened after the murder of my husband, for obvious reasons, although readers do enjoy a happy ending, which is what I gave them. I just got the manuscript a few days ago. I was so proud to read my own story. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh at the title they chose. My Husband's an Author. The True Story of Emily Dyer, wife of author/killer Stephen Dyer. Below the title, they had a catchy subtitle to grab true crime fans. Our Love Story, period. Our Horror Life. I let David read some of it, but he couldn't make it through the manuscript. It wasn't because he's not a fan of reading, but he just couldn't stand to read what Stephen put me through. The world already found out how terrible a man Stephen Dyer was. Now they'll read about it. I'm excited for its release, which should be late December, in time for the holidays. Speaking about my favorite time of year, David would not allow me to put up any Christmas decor until after the 31st of October. Another unfortunate trait he shares with my previous husband. Thankfully, today is November 1st. This is why it's been a busy day for us. David and Daphne took down their Halloween decorations as I started with the tree. It's always my favorite part. David was a little put off when Daphne hung an ornament, only for me to immediately move it to a preferable placement. He told me that before he would put up the tree together with Daphne and his wife. He felt it was more fun that way. We can do that, I explained to him. But in the end, little kids don't have the best visual sense of where to place ornaments. They're short and can't reach so high. The lower part of the tree has a disproportionate amount of ornaments. He'll thank me when he sees how gorgeous the pictures will look when we take family photos together. I sit by the tree now and take in its beauty. The dim lights complement the wood fireplace. David started a fire for me before he started the process of putting Daphne to sleep. I get to sit in this room, a glass of wine beside me, and take in the beauty of the home I made for us. Life is special. A few years ago, I was unhappy. I wasn't getting what I deserved. Unlike the rest of the lazy people in this world, when the universe gives you lemons, I don't make lemonade. That's what people with no drive do. Instead, I demand a new fruit. My life is watermelon now. As I take in the glow of the tree, I decide to document my thoughts. I stand up and think about what I'll be including in my journal entry tonight. I'm careful that no one is watching me as I reach behind a framed picture frame of David, his daughter, and me, to grab my journal. As I think about all my accomplishments I want to write out, my eyes widen when I realize it's not there. I tilt the entire frame away from the wall, but it's gone. I go on my hands and knees to attempt to find it under a nearby sofa. It's not there. My journal isn't under any furniture or behind any of the pictures in the room. I look tirelessly for it throughout the house, even disturbing David while he's putting Daphne to bed. I ask her if she found anything that belonged to Auntie, but the child says no. I remind her that it's not nice to lie to anybody, especially your future stepmother, but Daphne again says she didn't find anything. David looks at me oddly and asks what I'm searching for. As I open the girl's dresser and search under furniture, I apologize to them both before leaving. When David returns to our bedroom, he has questions as to why I was acting so erratic. I ask him if he read my journal. David knows I like to write, and I've told him my private thoughts are not to be read by him, and that this was a deal-breaker for me when it comes to our marriage. I need to trust him. He tells me that if he found it, he would immediately give it back to me. He mentions that the cleaners that came by a few days ago didn't mention anything about a journal. That sends me into a frenzy. I don't tell my husband to be why I need to ensure my journal is found. I try my best to rest that night, but it's difficult. I wake up early and attempt to search for it again. It has to be in storage, or somewhere in the basement. With me recently moving to David's house, I must have misplaced it. I'm certain I kept it behind the picture frame of the three of us, though. David wakes up at his usual time. He takes Daphne with him as he leaves to go to work. He'll be dropping her off at school on the way, which is perfect for me. I had big plans to start decorating a Christmas village today, but that'll need to be put on pause until I find my journal. It doesn't take me long to put the pieces together as to what happened to it. A knock at the door changes my entire life. When I open the door, 2 detectives greet me. One of them shows me paperwork and advises me that they will be searching the property. The other takes out his handcuffs and demands I comply with his demands. Frantic, I scream, "What are they doing in my house?" "You're under arrest for the murder of Stephen Dyer and Amanda Porter." Chapter 51. Clara. I sit at the desk with the head prosecutor as we wait for the jury to deliberate. It's already been a full day, and they have not yet made a decision as to the fate of Daniel Hudson. Darren confirms the worst. This is not a good sign. All the evidence and hours I put into this trial, and yet the jury needs this much time to see what's obvious? Daniel Hudson is guilty. He deserves a long prison sentence. He deserves to never be a teacher again or a free man for a very long time. What could have this jury so hung up? Darren warned me this could happen. He told me I should have a way of handling the stress of court. He told me we can't control the minds of the jury or judge. Well, how stupid are these people not to see who Daniel Hudson is with the mountain of evidence presented by the Crown? Did we not watch the same trial? I think of Emily and how she's rotting in a cell herself. I can't help but smirk at that thought. What I did with her was only a one-time matter. Good lawyers work hard and diligently, but most importantly, they have a code of ethics. Those ethics do not include spying on people, breaking into their home, and removing private journals. They don't include anonymously sending what they stole to the authorities with a printed note confirming the information inside. Emily made it quite easy for the police to do what they did next. Arrest her. I read the news, happy with the work I did. I put a lot on the line to correct what happened. I went back and forth for weeks on what to do after I spoke with Tanner Gates. The young man went over his story with me when I confronted him. I believed what he said. Part of me believed Stephen when he told me about his wife and her journals. Stephen being so concerned about what his wife wrote about him didn't make sense to me at the time. When he texted me about the second journal, I was even more confused. After I found him dead, and my name was smeared everywhere, I was too ashamed by my part in their story to put the pieces together myself. I snuck around Emily's new house where she lived with her fiancé and his daughter. I mostly stayed in the back of my SUV with dark-tinted windows. A high-zoom camera and patience paid off. I spotted Emily taking a journal out from behind a picture frame in the living room. I had to know what it said. What if Stephen was telling me the truth? How Emily got the upper hand that night when she claimed her husband tried to murder her made absolutely no sense. Blood was everywhere, and none of it was hers. It was all Stephen's. Emily claimed she didn't remember what happened in the kitchen. She was a cornered animal who fought for her life and managed to come out on top. After speaking with Tanner, I kept thinking about that terrible night when I knocked on the front door. I saw the silhouette of a person in the kitchen. I assumed it was Stephen in the chaos of it all. But what if it wasn't? I waited until dark to sneak into the house. It wasn't difficult. There was no security system. The back door was left unlocked. Nobody who lives in Rangdon worries about crime. It rarely happens. The murder of Amanda Porter was big news in this small city for a reason. I easily got the journal without being detected. When I got home and read what Emily wrote, I discovered for myself how terrible she was and how very wrong I was about Stephen. Emily had murdered her husband and used self-defense to successfully get away with it. She planned out his murder in such a meticulous and psychotic manner. She'd thought she'd got away with it. I would not let that happen. This was not justice. I could not let her get away with murder of not just her husband, but her own friend, Amanda Porter. Police arrested her, and she remains in jail. She'll stay there until her court date in the near future. From what I've heard, her fiancé has called off their engagement. Of course, the actions I took to ensure Emily's charges were brought was just a one-time thing. I'm a good lawyer, an ethical one. Yes, I couldn't let Emily get away with what she did, but I won't resort to such unethical ways to get my way, even if it is justice and what deserves to happen. I remind myself of that as my mind races about what the jury will decide when it comes to the fate of Mr. Hudson. It doesn't take much longer for the judge to return to his chair and the jury to theirs. I wait patiently for court to resume, and it's confirmed that the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. I let out a heavy breath as it's confirmed. Guilty. I smile at Darren as he shakes my hand. Good work, he tells me as he faces the judge. I take a deep breath and calm my nerves, reminding myself that I'm a good lawyer and an ethical one. Thankfully, when it comes to Mr. Hudson, I won't have to resort to Plan B. Epilogue. Emily. Journal entry. Just like anything in life, surviving jail is a mindset. You can let this small space kill you. You must find a way to rise above. For example, I took my small jail cell, which is shared with another woman, and turned it into a cozy space for two. With some ingenuity and adhesive band-aids, I was able to hang a small piece of cloth in my cell. It mimics a small window quite well. Suddenly, my cell is my home. Another convict did the same to her cell. Maybe I'll start a trend in jail. I see how the others complain in here. Just like me, they're waiting for their time in court to tell their side of the story. The good part for me is, many already know mine. Before a journal was mysteriously given to the authorities, I was a free woman. This journal is supposedly in my handwriting. Prove that. Someone needs to make sense of how this mysterious journal ended up in the authorities' hands to begin with. I've seen the evidence from the affidavit, and in my opinion, it's weak. The case doesn't have a leg to stand on. Nobody was there that night when Stephen tried to kill me in our kitchen. I survived that terrible night, and I will survive jail. I will be free again after my time in court. There's 12 people on a jury. All I need is for one to see my truth. I need one person, one good soul, in the near future to see what I lived through. The media doesn't help. They've already twisted my story for the world to see. My author husband planned to murder me, but now he's seen as the victim. I read the blood splatter analysis that suggested I attacked Stephen from behind with a knife. The blood splatter is not conducive to claims of self-defense. The media has made me into a monster. I'm a survivor. I'm a woman who's been through hell and lost everything, including my freedom. For now. Not only have they said I killed my husband in cold blood, but also my best friend, Amanda. My friend who was always there for me, who always had my back. They are now saying I killed her as well. Disgusting! I truly have lost so much from these false charges. David left me. I've tried to reach out to him several times to come to where I'm staying so I can explain myself. He has yet to come. I hope someday, when my story is published, he'll see the truth. I hope that when I'm found not guilty, he'll see who I really am. A woman who would have done anything for him and his lovely daughter, Daphne. My love story with David ended before it could even start. Not the happy ending I was expecting. Twisted Thriller Books, the publisher who I've been working with for the past year and a half to publish my book, has backed out of the deal due to these charges. I understand their position, but it's ridiculous. The book is already written. Publish it. They've refused, but I'm going to release it anyway. I already have the manuscript. The work is done. Unfortunately, I'll have to self-publish my story, but there's nothing wrong with that. All I need is my story to be in the world. I need people to read what happened. The truth about what I went through needs to be known. This cell is not the end of my story. I'm going to live a long and happy life as a free woman. These charges will be dropped. With the money I've saved from the house sale, I've secured a fantastic lawyer. When I publish my book, I'll use this journal entry as my epilogue. I'll write a sequel when I win the case. Justice will prevail. I just need one of you to believe me. We hope you have enjoyed this production of My Husband's an Author by James Caine. Narrated by Marnie Young. Copyright 2025 by James Caine. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.